First time for the East, certainly, as they kind of stealth right past. We're seeing already two different strats coming out of the two teams. Black Mamba opting to use that mass stealth and go straight towards Sky Captain Craig's room in order to try and spawn him there. Accompany pulling that first 9-pack right off the bat, Nagura.
Yeah, so this very first pack at the start it's pretty alright to do, because you can usually, on live servers at least, you are able to pre-use your cooldowns and get it back off cooldown again, but they don't really have any big classes to do so, and on Tournament Realm you don't really know exactly when the timer is going to start, so you don't have like a key countdown, so you can't have the rogues like roll their 5 buffs beforehand, so maybe not such a big advantage here in the Tournament Realm.
Oh please, they'd be lucky to get those 5 buffs whenever they wanted. I'm sure they'd all dream of it. Accompany now moving up to one of the 2 packs that is required to be killed before Sky Captain Craig spawns now. There's an Enforcer pack with 2 Mastiff Hounds here. You can either deal with this 4-pack or there's a 5-1 down the stairs, but there's no point making your life more difficult, so players usually often use this as their count and will likely pull the first round of Reaping into Sky Captain Craig after this, giving the Druids a chance to drink just in case they needed. We are seeing that the Druid over on Black Mamba is already approaching that 50% mana, and this first boss, especially on Tyrannical, is really nasty.
Yeah, the first boss, as I mentioned earlier, you can't drag the boss out anymore, so you have to pretty much fight inside the whole time. We see one team actually proccing the Reaping here and pulling it on top of the boss. Now, as you said, this is a dangerous fight, so having the Reaping here and also phase 1 where where he's still mounted on the bird here is still quite dangerous, because you get those random shots of damage on the players, and if someone gets shot like 2 or 3 times in a row, it can be very dangerous, especially on top of Grievous.
Yes, of course, we do have the transition at 70% where he will dismount his beloved Parrot and start meleeing the tank as well after that. Now, the most dangerous in this phase is definitely that fire frontal. Could hit anyone in the group, so you'll actually see the ranged, in this case really just the Resto Druid, stay out of the group, not only to try and not get hit by that as one of the members, but also bait that kind of Parrot Guano around the outside of the arena, making sure that he's closest to it, and that way the melee and tank don't have to move together as a unit, risking that some of them get cleaved by that dangerous frontal.
Yeah, definitely dangerous if they get the green pulls on the melee, because it does do initial damage as well, not just if you stand in it. So once it hits, you can pre-move it, but if you don't, it will do an initial kind of damage, and not only will it apply Grievous to you, which is really annoying for the healer to heal away, but it also means that you might get one-shot by this frontal shot, as you mentioned.
Yeah, so a bit of mismanagement here from Accompany, as it actually goes quite low there. No proc on the cheat death, but they do have one of the pools spawn on the melee camp. Another one actually right now. Big pain in the butt for the tank to need to be able to move out of that. A lot of damage coming in on the Windwalker as well, so easily that splash damage from the pool coming down, plus one of the fire frontals can easily kill one of the melee with one shot or proc one of the rogues cheat death. So the Resto Dude needs to make sure that he's closest to the Parrot, kind of hovering around the outside of the arena here.
Yeah, we see Accompany have a little bit more trash percentage compared to Black Mamba, 22% versus 21%, which is really not such a huge difference, especially if it's not fortified. But when it comes to boss HP, they're head-on-head here. They're both on 34%, so any team can win here. Both of the teams, of course, used the Bloodlust already on pretty much the same time.
Yeah, around the same time, just about 20 seconds apart or so, and of course that first Reaping wave is dead. Often pull it on top of the boss with that first pack. Windwalker getting chunked here for Accompany, but that's just really the danger, and you're going to see that often of that fire frontal should it connect with one of the melee instead of the tank or the healer, which would be outranging it, so that would be a safe bet for them. A bit of damage coming in for Black Mamba as well. Falling behind with the Grievous stacks, though. The Resto Druid at 4 right now, just struggling to get out of that. He's going to have to pay a lot of attention to himself, which leaves the melee potentially vulnerable, so hopefully the, I was just about to say, hopefully the DK can pre-AMS, just barely hangs on at 6% HP as the Grievous starts taking him down at 4 stacks. 4 stacks on the Warrior coming up as well, and the Resto Druid really struggling to get out of this as Wong dips to 13%, spamming Ignore Pain to save his own life. He's
so low on mana. The Resto Druid has 4 Grievous stacks, maximum stacks on him. He's just struggling to keep himself alive. He's just doing damage to this point, just trying to kill the boss so he can get out of combat and eat up because he's so low on mana. But they did manage to kill the boss without any casualties, so good job by Black Mamba. And yeah, one thing I want to mention about this DK is that Black Mamba actually played Mage. So the same player that is playing DK now did play Windwalker before, and he played Mage in the time trials. So it's actually very interesting to see that they're multi-classing, right? And we mentioned before that the Eastern region is not really good at multi-class, or just doesn't want to multi-class. So it's nice to see that, you know, one member, at least from Black Mamba, is able to play all those multiple classes, not only melee, but also ranged.
Yeah, it's nice to see certainly the diversity and versatility of that one player. Hopefully it works in their favor for this dungeon. As we know, Unholy DK is definitely a preferred pick for a lot of teams, just because of the mass pulls you can do here. But speaking of pulls and pools in this case, you have to be careful with the Sanguine for those at home. Of course, we are in that environment where every time a trash mob dies, they will drop a pool under them that will damage players that stand in it, but also heal enemies. So you need to constantly move around, and the trash density in this dungeon actually makes it quite difficult. As you can see, the Prot Warrior here for Team Accompany on the right, kind of already pigeonholing himself into the back as he backpedals, making sure that all of those brutes don't stand in the pools as they spawn.
Yeah, we see Black Mamba and Accompany pretty much being at the same pace, or the same side of the dungeon here. They're probably going to kill a lot of trash at this point, because before you start the event here for the second boss, there's a bunch of mobs that despawn if you do the event, or just don't, or turn into neutrals, don't give any percentage anymore. So before you start the event to make the second boss attackable, the pirate event, you try to do as much trash as possible, especially on Tyrannical, because, you know, you can do those really big pulls, just really big trash pulls without a super big problem, because they're just not buffed, as we see the DK actually going down
here. So the DK does go down. We have the battle rest come up immediately. They won't have that available for about 4.5 minutes now for Black Mamba, so already dangerous. And keep in mind, folks, we're not in a fortified setting right now, so a lot of the danger that's going to come up, especially on the upcoming boss, the Council of Captains, should they do that one second, is just really rough, as there's a lot of kind of residual damage on the group with some of the shots from Eudora. Accompany now doing a fairly sizable pull here in the corner. Have to be careful not to clip that double Brine Scale pack on the left unless they intend to. There are 2 casters in that pack, which will make their life a bit difficult right now, so they didn't really leave themselves here, Nagur, a lot of space to kite this Sanguine pool.
Yeah, Sanguine, they have to be careful with the Sanguine, because if the tank needs to kite at some point, if they all drop low or it's too much Grievous or not, then having just a Sanguine lie around everywhere might be a big problem. And of course, you know, those packs, it looks easy when they're pulling them, but there's actually a couple of mobs that are very dangerous. There's some mobs who hook random players into them. There's other mobs who do an AoE around them. So if you get hooked in a bad moment, you get hooked into the AoE, or you get hooked into another ability, then it can be very dangerous.
I'm already hooked on this game here. Accompany now pulling actually that double caster pack along with one of the stationary trash packs up there. So this is a pretty big pull here. As you can see, a lot of damage splashing onto the group, and Grievous is starting to chunk away at the players as they all reach 3 stacks. Finally, the Resto Druid managed to get everybody out of dodge, but the Prot Warrior still not at that 9% threshold, finally goes back over. Black Mamba, of course, dealing with their own struggles as they have spawned the second wave of Reaping right now and are just handling it in front of the second boss room here. Now, part of the problem with Sanguine, as you mentioned, Nagur, is you certainly want to keep the second boss area here clear of Sanguine, because you do end up using a lot of the area, especially with Eudora, one of the 3 Council of Captain bosses that leaps to one of the corners of the area. So if there's Sanguine there and she leaps to it, that's all.
Yeah, you definitely don't want Eudora to jump into a Sanguine pool, so they're probably gonna, even if they have Sanguine in this room, in this area, they just kind of need to wait until it's gone, just do some more trash until the pools are disappeared, or just put it in a different spot beforehand. As we just see Black Mamba keep doing those really big pulls, just hooking, which is one thing actually, the death grip from the DK actually helps a lot for a Sanguine. If there's a mob that, you know, just casting in Sanguine, or that just doesn't want to move, then you can use this death grip to just grip it out of the Sanguine, which is very helpful for this FX.
You know, in the same vein, the Windwalker Monk's Ring of Peace has actually helped them quite a bit too. We can actually see the punt there from Team Accompany as they've dealt with their third wave of Reaping after 60%. Kind of here along the side and edges of the second boss room, doing well to make sure that they keep as much Sanguine out of there as possible. Black Mamba now should be proccing their third Reaping wave here in a moment. 54% now, as they have still just a few mobs left of this trash pack. I think they should have enough to just barely proc it. So, as we say with all the games, we've said in both weekends so far, it's really important to see how efficiently they use these Reaping packs and what exactly they want to combine them with, if anything.
Yeah, so the Reaping packs, there's 3 different kinds of mobs that you can get from the Reaping packs. Of course, it depends on the HP of the mob that it's spawned from, but depending on if they were a caster, or if they were a low HP melee mob or a high HP melee mob, they will have different kind of abilities. Now, the ranged Reaping Souls, they will constantly cast an ability on a random target, which does just a lot of damage. It needs to be interrupted the whole time. Now we have the low HP melee mobs, the Souls, which will just constantly put a magic debuff that stacks up on whoever has aggro, and then we have the big souls who have a lot of HP to cast a tank smash around them, which you need to dodge, and it's not that dangerous. So as long as you don't have that many caster Reaping Souls, you can pretty much ignore them as long as you have a dispel on a tank and just try to pull it efficiently on top of a boss or on top of a pretty big trash pack.
Nice view there from the observers for Team Accompany as they finally bring home the bacon and catch Lightning the Pig, prompting the next wave of this ring of booty to spawn right now as Ludwig von Tortolin leaps into action here on the right side of the screen. The fourth wave of Reaping is brought into him because he is a very chunky mob, has a lot of HP, so it's going to take them a while to chew through him, so might as well make it efficient as we were just discussing with the Reaping pack. Nothing really too dangerous about Ludwig except for meleeing the tank fairly hard, so they're going to want to kind of kill him on the side as well, and by the time they kill him, these Sanguine pools should despawn. I believe they have a 60-second timer before they go away. Ludwig, of course, jumping straight into the Sanguine for Team Mamba, but they'll be briefly moving him out of that one.
Yeah, so there's one thing I really liked about Accompany's routing here was that they got their last or the fourth Reaping wave with Ludwig. Now Ludwig is not considered a boss, it's considered a mini boss, a trash boss pretty much. So he spawns a Reaping Soul too. And Ludwig's Reaping Soul has a lot of HP because it's pretty much boss HP, right? So you kind of want to avoid to get his Reaping Soul unless you can have a very efficient pull around him. Now Accompany procced the Reaping wave, the 80% Reaping wave before they got to Ludwig, and I assume they're gonna not proc the last one because they're going to kill a boss before. So they're pretty much avoiding Ludwig's soul. Well, Black Mamba is killing Ludwig before they proc their 80% Reaping, so they will have to deal with his soul.
We have seen some kind of purposeful, especially in the West Cup, kills of Ludwig to spawn with that Reaping pack because some members of the party do benefit of extra single target damage on Trothak if they have Ludwig. I'm not sure if anybody in this group really gets that much out of it. Arguably, the Prot Warrior with things like Revenge procs, but and perhaps obviously the DK will benefit as well from the secondary target. So perhaps they're doing it on purpose, or they could have just kind of miscalculated or mistimed their runs. But expectingly that these teams know exactly what they're doing. Von Tortolin will be falling here for Black Mamba shortly. They actually proc their 80% prior to this. So any argument we had has gone completely out the window. So ignore what we just said. As Ludwig von Tortolin still alive, and the fourth round of Reaping has procced here for Black Mamba. So well timed by them, just getting him low and then combining everything together to make sure that they finish it off. There's of course an Etten Lost Soul in there, the big one here on your screen, which actually has quite a bit of HP as well. So that'll take them a bit to get through. Trothak now aggroed on the right side for Team Accompany, down to 85%. But in an all-melee comp, Nagur, outside of the Outlaw Rogues, which likely are playing Azerite traits to have their range increased, the Windwalkers are really not going to get to do much unless they're heavily CC'd or paid attention to. But we can see the Outlaw Rogues safely on the outside.
Definitely. We see, the Windwalker tried to attack a little bit, maybe use his Karma to start, but then he has to go away, especially with Grievous as well, just annoying for the healer, since he, of course, has to kite all those Sharks because there's no other range. And if he has to kite the Sharks and also heal all the Grievous away, it's just a lot of stress on the healer, so it's better to just, try to avoid that melee attack from the bot.
The Sawtooth Shark, of course, chasing the rest of Druid there for Team Accompany as he slowly kites it around. Now, name of the game here is they do want to dip it into the pools of chum, essentially, that are spawning around the sides of the screen, as you mentioned, to make sure that they get slowed. And after that, you can kind of safely kite them. Now, the real disaster would be if one of these spawn in the melee camp, as it does chase the closest proximity member. But as long as they move quickly and easily out of it, they should be okay. But it is nature damage, splash damage, so definitely pretty difficult for at least the tank to mitigate should he want to kind of face tank it. Important to note as well, Black Mamba has also aggroed Trothak, but used their Bloodlust.
Yeah, so interesting to see because in my opinion, Bloodlust should be used for maybe the first boss, and the second boss is Eudora fight because it's just so dangerous on Tyrannical and Grievous. You just have those powder shots that just can chunk you so much, especially if you get 2 or 3 in a row. So just having the safety net of Bloodlust on that boss, in my opinion, is needed. But Black Mamba think they don't need the Bloodlust, so they're just using it here on this boss just to be a little bit faster, and we'll see how it goes on the next boss later on.
Yeah, take that, Nagur. They're not listening to you on that one. Black Mamba. Yeah, and I totally agree with you, especially with a full melee comp. I guess their mentality is let's just try to get this over with as quickly as possible because it's very inefficient, our comp for this boss. But that kind of works against them too, as we can see the Shark actually splash right in the middle of the melee group there and chunk the Rogues plus the rest of Druid. Torthak now down to 20% for Team Accompany on the right side, as we can see the rest of Druid, of course, kiting the Sharks around the top of the screen. We've seen, if I'm not mistaken, that was Touch of Karma coming out of the Windwalker there. Torthak charging down, grabbing both Sharks as well, and they should be able to finish him off just after the next Whirlwind. 33% on the board for Black Mamba. And Nagura, I actually completely agree with you. There's just the inefficiency of the comp really doesn't play well with how substantial of a gain they think they're getting from Bloodlust versus using it probably on Eudora and the Council of Captains, which is just super dangerous.
Yeah, maybe what they're thinking is that they will get another Bloodlust, but to be honest, there's only going to be 2 bosses left and a little bit of trash, so if they're fast, they shouldn't really get another Bloodlust, except maybe at the very, very end of the last boss. But the last boss has, on 30%, he's a 100% damage increase, so they're probably not going to get the full value of Bloodlust there anyway, because it's just going to die so fast. But we will see how their Bloodlust usage is going to turn out later on, as we see Accompany already being done with Torthak, shouting back to that boss, and now they're probably going to use their Bloodlust here.
And of course, the Rogue debating them, trying to go towards the bridge as they say no and head right back to the Council of Captains. Now, here we have some slightly different captains, if I'm not mistaken. Last time we had the captain with the barrel smashes and, of course, Eudora. Here we have Jolly and Eudora for Accompany. Of course, that is consistent for the 2 regions. Now, Jolly is one that we haven't seen in the previous week, and you can see what he does is he throws this blade that whirls around the arena, which I personally hate very much, as the range of it is very small. The only way the blade stops is by absorbing into Captain Jolly's hitbox, so you really have to kind of tread along the edges of it as the tank in melee to make sure you get effective DPS uptime. What is also not present this week are the brews that are thrown on the ground that provided haste or buffs. Now there's just one general barrel, as you can see in the middle of the arena there, that provides you with a 15% damage done buff. But of course, it can be denied by the aerial denial from this blade with Jolly.
Yeah, we have, on the other hand, we have Eudora here, which is probably the most dangerous boss out of all of them, because she constantly casts a powder shot on a random member. It can be the tank, can be the healer, one of the DPS, which does a pretty significant amount of damage to them, as we can see them dropping low from them, and they can also be targeted multiple times in a row. So on top of Grievous, that can be very dangerous. One more thing, as we can see right here, is Eudora jumping into a corner, one out of 4 corners, and then she will just cast this frontal shot starting in a certain direction. So you need to make sure once she jumps that you immediately get to her or behind her to not get hit by her frontal cast.
Yeah, that Grave Shot is always cast kind of from left to right from her perspective in a clockwise direction. So it is fairly simple for the players to pre-position themselves when they see that she's already leaping in the distance. Eudora about to go down here for Team Accompany, as Captain Raoul still aids to help the team, and Captain Jolly now down to 50%. Following suit, though, Black Mamba has also pulled the Council of Captain, is down to 46% on Eudora, 76 on Jolly. Keep in mind, though, they did not have access to that Bloodlust, so their kill is going to be a bit slower and is going to be fairly dangerous.
Yeah, they were struggling a little bit with that Grievous here, as their healer popped the Tree of Life to get everyone back up in time. I do believe that Accompany is not playing Tree of Life for this dungeon here, as I've never seen it before, while Black Mamba side is playing Tree of Life, so maybe they were just, planning on doing bigger pulls, as we see the cheap death proc from one of the rogues here. But yeah, just having bigger pulls with this Unholy Decay, just having this Tree of Life to deal with all of the damage and the Grievous coming in. But so far it's looking good for them, even without the Bloodlust. Eudora is about to go down here.
Yeah, once they kill Eudora, it should be pretty safe sailing after that. Captain Jolly here at 7% for Team Accompany, who has only 9% trash left on the board. Largely expect that they're going to stealth past the trash near Harlan Sweet's room, of course, the final boss of the dungeon. Deal with him first, and then, okay, as I was saying that, they pulled some extra trash. Now, this still won't be enough to get them to 100%, because certainly in terms of efficiency, you don't want to play that last round of reaping into anything. You can completely skip it in this dungeon.
Yeah, definitely. You want to kill the last boss first before you trigger that 100% reaping wave, which doesn't work in all of the dungeons, but in the dungeon where you can efficiently do it, most teams will skip the last reaping wave, as it's just, a lot of mobs that you don't have to kill otherwise. Now, one thing to note, though, is that maybe Black Mamba does not skip it, because, of course, the DK kind of gain single target damage from having the Reaping Souls up. So maybe they choose to just proc the Reaping Wave and pull it into the last boss just to get this extra DK damage. But for Accompany, it's not really worth it for them to do so, so they're most likely going to skip it.
Yeah, the problem is there's also not a lot of effective trash they can use to proc it with, because they have to stealth past what is the easy trash with the Ravager, and then they'd be stuck with the double Enforcer, double Caster, double Mastiff pack. So certainly not one that you usually want to deal with, but we actually saw some teams even in the West pull that with Bloodlust on top of Harlan. I think Method EU did that as well. So double sap coming out, true CC from Team Accompany as one of the mass stealths is up. Menacingly looking here at Harlan Sweet as they grab him from behind the table and get ready to encounter the final boss of the dungeon, Harlan Sweet.
Yeah, so Harlan Sweet pretty much has a couple of different phases. At the start, you get one of the group gets targeted with this circle around them, which they have to pretty much stutter step to get rid of it, and then they will leave behind fire pools, which we have to walk out of. So what we usually will see is on those like full melee groups that they will just kind of walk together, as we can see the rogue just dodging it to the side here and then move the boss forward, because just to have more space, to be more efficient, they will just constantly move together even if only one player gets this ability on them at the start.
Yeah, certainly don't lose a lot with this all melee comp from that. We can see the Grenadier spawning in the top of the screen. We get one about every 30 seconds or so. That's easily handled by just being rooted by the Druid there, so it just stands still until it's cast to explode, just finishes and doesn't really hit any of the players, no problem. But you don't want those getting into the group. It will splash a lot of explosive damage onto the group should it leak. Now, Harlan Sweet does have 3 phases. We'll enter the second phase at 60%, where all these abilities that it casts, such as the Wind Frontal and the Cannonball that we see here, will actually go on every single player except for the tank. And the winds will actually go on a full 360-degree rotation. And finally, at 30%, where he maintains all of the abilities on the player, but also increases his attack speed by 100%. So a lot more damage coming in on the tank, but also increases his damage taken by 100%. So he should really melt at that point.
Yeah, sometimes people, would save their cooldowns to use it in this increased damage phase, but if everyone saves their cooldowns, then you're just going to waste all of it. It's just going to die too fast, and you're going to have your cooldown still up when a boss dies. So for more efficiency, people started using their cooldowns at the start to just get into this phase faster, where he pretty much gains more damage, or his damage taken is increased. Now we see Black Mamba also pulling the last boss here. Both of the teams are 5% trash and 4% trash, but Black Mamba did pull the last boss a little bit later, and they're approximately 40% behind, which is a lot on Tyrannical, and their Bloodlust I'm pretty sure is not going to come back up. It's 1 minute and 30. Even if it comes back up, it's just going to be at the very, very end. So I do believe it is for Accompany here to win, as long as they don't make a mistake here.
Yeah, even if it does come up, it'll be kind of at an insignificant time. Not to mention, just to kind of add some salt to the wound here, Nagur, they also have 2 deaths on the board, Team Mamba, and Accompany have 0, so that's an extra 10 seconds. Just raw time input on the board. Harlan Sweet now about to enter that burn phase at 30%, where you'll see his health drastically drop very quickly from Team Accompany. They'll likely rear up right after and deal with one of the 2 Ravager packs that they skipped at the end of the bridge. Important to pull those because, of course, they cast Painful Motivation, which is a ticking damage for 3% max HP for any mobs around them, but also increases their damage by 45%. So essentially just pull them, survive, and the mobs kill themselves for some pretty easy percent. 8% here on Harlan Sweet as Accompany looks to try and close out game 1.
Yeah, so for the Painful Motivation, you need to keep in mind that they only cast it to 2 mobs around them, which can be targeted randomly and can also stack. So you want to make sure, as we can see them right here, to split them up properly so you get the Painful Motivation on the right targets. But we see them doing it perfectly here with the rogues just off-tanking to the side. And Accompany is going to win the first match here.
Yeah, I mean, really fairly clean performance from both teams, I would say, but just a bit of sloppiness. I'm sure Sours is waiting to dig into that as well, but just a bit of sloppiness from Black Mamba that needs to be cleaned up, Jack.
Yeah, very impressive performance.
There's no Windwalker here, but what Sours was saying, true. I mean, Necrotic's certainly dangerous in this dungeon, but it's further exacerbated by the fact that we have teaming as well, which means that there's more mobs present, and you need a higher trash count to complete that 100%. So it makes it even more daunting for the tanks here, just in terms of how long they can stay in safely. You already see those Necrotic stacks really ramping up on Wong. 25 stacks, already 50% reduced healing. Bloodlust has been popped over for both teams right now as they look to chew through this initial pack.
Yeah, One thing to note again is, of course, the rest are just jumping up to the sledge so the Juggernauts don't charge, while on Accompany's side, they actually do charge. Now, this charge can be dodged, right, by the rest of it. Yeah, it could be dodged in theory if you're playing it well, but you still lose damage because the Juggernaut just goes out of the pack. You're missing all the damage while he's going there and walking back. So I do believe they should be doing the same strategy with the Druid just jumping on a ledge, and he would also avoid one death, of course.
Yeah, so I mean, one death gone, no battle res because he is the battle res, so he had to kind of release and run back. Fortunately, no full team wipe for them as Team Accompany grabs the second Confessor, which is a healing and Blansamdi mantle mob, providing a bubble that reduces all crowd control from the players on the mobs. So they grab that and combine it with a trash pack in the corner. Same here done by Black Mamba as they're already at 15%, looking to chew through the rest of the trash, and then likely proc their first reaping into Razan, as if I'm not mistaken what we saw from them yesterday. So we'll have to see if they kind of play a similar route today.
Yeah, so just wondering what they're going to change up with this DK here, because as we said yesterday, we didn't really see the DK from them at all, and we also didn't see it in the town trials. So interesting that they just, from one day to the other, just changing it up, having their Windwalker play the DK. I assume it's going to be because they do the bigger pulls, as we see a snapping coming in here, as you explained earlier.
Yeah, so we see the 1-2 snap and clap coming in from the Prot Warrior. Jumping up there, of course, for those at home, the snapping means that you kind of go to a location where the trash can't really reach you, so what it does is it teleports to you, and is particularly useful for that pack because the Swords that they killed there do tend to jump to other players and cleave a lot of damage at their spawn at their jump location, so they don't jump anywhere if they're snapped there. Just a bit dangerous for the tank, though, with the Necrotic, but nothing that they couldn't handle as Razan has been pulled on both sides. Here comes the Reaping for Team Accompany, expecting to see the rest of it shortly here for Black Mamba. Really similar pulls coming out of both teams here, as we're going to see a lot of uses of Shadow Melds, Vanish, and whatever else have you to make sure that when Razan fixates one of the targets, he does not actually get to them and eat them, stay stationary, and they can maximize their single target.
Yes, there was not really a scary boss, except maybe for the tank, because he does put a bleed debuff, as you can see on Black Mamba side right now, that does quite a bit of damage. To say the Rogue actually proccing cheap death. Did he get eaten?
The Rogue actually took the tank's hit there.
Oh.
So what happens is the tank hit with the bleed, as you were mentioning, that's a very heavy bleed and increases physical damage taken. For some reason, went on Aches there, who ended up proccing the cheat death. Well, I mean, technically no death there, but also technically a death there. So they do survive. I think what was happening is they were trying to transition the boss over to this ledge, this new staircase, which is where those two Sky Screamers are that we often see teams combine, and here they are right now.
Well, just double checking if it is skittish, but no, it's just rogues. So on Black Mamba side, we see the tank. As I said, Razan not very dangerous as long as you avoid all the mechanics. So you need to avoid the fixate, just make sure you don't get eaten, so to make sure the boss doesn't reach you. And then once in a while, he will cast an AOE Fear, where you just have to make sure you line of sight, as we can see on Black Mamba side, just them hiding behind the staircase here.
Yeah, they want to kind of line of sight as close to the boss with this all melee comp as possible, so that they minimize the loss of damage uptime that they have by needing to hide out of line of sight. Razan now at 10% as the second Sky Screamer is pulled from upstairs. Actually, both Sky Screamers pulled for Black Mamba. They didn't pull one just yet. 20% on the board for Accompany with 24% trash. They've already dealt with one of their Sky Screamers. Actually didn't see if they pulled the second one just yet. Nonetheless, both teams will be killing those Sky Screamers. And of course, they have those AoE Fears as well, which need to be interrupted every 15 to 16 seconds, which is perfect for just one melee to handle.
Yeah, so Black Mamba did pull him a little bit late, as Razan already died, and they still have those Sky Screamers to handle. So maybe a little bit of a mistiming there with the pull coming in. Of course, he can't pull them while the Fixit is coming up from the boss, because if the healer goes up to pull them and then the Fixit is on him, and as soon as the boss walks up the staircase, it will reset. So they definitely have to wait for that ability to come out, and maybe that's why it came in so late, but only lasts a couple of seconds there.
2% trash difference for the two teams, which doesn't seem like a big deal, but will kind of dictate which mob they leave alive, if any, at the end of the dungeon, to see what they do with their fifth wave of Reaping once we kind of get to that point. Black Mamba running up into the probably most dangerous trash wing of the entire, minus the Colossi, of course, but the second most dangerous trash wing of the entire dungeon. Now, the Honor Guard that you can see blinded there in the corner is certainly the most dangerous mob here, and is the reason they're not dealing with it. To even access its health pool, you have to kill that totem that it's standing beside, and and once you do that, it enrages and starts splashing AoE damage onto the pack, along with a ton of tank damage and a bleed on its primary target. So they already have their work cut out for them now with these Stalkers and Shield Bearers on the tank. As you can see, Wong backpedaling out of it at 38 stacks of Necrotic. They do reach him and actually refresh his Necrotic stack to 41 right now. It's going to be really hard to heal.
No.
Shield Wall comes up, 4%. He does use his last stand as well to try to get some extra health out of it, and he's at 18% health right now, just trying to reset his Necrotic stacks, but he has nowhere to go, so they finish him off, trying his hardest to not pull the extra trash in the area, and that's just part of the danger that they have with this comp. They don't have that Ring of Peace Nagura to help the peel.
Yeah, the problem is also that, you know, they're still in combat with those mobs here. They need to Shadow Melt or do something to get out of combat, because, of course, those Honor Guards that they were blinding and rooting, they are not going anywhere. They're still in combat with them, so they need to wait for their ward to come back. As you can see, he did pull something or got in combat with some, and he's just dying again. So now they're in trouble here. Black Mamba definitely in trouble. They have to do something. Either they have to do a full team wipe, or they have to somehow try to Shadow Melt. But yeah, as we can see, full team wipe just going out. They have to reset. Just, you know, the tank dying here just cost them so much time.
There's actually a double-ended disaster there as the tank ran back and aggroed the mob, just wanting to die by himself. The Resto Druid was actually safely sitting on the end by himself, but this patrolling Stalker here actually found him, got him out of into combat, excuse me, and killed the Resto Druid as well. So things not looking so good for Black Mamba here. Team Accompany has already safely moved through that trash. Only one death on the board for them as they start with Volcall, the second boss here. Now, Edgar, we talked about this yesterday. They opted to use the second round of Reaping on top of this boss, which is all, you know, rainbows and daisies, but usually. But the problem is in this first phase, the boss is really undamageable, constantly heals as long as these 3 totems are alive.
Yeah, so as you said, Reaping on top of this boss might not be that helpful, but if you can actually manage to keep them alive until the second phase, then it will help, especially for the DK group, which I believe was their plan. I do believe they wanted to proc the Reaping and then go to the boss and just have the Reaping wave there. Now, their whole plan, of course, didn't really work out because of this whole problem with their warrior dying and them having to reset. So now they didn't proc the Reaping wave. They're only at 36%, and they do have this DK, which really struggles on single target damage, especially without like any additional mobs here. As you can see, him doing 12k DPS.
So for those at home, you do want to make sure that those 3 reanimation totems are killed within about 10 seconds of each other, because once they reach that 1% mark, they start to cast, and should that cast go off before the other 2 totems die, it will heal itself. The reanimate cast here, actually shorter than 10 seconds, looks like about 5-6 seconds. Now, once you do that, Volcall, of course, enters the second phase of the fight, as both teams have done at about the same time here right now, where Volcall will actually have a pulsing AoE aura, similar to the Honor Guard trash that we saw, but this aura also damages him as well, which is why it's so common to see teams not use Bloodlust on this boss.
Yeah, so as you can see, of course, the Resto Druids, both of them just staying in melee too, just trying to do as much damage as possible, which, you know, there's still a lot of AoE damage, as we can see the people drop low and having the disease on them, which is taking damage and also spawns those pools, of course. But, you know, everything matters, so we can see both of the Resto Druids just trying to do as much cat weaving damage while still keeping the group alive.
Volcall now to 35%. You know, they pushed phase 2 at around the same time, and Accompany is just skyrocketing ahead in terms of single target damage. Benefit, of course, of that Windwalker over the Unholy DK, not just in terms of raw output, but also the kind of physical debuff battery that we always keep referring to Windwalkers as, where he provides a 5% increased physical damage taken on whatever he hits, which is largely beneficial to the entire group as they're all physical damage based. Nothing that the Unholy DK provides in that sense. Volcall now finally falling for Black Mamba as well, as they get ready to stealth past this double Honor Guard pack and straight downstairs into this very dangerous 8-pack. 4 Stalkers are here. 4 of them are stealthed at all times, and of course there's 2 Witch Doctors as well, and 2 Shield Bearers. Now those Shield Bearers do pop a Bulwark of Juju that will decrease 90% damage from any ally that they have within the area, so very important to stun them right away, else you will lose a ton of damage on them.
Yeah, so we actually saw some teams yesterday play this a little bit safer. As you see, the DK drop so low, they were actually seeing the Witch Doctors and then just pulling the rest of the group, but we see companies charging in, and Black Mamba as well, just pulling everything on top of each other. And those casters are actually pretty dangerous because they constantly cast a Venom Blast on random targets, and they also cast a Hex, as we actually see going through on Black Mamba's side. Now, this Hex, the player who gets it needs to walk out. Oh, we see the tank dying on Accompany side here. Oh, God.
The tank dies, and both rogues proc their cheat death. Ash down to 1% health right now as they struggle to heal him back up. The warrior trying to grab what he can, only has 2 taunts available to him at at the very start, so won't be able to get every mob. Luckily, only the Skyscreamers are left as the swords die off with that res too, so no extra deaths there on the board. The Windwalker, unfortunately, did get smacked in the face as well, has released and come back, rejoins them as we saw on the right side of the screen there. Now, I was just about to say, Team Accompany actually had a very textbook kill of those 8 mobs. Really well done by them, absolutely chewed through them, and then they were a bit overzealous with the double sword pack there, because the swords just splash so much damage and attack so quickly that those necrotic stacks got way too out of hand for the Prot Warrior and downed him. Nonetheless, the third Reaping Wave does come in here for Accompany, as Black Mamba only now just cleaning up their second Reaping Wave and the 8 mobs, so they're quite slow behind.
Yeah, Accompany, unfortunately, not really pulling anything on top of this Reaping Wave. This is why, so on the in the western region, when they were at this point and proccing their 60% Reaping Wave, they would actually jump down to Rasan and kill Rasan with the Reaping Wave. Now, in the eastern region, we see them doing the Rasan as first boss, pretty much all of them, so they have to pretty much solo the Reaping Wave without anything else, which is a little bit inefficient.
So another snapped trick done here by Black Mamba, Wong getting to 37 stacks of Necrotic, though. I believe it was actually them that did this trick yesterday too, and unfortunately Wong did not make it out alive. I remember at 3% he just ran away too late with those necrotic stacks, and it finished him off. But they do pull it off here, as we see half health for Accompany's Prot Warrior, just now moving over towards Priestess's area. They're likely going to deal with at least one of the Reapings upstairs. Now we've seen some pretty substantial pulls upstairs with the 4th Reaping plus that massive pack in front of Priestess Alunza.
Yeah, that massive pull before Priestess is the reason why both of those teams are saving their bloodlust, because it is a very dangerous pack. There's a lot of casters, there's juggernauts, there's just a lot of things that can go wrong, as we've seen in both the regions actually, just losing players left and right from this pull. So that's why we see both of the bloodlust saved for this exact pull, and Accompany is almost there.
So we're getting both cheat deaths available coming up once again for Black Mamba's Rogues, just in case as that kind of extra buffer once they move to the more dangerous trash here. Third Reaping Wave finally comes in for Black Mamba right now. On top of this fairly dangerous pack, both Rogues getting chunked by the Fire Gauntlet, unfortunately, for Team Accompany, and they did not have those cheat deaths available, so fortunately no death there for them. But it usually does take 2 of those fire ticks to kill you, so I guess they kind of just said, you know, whatever, we'll just run through, and no, we won't die. Pulling the 2 mobs here on the side, one of them is an Augur, pain in the butt to move, so they're looking to just kill these 2 by themselves slowly, and then proc the 4th Reaping Wave at 80%, and I assume we're going to see a pretty big pull coming from them in a moment.
Yeah, so definitely needs to be careful here as they kill those mobs, proc the Reaping and pull it into the next pull. Now, we're definitely going to see the bloodlust here. Very unfortunate that they don't have their cheat death ready, because a lot of things can go wrong here. So we're going to have to keep an eye on the rest of it, on the group's HP while they do this big pull coming in, and I assume that the rest of it just saved all the cooldowns to just keep the group alive here.
And here's the good view from the observers just to see the severity and size of the pack that they pulled. Immediately, Bloodlust comes up. Everybody's looking to dish out as much damage within the small window that the Prot Warrior has before necrotic stacks get too high. 4th Reaping Wave pouring in. Now, the problem is the positioning wasn't really very good there. What happened is the Reaping started actually leaking to the side where the Resto Druid was, and the Prot Warrior had a bit of difficulty picking everything up. Fortunately, did manage to kind of thunderclap and revenge everything as needed, but the rest of Druid certainly should have been positioned maybe a bit better behind the main pile of mobs so that everything poured through the pack. No casualties in the end, but 39 stacks of necrotic on that Prot Warrior as the rest of the trash dies. We do know that a fix throughout this expansion was that necrotic immediately drops as soon as combat drops, so they don't have to wait for those stacks to fall off and get right on the action with Priestess Alunza.
Yeah, definitely very good change to the necrotic, as you said. Priestess Alunza here basically kills herself as long as you play the fight properly, because she does cast Transfusion, which either heals her or damages her depending if you have the pool debuff or not. So we see all of the players just running into those pools, picking up the debuff, and now we'll see the Transfusion go out. So if the line is black, as we can see it here, then she will damage herself. If the line is yellow, then she will heal herself from you. She will pretty much just drain your HP. So you need to make sure you pick up the pulls in the right moment.
Yeah, certainly, and that's at that 100 energy. And with the amount of crowd control that these these teams have, especially with the double Rogue, Resto Druid, and even Windwalker for Accompany, the masks that spawn periodically through the fight, as you can see at the top of the screen for Accompany, are really just kind of a joke for them to deal with. What is meant to happen, of course, the masks run over and absorb these pools before the players can, rendering them unable to use them to damage Alunza with. But a lot of CC works on them. Crowd control, you're able to just get them, rid of them, and kind of negate that mechanic in the fight. Alunza finally does fall here for Accompany, who leaves perfectly 2% trash left on the board, and they'll be heading over to Yasma, the final boss of the dungeon. Now, I'm going to be curious to see if they drag the Sky Screamer with them again this time and kind of just crowd control it on the side of the fight, which is risky but high reward as well.
Yeah, we see Black Mamba here actually doing the same big pull as we've seen Accompany do earlier. They're, of course, a little bit behind here as their world drops so low. They did pop their Bloodlust, and we've seen the rest of it actually use this position, as we've seen the Western region do as well, to pretty much avoid the Juggernaut of charging at all. But they seem to be recovering now. They do have their Bloodlust up, and everything seems to be dying, as you see the DK just doing so much damage. But at this point, they're just so far behind to Accompany.
And Hank does proc that cheat death there, just as you were commenting on Black Mamba. They hopefully manage to clean everything up here in just a moment with the Bloodlust falling off. Accompany, as we mentioned, Nagura, did actually end up pulling the Sky Screamer, if I'm not mistaken. I just saw the rest of Druid kind of clip it on the way up. So we'll have to see just how well they deal with that as they keep it on the side here. Yasma now finally has been pulled for Team Accompany, looking to try and close out this series 2-0. But this boss certainly, even on Fortified, certainly can be a force to be reckoned with the amount of just almost one-shot potential that comes out of the spiders that she spawns around the arena.
Yeah, so those spiders, as we can see them spawn right now, they will pretty much just walk around in a small circle when they're small, but once in a while they will turn bigger and they will start fixating people. If you do touch those spiders in any way, they will explode, do a lot of damage, and also leave a pool behind. So you definitely want to avoid the spiders, don't want to get hit by them, as we can see them just kind of walking together. Now this is dangerous because the Sky Screamer is seated in the corner and they're dragging the boss past the Sky Screamer. Now, if any sort of AoE or splash damage hits the Sky Screamer, it will break out of the CC and it will cast the AoE Fear. So, well played by them to not use any of those splash mechanics and to keep the mob CC'd.
Yeah, it takes certainly a lot of discipline for these players to make sure that that mob is kept crowd controlled and does not get its cast off, because that would be disastrous mid-fight, especially with these spiders as they refixate. Now, one of the advantages of this comp that they're running with the full melee and the rest of it is that everybody gets to stick together nicely, so they can kind of kite all the spiders around in a nice corner and constantly drop the images that she spawns at 100 energy in front of the group, which leaves them very vulnerable to cleave and effective cleave damage on top of the boss as well. But, you know, there could be easily a slip-up. We saw a couple of issues yesterday with some of the spiders actually spawning right on the melee group as they were running out with those images. Here comes the Soul Rend again, so we'll see how this cycle works out for them. There are a few spiders that is kind of breaking up the team right now, so not the best clump up of ads as they look to just deny any movement from those ads and absolutely annihilate them. Yasma down to 23%. The team's going to be thinking soon about breaking that Sky Screamer to stand. And there it is right now as they start to interrupt it immediately and drag it on top of Yasma, looking to finish off the boss here and their fifth Reaping Wave and ignore it as the dungeon ends.
Yeah, just cleaner play from Accompany here. They do have 3 deaths, and let's be honest here, 18 minutes is not the best time we've ever seen it as hell, but just, you know, compared to Black Mamba, just cleaner play, just better strategy in my opinion as well. Just, you know, solid victory here from Accompany.
Yeah, I mean, just really well performed here by them as they're looking to close out the last Sky Screamer here in a moment. And they will be closing out the series 2-0 with a quite dominant performance to start off day 2, Jack.
Yeah, very good job there by Accompany.
But, you know, if there's 2 teams that are prepped for these dungeons, this particular one with the nasty affixes, it's these 2.
Yeah, these 2 were the top 2 teams, especially in all 3 dungeons actually in time trials, with Shrine of the Storm being the only dungeon that BFC had a better time than Team D, and so it's actually going to be, you know, kind of like a slugfest here. Like you said, Team D is going to have to prove that they're better than BFC on this dungeon. There was a fluke that they messed up.
We're actually seeing a really nice snap coming in from Team D as they run all the way downstairs. A lot of caster mobs get pulled down there, and we see them snap right on top of that kind of a torch brazier. The warrior is already out of there. You do not want to be dealing with the amount of water bolts going off. You only have that spell reflect once once every 25 seconds, and as soon as it is consumed, it is gone. So Team D, the Prot Warrior playing it extra safe, everybody helping to slow as he runs away and looking to kill everything on the stairs as it's kind of kited out of the Sanguine naturally.
Yeah, but the unfortunate thing about this, the thing they have to be very careful with, which I like what they're doing, they're kind of grouping everything up here, is if they're just have everything spread out coming up the stairs, they don't really have that much control for Sanguine, and because they're running an Unholy Decay instead of a Windwalker Monk, they only have the one knockback from their Druid, so if they get bad Sanguine and they've already used their only available knockback, it could get even worse for them.
So it looks like they're, ooh, that was a bit of a far jump from the Prot Warrior there. That was actually really scary. You can very easily pull that Living Current Water Elemental there. It does have True Sight, but nonetheless, no damage done from them. Team D just moves into the last trash, major trash at least, before Accoompany, the first boss of the dungeon. Battle for Champion already working on that too. As you can see, Zyra, of course, both teams have not yet procced that Reaping.
Yeah, we saw the similar pulls yesterday from the teams that ran Shrine of the Storm. It looks like generally these teams are proccing their first Reaping Wave with the first boss, and they're planning on pulling that Reaping Wave into the boss because it's right next to them. They're not going to be able to Shadow Meld it off. And we're going to see probably an advantage early on for Team D because they do have that Unholy Decay to funnel that AoE damage from their Festermite buff into the single target boss damage. And they do have Bloodlust available for that as well, so we'll see how far ahead they'll get from the Unholy Decay on the single target.
Yeah, certainly both teams having that Bloodlust. We are, of course, back into that necrotic setting that we saw in the previous series with Atal'Dazar, where the tanks will get increasing stacks of a dot, a damage over time bleed, along with a healing reduction, 2% per stack. But we also have the Sanguine, not for those unfamiliar just joining us now, it are those pools that drop on the ground that heal any enemies in them and damage you if you stand in them. So you want to make sure you're moving away from them. A lot of damage coming in here for Team D as that first Reaping Wave is pulled on top of Accoompany here. 943 left on the Bloodlust, so we do know they popped the Bloodlust, obviously, shining over there in the top of the screen, doing well to dodge that first surging rush as well, and trying to get to that phase 2 ASAP.
Yeah, and we do see a little bit of a variation from Team D as well. They did opt to pull the 2 Galecaller Apprentices with the boss here, which will drop Sanguine when they die, so they need to be very careful where they kill them. They need to make sure they're away from the boss. The Sanguine pool doesn't spawn underneath the boss. That's incredibly close there.
Very dangerous. That is a very dangerous pool. I mean, it's beside the boss, but the bigger problem really is it's going to be beside one of the Aqualings when the boss hits 50% in just a moment here, where he splits into 3 Aqualings, and he can Surging Rush to that location later right on top of it. So they're really having a bit of a gamble here. The other one is killed in the middle of the room. We know the boss and the 3 Aqualings cannot actually be present in the middle of the room, so that one's a bit safer. I don't know if they can get a tick of healing as they Surging Rush through it, so we'll have to see. I think not, but hopefully that works out for them. It seems to be premeditated and largely intended. Nonetheless, Aqualing number 2 about to fall here for Battle for Champion. Now, Zyra, it is important to stand within melee range of all these Aqualings because, like the boss, if you're not there, it will pulse a lot of damage onto the ground.
Right, and that AoE pulsing damage, in addition to all 3 sets of abilities going out at the same time, can be incredibly difficult. We did see a little bit of a different variation in strategy in this intermission phase from both teams. BFC opted to go for the safer route and kill one of the Aqualings first, so they only had to deal with 2 of the Surging Rushes at the same time instead of the 3 that Team D had to deal with. But we see them actually catching up on the side of Team D because they went with the more DPS efficient route of DPSing all 3 down evenly.
And they have the 5% slight trash advantage as well, so it could come into play later in the dungeon. 0 deaths across the board for both teams as we see the debuff being dispelled for Mog right now. That does actually do some damage over time on you and slows you. Should you get hit by any of the swirlies that spawn after that dispel, you will have that debuff reapplied. So 15 stacks or 16 stacks now for the Protection Warrior on Battle for Champion. It's a fair bit of stacks actually on a single target boss. You do want to drop those, but again, he can't really get out of melee range from the boss to kite by virtue of the fact that the boss is rooted into place. Killing these last initiates here that do guard the first mini boss as they're planning to completely skip it. Both teams, it looks like.
Yeah, and usually we'll see teams pull those 4 initiates because they need to have access to the side route that we see the warrior and the monk going on here, so that they can actually get past this mini boss. This mini boss tends to have too much HP for teams to deal with, especially on the fortified setting. So most teams will just opt to skip all of the mini bosses in this section of the dungeon. You know,
kind of shocked to see that. At least Battle for Champion did not opt to use their their mass stealth there for one of them. They do have 2 of them available. One of them should be coming back off cooldown within the next minute a bit, and one of them, of course, will be used for Soren's Room. So I'm not really sure what they're going to want to be saving that second one for. But Cheat Death does proc for one of the rogues on Battle for Champion, getting clipped by those Iron Hull Apprentices. Certainly don't want to be in that whirlwind, especially if they're buffed with Blessing of Iron Tides. A lot of extra damage coming in from them. And really, the biggest danger here, Zyra, is they don't have a lot of room to move, and Sanguine is just dropping all over the place with mismanagement of mobs' health.
Yeah, we saw one of the teams yesterday, I can't quite recall which team it was, have an awful time with Sanguine in this hallway. They had to pull the mobs outside and then back inside the tunnel because their Sanguine management wasn't good enough. But it looks like Team D is dealing with it a lot better than the team did yesterday. Now, we did see a couple different pulls from here. BFC opted for 2 smaller pulls, whereas Team D decided to go for almost all of the trash in the dungeon at the same time. So if they're able to pull this off, this will put them just that much ahead.
Yeah, that, and actually, I remember the pull you were talking about yesterday. That was disastrous. Not only that, but they ended up proximity pulling Sorn as well because they just ran out of space with all the Sanguine everywhere. They did end up making the best of it, if I don't recall. But let's focus here for a second. Battle for Champion just now finishing off the rest of the mobs that they pulled for Sanguine as Team D does a perfect skip on Sorn, dealing with that rather large and dangerous portal. Long looking like they're going to just fully skip all the rest of this trash. I think Sorn came with them. Oh, they're looking to skip completely the second round of Reaping as well, as the tank sacrifices themselves and is rezzed on the other side. Now, one of the Risen Souls unfortunately did leak, but not a big deal.
Yeah, the healer was already casting the mass res out of combat, and you don't get canceled whenever something just kind of gets in res. So that was good. That was good of them to make sure they get that res off there just for the one Risen Soul. It could have canceled the healer's res if it managed to attack off on the healer, but you know, they got the res off, so it wasn't that big of a deal.
Would have lost a bit of time, but not a big deal. Really loving to see the organization here from Team D as that patrol was double sapped right on the side with that 3-pack of apprentices there. So really well done by them. Just a lot of clean play. I love to see this. Kind of, a bit reminiscent, honestly, of Method U's play last week. So just very, very clean here. Team D pulling a few of these initiates that guard entry to the second boss area, making sure to kite them properly in the tight space that they have as to maximize efficiency of area denial from the Sanguine that does go down. But Long having a bit of struggle with HP right now. Yeah,
well, we also did see them use their only knockback on the very first initiate death just to make sure that nothing healed out. So he had to make sure that he had to perfectly kite those ads there. So he had to stay in melee range to make sure that they weren't casting too many things. And we see on the snap, this didn't work out for a team yesterday, but it looks like it's working out for them perfectly fine.
Yeah, perfect snap here as they get the initiates down in the water, slow them, punt them, and make sure to kill them all perfectly at the same time. So none of those Zyra, dare you go in those pools of Sanguine?
No,
now, pools of Sanguine do stack, of course, so they made sure to perfectly kill all of those initiates in one spot before they got insta-healed, essentially, from it. And Team D already right over to the second boss, Brother Ironhull and Galecaller Faye. The two bosses, of course, mimic each other's abilities, both drop runes, and both have their specific empowerments. Galecaller Faye specifically has this ward that she puts on the ground, increasing speed and haste of anybody in it by 25%, including the enemies. But at 100 energy, she also gets a buff that if you interrupt her, which you need to for the frequent spell that she casts, 3 melee rotation for the slicing blast, she will spawn kind of tornadoes around the room, Zyro.
Right, and on the other side, Brother Ironhull also drops a rune on the ground. You can see it right there. If you stand in that, or if the bosses stand in that, they get a 70% damage reduction. So obviously you don't want the bosses to be in there. In addition to that, if they're inside of that rune, they also remove any debuffs. So any bleeds, any damage over time abilities will get removed from the boss. So they need to make sure they're kiting the bosses around, making sure they're not inside the runes for too long. In addition to that, Brother Ironhull will also buff himself with a massive damage increase that the tank will need to kite out of, or maybe stand in the rune, or just face tank it like a man.
Or just face tank. 4 casts now, 6 stacks on the Blood DK right now, so perhaps a bit sloppy with their interrupts. They certainly have them available now. I know, of course, they can cleanse this debuff in that area, but they did get a bit low there, so I believe a bit of mismanagement from the interrupts. Nonetheless, they are looking to kill Galecaller Faye first here, as she will fall at 19%. We've seen teams implement 2 different strategies here. Oftentimes, one is where you kind of kill both bosses at the same time, a more DPS but mechanically unfriendly addition of the flip side, which we're seeing here from Team D as Galecaller Faye will be killed first. Now, what I like seeing as well, Zyro, is that the Prot Warrior, at least a couple of times, not looking like he's doing it this time, but just a tip for those at home, the Warrior with Necrotic can actually go into Brother's rune as well and clean your necrotic stacks.
Yeah, like we mentioned, it does clear debuffs, so that includes necrotic, that includes the slicing blast debuffs that go off whenever casts go off. So any debuffs pretty much in the game, any magic debuffs will instantly get cleansed there, and we did see him cleanse there. Now, you mentioned that we saw a couple of different things where sometimes teams would opt to completely focus down Galecaller Faye or just completely cleave them down. They were kind of like in between a little bit. They were cleaving a little bit, but they were also focusing just a little bit more on Galecaller Faye. I believe Ironhull was around 40% HP when Faye died, so that means they only had to do a little bit of single target damage.
Yeah, Long doing well there, of course, to sidestep that frontal hindering cleave, which snapshots the player's location, so you can easily just sidestep it. Team D here downing the second boss and already getting some extra trash pulled to it by the rest of Druid, which moved just slightly ahead of the group. We see army coming in here from the DK. Now, this is a particularly dangerous pull. There are 2 enforcers in here, plus of course, the Ritualist. Now, the Ritualist needs to have his Shadow Bolt AoE volley interrupted, else it will hit players for a moderate amount of shadow damage, but increases the shadow damage you take substantially for any subsequent casts. The enforcers themselves, there's actually 3, excuse me, they pulled the patrol as well, just absolutely destroy tanks with their deep smash, which is why you're seeing Long here be so defensive and safe by kiting away from them. If you're 15-20 yards away from those enforcers, they will not cast their deep smash on you.
Right, that's why we see him kiting around so frantically here. He just wants to make sure he doesn't take any damage, and we see him getting incredibly low. That might have been just 1 or 2 deep smashes. If he gets hit by every single one of them at the same time, he's down for sure, and that's a battle res on the board for them. But we see him just actually pretty perfectly kiting these around. He's kind of going slow enough so that the kicks are easy to get for the rest of the melee, but not too fast so that people are frantically running around the room. Very, very great kiting from Long there.
So it looks like they're going to be proccing their 60% third reaping wave here, after which I expect that they're just going to, as quickly as they can, run through the tentacle room that we always skip. The remaining 2 enforcers and just shadow meld on top of the safe bridge area. There's a long stretch of bridge here that is just completely mob free. So here they go. We see them, the shadow meld coming in, and Team D moves up the bridge right now to grab some of these caster packs. Not sure if they're going to deal with this tentacle pack. We'll see in just a moment here. And they do indeed, as the 2 cultists are taunted down. You want to make sure that the 2 tentacles that spawn Reveal Darkness here are killed either just no mobs are killed under them because they're immobile with Sanguine, or once you kill them, you want to move those mobs away from the Sanguine. So a bit of tricky play here from them.
Yeah, they definitely have to make sure they're focusing their passive cleave here, making sure they're focusing down the tentacles first. Like you said, if any Sanguine goes below them, their tentacles are stuck in the ground. They can't move at all. So if anything dies on top of them, they're going to heal to full, and they have to wait for the Sanguine to go away. If you go too far away from the tentacles, they'll start smashing the ground and doing massive group damage. So you're just going to sit there for 60 seconds looking at these tentacles, wondering why you did what you did there.
Colossal Smash, certainly something you don't want on a group, especially in this fortified setting. Mental Assault going out of that cultist. Team doing well to sidestep that snapshot frontal that will stun you and deal just a bit of damage to you if you stand in it. Now moving up to the rest of the bridge. Now, they need about 80% trash before they move over to the 4th boss. So between this bridge and the tentacles in the next room before Lord Stormsong, they will complete the remaining trash they need. We'll see exactly how they want to handle their 4th reaping wave. But this is actually a really big pull coming out here. We see some of the silences with Garrote coming out of their rogue as well. This is a lot of caster damage that can go on the tank. A lot of CDs have been popped here just to stay alive, but Rip Mines and Void Bolts, certainly 2 very dangerous casts for the tank, as one does get off, but has that shield wall ready. Right,
and of course you also have to mention the mental assaults that are frontal abilities, that if you get hit by them, we also get stunned for 5 seconds and be just pretty much out of commission for 5 seconds. In addition to that, doing a lot of damage to anyone that gets hit by. So with all of these mobs together, there's multiple mobs casting mental assaults, there's multiple interrupts, there's multiple Rip Mines. So many Void Bolts, so many interrupts going off here. This is probably one of the most dangerous pulls in the dungeon.
And plus the Sanguine as well with a bunch of caster mobs. They only have access to really that one punt with the Typhoon on a 30-second cooldown from the rest of Druid. Opts to use it there at the end. So honestly, just almost perfectly done by them. No Sanguine healing from the mobs. Everything dies fairly closely together. No deaths. It was just really well played by them. 76% on the board. Killing one side of these Dweller tentacles right now will yield just sub 80. So they will not proc their 4th reaping wave yet. Of course, over on Battle for Champion, we see that Bloodlust has been popped on a similar pull on the bridge, so they won't have that available for the bosses now, but they do manage to get past the same pack and are once again back neck in neck with Team D.
Yeah, definitely an advantage for Team D, still having that Bloodlust available for either of these 2 bosses should they choose to use it there. We can just see the difficulty of that double pull on the bridge with BFC opting to use their Bloodlust just to make sure that pull went off without a hitch. It's just a super dangerous pull, and to see Team D pull it off without Bloodlust is very impressive.
So Team D, of course, does proc their 4th reaping wave there, and you can see them all shadow meld right away. Now, they did have a couple of mobs snap to them, teleport. We can see just 1 Tormented Soul here, but you know what? Advantage Blood DK, or Unholy DK, perhaps just a bit at least, but really not a big deal for that to be in there. They just interrupt the Grave Bolt, and no danger. It doesn't even displace them with Area Denial. Nobody actually interrupted the Grave Bolt as I said that, but nonetheless, no casualties suffered by the team. As they've started now on Lord Stormsong, will have that Bloodlust available for what looks like the 4th boss once they get to that room there after they kill Lord Lord Stormsong. But let's talk a bit about Lord Stormsong first, Zyro.
Yeah, Lord Stormsong is a really interesting boss. It's just kind of a cyclical boss. He has an interrupt that you need to interrupt with a 2 melee rotation. He also casts Rip Mind at random players in the group, which is just extra damage, to single target damage to enemy players in the group. And he'll also occasionally spawn these 5 Shadow Balls. Now, if you hit one of the Shadow Balls, you'll be stunned and take massive shadow damage. But the main mechanic to get rid of these Shadow Balls is the MC, the Ancient Mindbender.
Yeah, the Mindbender, you want to make sure you run through those balls. Now, 5 of them is not enough actually to take you to the threshold of percentage that drops the mind control on the player. So teams often either try to kind of pre-immune or pre-vanish the first cast to make sure that it doesn't go on you, or if they do, they'll eat the 5 balls and then kind of run into that pool in the background there that we see in the back right. That does damage you substantially as well. But the more efficient method, of course, is to skip that first one. Now we see that there are 10 balls kind of circling the players and 2 per player fixated here. Once we get the Wake and the Void cast in just a moment, we'll have 15, and then we'll have more than enough damage for the first MC target. If they even get to it, I mean, Lord Stormsong is now at 17% for Team D. They're just rifling through it. But you know what? Not far behind in terms of single target, and this is where the advantage of the Windwalker comes in, especially with that physical debuff. Battle for Champion closing the gap as well.
Yeah, it's actually incredibly close. And like you mentioned, they're both just ripping through this boss right now. It isn't a fortified setting, so the bosses don't have as much health as they would on Tyrannical, as they do get that last Ancient Mindbender cast as the boss dies. But both of these teams are just incredibly close. Now, we're going to have to see what that Bloodlust will do for them. You know, most teams don't really have too much of an issue getting through one phase on the last boss here. We did see one team barely not make it, but every other team that has been on Shrine of the Storm so far has been able to make that timer to make sure they only get one intermission phase. So maybe that's just a safety thing for them. Maybe they're going to use it to deal with trash during the intermission quickly. We'll have to see where they use that Bloodlust.
We'll also have to see if anybody embarrassingly gets hit by any of these jellyfish here. That will stun you for 8 seconds through immunity as well, so I don't think they'll be able to kind of sneak out of that one. But the players do well to kind of avoid everything right now as we see these lovely druid shapes here from our observers right now moving into the final boss room. Now, this final boss room consists of 4 packs of eels, about 7 to 8 eels per pack. That give a substantial amount of percent, and 3 denizen mobs here in front of the final boss. Now, name of the game here is that what will happen, they will actually go and pull the boss. Sometimes eels will largely get accidentally pulled, sometimes on purpose. 1 or 2 packs. We're actually seeing both teams deal with some of the eels right now and the denizen back. Okay, so everything I was about to say goes completely out the window right now for Team D as they opt to deal with the trash before the boss. A lot of damage coming in on their unholy DK as he has a lot of necrotic stacks and the shadow stacks from the eels. Fortunately, he manages to get away. Long at 46 stacks, 48 now of necrotic, barely surviving as it takes him down right now. Gets saved though and manages to kite out as the melee are making sure to interrupt those forgotten denizens without a cat. That was scary.
Yeah, I'm actually, you know what the impressive thing is, I'm about 90% sure that wasn't on purpose. We saw the shrouds coming out from the rogues there to try to skip past the eels, and they ended up pulling them accidentally. So just the presence of mind is saying, oh, we have an unholy DK, let's just go ahead and pull both of these packs onto eels on top of the 3 mobs so we can abuse that massive AoE damage. And we see the difference in AoE damage that the unholy DK was able to deal there. That was just a really impressive, like, it was an on-the-fly call from them, I'm pretty sure, and it was really impressive to see.
Certainly on the flip side is the more traditional route that we see from teams over on the left side with Battle for Champion, where the boss is actually aggroed first, and during this boss fight, the healer gets a debuff that stacks up to 9. That increases your damage done, but decreases your maximum HP. By doing that, you're actually allowed to stay in the boss phase after transition as he just sits there casting, doing nothing, and they will go and kill the trash using that healer's substantial damage buff just to make it a bit more efficient. So certainly a bit untraditional, I suppose, from Team D, but as you said, Zyro, perhaps it was just a mistake and they capitalized on it.
Right, and the important thing to mention as well is about the healer debuff. Not only is it a 90% damage and healing debuff, it's also a 90% health reduction. So if any AoE damage mechanics go off, or gets hit by any of the tentacle slam mechanics in the fight, the healer's a goner. Now on the side of Battle for Champion, they don't have a battle res for the healer, but they do have a battle res in the form of the DK on the side of Team D for that.
They do, and 2 battle res is available for Team D should they need it. But at this point, with how close the 2 teams are together, it would actually be pretty detrimental for either team to have yet another death. Team D now still has that Bloodlust available, and they've killed the majority trash. So here they go. They're probably going to spark up that Bloodlust. There it goes right on them as it shines on the screen. Looking to one phase Volzith right now, and after doing so, they will be able to move over and grab the final eel pack. They might actually even pull it at the same time as the boss is dying, but a lot of damage coming out for them as 43% now for Volzith on Battle for Champion, but they still have 7% trash to deal with.
Yeah, they have 7% trash to deal with on the side of BFC with only 3% on the side of Team D. Now this fight isn't completely over yet. This isn't a figured out fight. They also have to make sure that they're kiting the bosses away from these small little manifestation ads. If any of them hit the boss, They'll explode for AoE damage, surely killing the healer, who, like we mentioned, is at 90% reduced health. We see the Monk Ring of Peace coming out on the side of BFC just to make sure those heads don't hit the boss, and this boss is going to go down at the exact same time for these two teams.
Exact same time as we see the death from Battle for Champion come in first. 2% for Volzith. The Eels start coming in for Team D as they look to finish them off right now. Battle for Champion still needs to deal with 2 more packs. Only 1 here for Team D. It's looking really good for them as they're looking to close off the first game in a very close fashion. Team D takes the first game of the series over Battle for Champion. Only a few seconds apart here for the two teams. Whew, that was very, very trash heavy, but a bit of limiting factor in terms of the pull sizes here that you could do, especially before the first boss. Not only through the existence of what should be, if I'm not mistaken, explosive in here, but also just there's a lot of trash that does residual damage on the group.
Right, and the other one thing that I don't necessarily think Unholy is the greatest thing in this dungeon is we like to see the Unholy DKs pulling Reaping Packs into bosses, and this is one of the dungeons where you take care of all of your trash instantly, right away at the start of the dungeon, so there's not too much of taking advantage of that Unholy DK single target on bosses there.
So both teams with a similar pull healer as they pull into the kind of the first hut down the hill. A lot of Peacekeepers coming in, as you mentioned, Zyra, and those explosives on the side. We get that Bloodlust from both sides immediately. Similar to what we saw the strat yesterday being as well, but there's just a lot of trash to shoot through. We're going to have a lot of high health Peacekeepers doing a ton of damage to the tank and their corresponding Reaping mobs that spawn with 50% baseline health from them. So we are now, of course, seeing the correct affixes on the screen. We have the explosives that we've seen. Orbs will spawn randomly from anything in the dungeon, really, and if you don't kill the orb by the time the explosion timer goes off, it will hit anybody in line of sight for 50% of max health. Now, the second affix usually not too much of a concern, Zyra, especially with a prot warrior there for Skittish.
Yeah, definitely. We're not really going to see that Skittish affix come into play too often, unless maybe perhaps the warrior tank gets disoriented by something in the dungeon, instantly dropping all of their aggro. But these I'd hope that these teams are good enough to not do that. We see Long dropping incredibly low just from the mechanized Peacekeeper damage, though.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming in, and of course we've already seen that cheat death proc, unfortunately, for one of the 2 rogues for Battle for Champion. A bit of sloppiness on the pull there. Now, it is worth mentioning, especially with the Skittish, it's further made kind of a not dangerous affix for the team because they have 2 rogues with tricks of the trade every 30 seconds, just pumping all of that threat into the tank, so not a problem for them. A Battle for Champion now dealing with their first Reaping wave as they kind of tag along with some extra trash, pulling some more. Mech Jockeys of particular danger, especially if they don't get into the Peacekeepers. They will cast Grease Gun on random close proximity members, not even the tank all the time, so that is something of splash damage that you want to be worried about, along with those Adult Thugs, Zyra, that charge range targets.
Yeah, and this is where you see the power of the Unholy DK, pulling Reaping Packs into massive trash packs, jumping up to almost 600k AoE damage there, making sure all of the Reaping is instantly gone, and they only have to deal with 1 or 2 of the trash mobs that they have left afterwards. So explosive, not too much of an issue if there's nothing left to spawn explosive.
Ab Kitty pouncing on that explosive as it comes up for Team D, just absolutely destroying that first Reaping pack along with extra trash. Literally, I mean, quite frankly, be carried by the Unholy DK damage there. Getting ready to prop up for another large pull and destroy their second Reaping wave here in a second as well. Battle for Champion is as well dealt with their first Reaping pack, moving around this kind of circular area of trash right before the first boss. Now, one mod that we didn't talk about just yet, Zyra, but is particularly dangerous in here are the vendors. Unfortunately, death coming in, though, just before we go on to that thought for Mog. Cheat death not available, so first, Team Death coming in potentially for Battle for Champion as well, as everybody's dipping quite low. We did not have that cheat death available from the first rogue as they progged it on that first pull. Bit of a mess here with the explosives going on, just trying to recover. Cheat death for the second rogue has procced as well as the Windwalker gets quite low. Looks like they're finally managing to stabilize, but part of what set this off in the first place is the danger of those vendors that we were talking about.
Yeah, the refreshment vendors are probably one of the most dangerous mobs in the entire dungeon. They have 2 main mechanics that need to be interrupted. They first of all, they have their channel ability, which will target a random player in the group, deal pretty heavy damage, and if that channel does get finished, the person will be frozen for several seconds, not able to help the group out. In addition to that, they also have the Kaja Coal Refresher, which, if let go off, is an undispellable healing buff on all of the close enemies. So both of them have to be interrupted. In addition to that, you also have to deal with the thugs and the assassins at the same time. So it's just these trash pulls are incredibly dangerous to deal with.
Yeah, just a lot of attention needed. Inhale Vapors interrupted there, well done so by Battle for Champion. That will increase their damage output by roughly 50%, something like that. So making them very, very volatile, dangerous mobs. Second Reaping wave coming in here for Battle for Champion. Team D following suit, pulling 2 mechanized Peacekeepers plus that Reaping pack. Expecting in just a second here to see that Unholy DK skyrocket in damage, as this is a quite high density pull. They're leaving explosive on the side, managed to finally cleave it down, and here comes the Unholy DK damage, just melting that Reaping pack that has come in and looking to just destroy the rest of the pack that they pulled.
Yeah, one thing to mention as well, that it might seem like it's a little dangerous here, but Reaping doesn't tend to correspond with dungeon affixes. So while they're spawning, 30, 40 mobs with the Reaping pack, those Reaping mobs can't actually spawn explosive, or, they don't also respond to Sanguine or anything like that. In this dungeon, they only have to worry about the mobs they're actually pulling to spawn explosives. So that's why we're not seeing tons of explosives popping off. We just see the warrior dropping incredibly low for Battle for Champion here.
Yeah, of course, and really the only kind of affix that works with Reaping is Skittish, because that's baseline from the tank themselves. But we already mentioned with the Prot Warrior, really not much of a concern for that, as they kind of thunderclap themselves to victory. Battle for Champion now 46% on the board, as they're slowly grinding around this outside area prior to the first boss, as we'll see. Both teams likely engage somewhere in the very rough region of 80 to 90. Usually try to get that fourth Reaping done for most teams before that first boss. Team D at 53%. Will actually be soon proccing their third Reaping wave as well.
Yeah, and once again, we'll probably see a Reaping pull into another large trash pull, and we'll see the Unholy DK pop off, 400, 500, maybe even 600k damage. We just see that too many times for them.
I would never have guessed it. But as you say that, the Unholy DK is starting to slowly rise up and finish off over the rest of this pack. There's the 60% perfectly calculated by Team D as they move forward with the Reaping pack coming in. And let's put it to the test, Zyre. Let's take a look at those damage meters. Now we see the rogues skyrocketing just at the start, but as everything kind of gets in there and people start managing the explosives as well, the Unholy DK just kind of prepping to rocket up in damage. And just a second, I'm expecting to see that jump up, but I'm not actually seeing it as he starts chunking quite low. Okay, there we go. Now he's starting to get above the second rogue as well. Most of the trash is done, so not the highest peak that we saw from before, but likely not having all of the cooldowns available either.
Well, yeah, also they kind of need all of the mobs to be alive, and it looks like the rogues were kind of killing them off before he was able to actually get all of his damage set up. It does require quite a bit of setup to get done properly, so there's a little bit of time spent there making sure that they get all of their setup done. Now, we mentioned that these teams like to get 80 to 90% of their mob count before they even get to the first boss here, and that's just because the trash in this beginning part of the dungeon is so much easier, and on top of that, so much more efficient than the rest of the dungeon. Moving into the R&D area, and also between the third and fourth boss later on in the dungeon, all of that trash is incredibly dangerous.
Absolute nightmare, that pack. Looks like we have an explosive go off for Battle for Champion. Now, it will not instant kill you, but it will deal 50% of your max HP. It does get mitigated by whatever kind of passive mitigation you might have on your character, things like versatility or avoidance, should they have it on their gear. I don't think actually they have any avoidance on their gear, but certainly versatility, if they have any pieces with that, will mitigate some of that damage. Battle for Champion, 66% now, working towards their fourth Reaping wave, but Team D just kind of keeping the same distance margin with their front lead. 75% on the board from them. Looks like this 3-pack will likely proc their next Reaping wave, which I expect that they'll grab right on top of that first boss. No Bloodlust available, though.
And no Bloodlust available, but this boss tends to, the mechanics of this boss kind of lend themselves to not wanting to use Bloodlust, especially when you have an Unholy DK. The Unholy DK just scales so much exponentially with AoE damage. I wouldn't be surprised to see them use that second Bloodlust on another AoE pack after the boss.
Yeah, and there's also the possibility of them just going right past the boss and
True.
dealing with a bunch of trash there and then backtracking. We've seen that several times from some teams as well. Explosives being well handled there by Jack as he runs around in kitty form, making sure to help the DPS cleave those down and have no danger, so that they can just output maximum damage on these this leftover Peacekeeper plus Thug combo. A couple of mech jockeys in there as well. Want to be careful with that for their grease gun. That will hit players, so he wants to make sure that the rogues and the Windwalker are nice and healthy so they can absorb some of those hits. Here comes the fourth Reaping wave, and indeed the first boss coin-operated Crowd Pummeler has been pulled for Team D.
Yeah, now looking at the coin-operated Crowd Pummeler, we were talking the reason this boss tends to not have Bloodlust used on it are these bombs that we see going out right now. Each of these bombs, when kicked into the boss, will increase the boss's damage taken by 50%, and it stacks 3 times. And each time he gets hit by the bomb, the debuff refreshes. So what you'll typically see teams do is kick 1 or 2 bombs into the boss, or specifically they'll kick 2 bombs into the boss, wait until the debuff is almost gone or the third bomb is about to explode, then kick the third bomb into the boss, making him take 150% increased damage. And that's why we're seeing these obscene single target DPS numbers out of these players.
Yeah, I certainly want those foot bombs going in, and nice benefit there for the Unholy DK as well with that fourth Reaping wave on top of the boss. Doing well, of course, just to sidestep that frontal there. That will stun you and deal a fair bit of damage. Now, the static shock is something to be noted on, and also this boss movement. You're seeing these piles of gold go down on the ground. Now, players are seemingly not interested in it for some weird reason, because, we're both broke on live, but avoiding them as the boss will try to absorb them with buffing his damage by 10% per pile permanently for the remainder of the fight. So you do have a bit of finite space in the room before you will start to gain damage buffs. But at this level, and with honestly just the kind of caliber and cadence of these teams, you're not going to run out of space before the boss keels over.
Yeah, and I like to see the efficiency out of these teams too. They typically will relegate the bomb kicking to the healer here, because the healer is doing the least damage as possible out of all the players in the group as possible. And on top of that, all of the damage in this fight is it's on a timer pretty much, so you know exactly when it's happening, so you can kind of preset for it. They just kind of, like JB said on Twitter yesterday, you kind of just slap that soccer jersey on him and say, go get him, champ.
Yeah, I mean, you get those bombs kicked into the boss, and this healer not missing a single one. Certainly our friend Jack could take a note of in the back room right now, as his foot bomb skills are certainly not the most up to par. Team D now at 25% on the coin operated crowd pummeler, 52% still on the board for Battle for Champion. You would expect that their single target, of course, is superior to Team D's. We actually saw that in the last dungeon as well, just by prowess of that Windwalker being in there with that physical debuff for the team, as well as icing on the cake, if you will. 14% now for Team D as they look to close it off and move over to the next trash. Right,
and we do see a little bit difference in trash percentage here too. We do see Team D has 5% less trash percentage than BFC, but that's not too big of a difference, right? That's maybe 2 or 3 mobs. Ooh, and yeah, they do. BFC does commit their bloodlust to the end of the boss here, which is kind of an interesting timing if you think about it. But since they're using it this early, they might have it back up for a 3rd bloodlust even later on in the dungeon. It's going to be very close, though.
I mean, that's a bold strategy, Zyra. We're going to have to see if that one works out for them, but likely it is based on some timing later in the dungeon. It looks like they're actually going to waste a lot of that Bloodlust timer, so hopefully whatever timer they intend for the end of the dungeon is worth about a 25% loss on that initial Bloodlust. 10 seconds left on it. Maybe they actually not waste as much as we thought. Boss about to go down here for Battle for Champion, as we see a stealth into the middle of a large pile of mobs for Team D coming up right now, getting ready to grab everything together. Now, you want to make sure you're interrupting these Rock Lances for the tank, because if you don't have that spell reflect, a lot of damage coming in as well, along with dodging the bombs from the sappers, Zyro.
Yeah, and of course the thing to mention when you're pulling a massive amount of mobs like this, every single one of them has a chance to proc explosives. So any of those explosives go off, it's massive amount of AoE group damage in addition to letting any of those Rock Lances go off. That can one-shot a player with an explosive going.
Absolutely, but the speed at which they killed the pack just by virtue of especially the Unholy DK's damage there. They essentially had 5 DPS AoE at the level of the Rogues and the Praw Warriors there, with double damage coming in from Unholy. They just hacked that squad down so quickly there. Bloodlust finally coming up, the second one, of course, for Team D here on Azarok, the second boss of the dungeon. Very front-loaded boss in terms of difficulty, as these Earth Ragers were still at their fight and fixate random players. You can see if they start connecting melees with the players, they will stack a bleed damage over time on them, as the Rogues are struggling to kind of kite around in circles. They don't have too effective of a slow and peel for them, so Tree of Life being popped here by Ab, the Resto Druid on Team D, struggling to heal through those bleeds as the rest of the team tries to just cleave down these Earth Ragers before things get out of hand, whilst dodging those frontal tectonic smashes.
Yeah, these Earth Ragers are probably the most dangerous part of the dungeon for a triple melee comp, because if every single one of the DPS gets fixated, nobody can actually sit there and do damage. They have to kite around in circles, and we see that last Rogue on the side of Team D had a double fixate and 7 bleed debuffs. The fact that he's even getting healed through this right now is incredibly impressive from the healer. Very
impressive, and he didn't even proc his cheat death. It got close a couple times there, but really well done by Ab. Finally manages to top the rest of the group off. Main danger with those Earth Ragers is done. Manages to get into cat form and just get right at it right now. Battle for Champion here, of course, moving up, not using one of their Shrouds, but I'm expecting a Shadow Meld here in just a moment. Indeed, as they skip the last Reaping pack by doing so, which is why we didn't have the Shroud. They were stuck in combat from that 5th Reaping wave, and it's something that they're now done with for the rest of the dungeon, minus a couple ones that leaked in, but we'll have to keep a close eye to see how well they do here at the start of their Azarok pull without that Bloodlust availability.
We see Jack going down incredibly low. 3 players incredibly low on the side of Battle for Champion at the start of this boss, and the Windwalker goes down as well, but the healer can't sit there and battle res him here right now. Oh, he does actually, which is pretty dangerous, but
is actually pretty lucky. He managed to drop his bleed stacks just as he needed to get that battle res off, so managed to kind of stabilize everything there. But another death on the board for Battle for Champion, on top of the 2 they had now, making 3 15-second timer, 10-second difference from Team D's 1 death. They do manage to finally stabilize, but unfortunately definitely lost some time there because of that death, and that was actually almost a wipe. I mean, that Resto Druid was so close to dying.
Yeah, it was incredibly close, and it just shows, I mean, Team D definitely had the safer approach using the Bloodlust at the start of this boss, because the start of this boss is just so dangerous, like we mentioned with the triple melee comp. Having BFC get through that with only 1 death, not having Bloodlust, I mean, I'd take that any day, honestly.
I do agree with that. Team D now down to 12% on Azarok, as you see a bunch of trash being pulled in here on purpose so that they can proc their final Reaping wave just as Azarok dies. Doing so, they will actually take the minecart down the kind of hill there into the R&D area, and then rush as quickly as they can to the third boss room and use that Shadow Meld. They'll be so far away from the third Reaping Wave that even with the massive aggro radius of those Reaping mobs, they won't be able to have aggro. Maybe one or two will leak, we'll see. But Team D, nonetheless, has killed Azarok. Looking over here to finish the last 5% of trash as they will head down the hill. Still 40% left on Azarok for Battle for Champion, even though they've dealt with their 5th Reaping Wave. Certainly a bit behind. Long here having a bit of trouble with some damage incoming from these last mobs.
Yeah, like you mentioned here, they're going to look to proc their last and final Reaping Wave here, and then they'll move on to the third boss where they'll Shadow Mode both all the trash they ran past plus this 5th Reaping Wave. So the second this Taskmaster goes down, we might actually see them mount up and run down the path instead of take the minecart, because some of these DPS aren't really going to be able to run too fast. We do have 2 rogues, so they'll be able to run fast, but that Unholy DK, he's going to be waddling after everyone else.
Unholy DK didn't care. He just left the rest of the team there in the cart, just making sure that they finish it off. Of course, not the DK is not known to have the best mobility in the game, certainly one of their drawbacks, as the team gets downstairs here and manages to start running over through into the third boss's room for Rixa here. Azarok now at 2%. Not going to lose any time here for Battle for Champion, as they've already dealt with a Reaping Wave. So right after this, they're just going to get right in that minecart and head down the hill immediately. So Team D certainly still slightly ahead, but it's a bit deceiving. They're not that ahead.
Yeah, they're definitely a bit ahead. I think, honestly, they're more ahead because of the 2 extra deaths that Team Battle for Champion has, rather than just where they are in the dungeon, because Battle for Champion is going to be on this boss in the next 10 seconds. So looking at Rixa Fluxflame, this is another one of those area of denial bosses that we see at the end of Motherload here. Both this boss and the final boss are big area of denial. You'll see Rixa Fluxflame target 1 player, put a bunch of goop on the ground, and then he'll target another player and also put goop on the ground there. And then also he'll go through 2 cycles of blowing away the goop on the ground. So it's managing your positioning, making sure you're leaving room to stand in the group. And on top of that, he'll also place debuffs on these players. Yeah,
and not just the debuffs, so there are the chem launchers that go onto the 2 players right now, the 2 closest proximity players we should mention, of course, from Rixa. Now, they have a plethora of immunities and pre-AMS they could use for some of the DPS, but the tank will either need to get dispelled or can, of course, spell reflect this every 25 seconds from long, but it does a lot of damage, and this boss, particularly on Tyrannical, is very dangerous for the tanks as it does pure fire damage, not blockable either, so you're going to see a lot of ignore pain spam coming out of long. Of course, you still want to maintain that shield block for the extra shield slam damage, but Rixa now down to 65% already for Battle for Champion. We know they have the superior single target damage because of their composition, Unholy DK versus the Windwalker Monk that BFC is carrying right now, so they're actually quite quickly catching up to Team D.
In addition to that, they'll also have their Bloodlust off cooldown earlier, which means they'll get more of a chance to use it where they want to use it on the final boss. So we're going to have to see if that actually will make up for that 10-second loss, in addition to, the 5% or so behind on the bosses they are. In addition to also the better single target comp. This is going to be incredibly close at the end of the dungeon.
It's going to be very close as that gap keeps closing from Battle for Champion. 5-6% now down to only 2-3% between the 2 teams. Team D looks like they're getting their second round of cooldowns out as they start to kind of spread that DPS out and spread the gap between the 2 bosses out. 25% left on Rixa as the team is doing well to bait that propellant blast into the various directions of the Azerite goop on the ground, making sure that they don't have too much area denial and have the freedom to move as needed, depending on where the vents kind of shoot out some extra area denial. 24% now as Battle for Champion is still working on Rixa, but they're starting to kind of reclose the gap as more CDs are coming up because Team D widened it once again.
Yeah, it's kind of impressive actually how close together these teams are still at the end of the dungeon with their separate comps. We see how much more damage the Monk is doing on the side of Battle for Champion versus the Unholy DK, but Team D has been consistently about 5% ahead for the entire time they've been on this boss. So the fact that they're doing the same single target damage with a worse single target comp is pretty impressive.
I would actually be curious to see those kill times on that boss specifically. I do reckon that Battle for Champion actually did kill it a bit faster. Nonetheless, both teams right away, we will see the double stealth here as they run past these mechanized peacekeepers. Now, these do have true sight, so at some point, the Protection Warrior will need to grab this final pack that we're seeing for Team D here and drag it to the side in order to kind of just shadow meld and get rid of it. But they're actually not. Everybody's running upstairs, and they will shadow meld it together as a team in the corner just to not have the extra death. We're seeing the strat that I was talking about coming out of Battle for Champion, where the Prot Warrior pulls it to the side and then Heroic leaps onto the platform using that shadow meld. Both teams engaging Mogul Razdunk at the same time.
Yeah, Team D maybe only pulled it a couple seconds beforehand. They're almost, we're almost going to see identical mechanics coming out from these groups just because of how close they are together. Now, we mentioned that both of these last 2 bosses are huge area of denial bosses. All of the mechanics that this boss does are going to make sure you cannot stand in a particular spot. We see on the side of Battle for Champion, the Gatling gun going across, which is going to be a circular mechanic that you need to move out of. If you stand in front of that Gatling gun, you're going to take a massive amount of damage over time.
Yeah, and not just that, we do see these kind of mechanized heads rolling around the arena. Now, if you imagine the arena kind of as a 3x3 grid, or just a rough 3x3 grid, one of them will occasionally deny a row, while the other one denies a column that we can see well there on the side of Battle for Champion. So players need to make sure to pre-move to those safe locations, because you can see well ahead of time which areas are going to get kind of flamed upon by those missiles. Now, you want to make sure you move ahead as well, because this boss is a big pain in the butt to move for the tanks. He just so often casts several things, actually, including this Gatling gun that makes him immobile, so you want these melee to have access to damage the boss at all times. 30 seconds, Zyra, as well, as you mentioned earlier, on the Bloodlust for Battle for Champion.
Yeah, and it looks like for Team D, that Bloodlust probably isn't going to come back up, so that Bloodlust could be the complete difference, the time makeup for Battle for Champion, for those extra 2 deaths that they have. The one final mechanic that we haven't talked about, of course, are the rockets that will occasionally go on any ranged DPS members of the group. Now, because these groups are both running triple melee comps, the only ranged person in the group will be the healer, so every single time a rocket's about to go out, you'll see the healer move out of the group and then move back in after exploding the rocket only on themselves. We see these intermission phase here, yeah.
Yeah, intermission right now as we see these Azerite Heartseekers come in for Battle for Champion for the 2 ads that spawn the Sky Scorchers. Now, finally, Bloodlust does go up as Mogul Razdunk gets out of the phase transition for Battle for Champion, looking to just finish him off as quickly as possible. They do have a 10-second deficit to overcome. Unfortunately, that Missile Seeker does clip the tank as well. So you can see the Prot Warrior dipping quite low here, down sub 20%. Jack doing what he can to make sure that he heals him up to safety as he gets a bit of a breath as Mogul starts doing his Gatling gun attack, which he does not melee the tank during. 42% now for Team D as they get out of the transition phase as well.
In addition to that, also Battle for Champion got out of the transition phase 1 stomp earlier because of the slight bug where sometimes player pets will get hit by the stomp and the boss will think that the player pet getting stomped is one of the pillars. So they did get out of that phase a little bit faster just because of that. Now, their Bloodlust is gone. They are 25% or so ahead on the boss with only 10 seconds that they need, of a disadvantage that they have.
Yeah, it's going to be really close as Battle for Champion is battling for tournament supremacy right now, making sure that they don't get denied down to the lower bracket. The boss does fall, 10 seconds on the clock for Team D, but I mean, Jad, there's just no way that they're going to finish off the remainder of this boss within the last 2 seconds, and Battle for Champion tie up the series at 1 apiece. Very strong off with the dungeon here. Now, Zyra, we see 2 different strats here, actually both employing the second strat that we usually see, where you just kind of mount up, you get that mass stealth going, and you get right into the first boss's room, aggroing 20% of the trash.
Right, and they're planning on proccing their first Reaping Wave here, and probably pulling it with the boss. We've seen this from so many teams. This is just kind of like the default de facto strat we see most teams doing now. This is a little bit more dangerous for the East region because they have this sanguine pull. And I mean, we see the rogue instantly dropping to about 20% there.
Yeah, of course, just to remind those at home, we are back in a Sanguine affix along with Grievous. So Sanguine being the pool that drops under trash mobs when they die, that heals trash, but also does damage to players should you stand in it. So you want to kind of calculate where you drop these pools and slowly kite mobs out of them as they're dropping to make sure that they don't get healed. Team doing well there for Team D to make sure that the Enforcers don't toss the tank across the Sanguine pool and therefore chase them through the Sanguine pool, leading to just a bunch of healing and extra health that you need to go through. But Grievous as well is pretty dangerous in this dungeon.
Right, we were talking about it earlier when we saw Freehold earlier today. It's incredibly dangerous on this first boss because you're running this triple melee comp. The only person who can outrange the shots from the boss is the healer, so these melee are going to be taking shots to the face the entire dungeon if they're not properly spread out. Multiple people will take shots and they'll start stacking up the Grievous stacks. I mean, we even saw both of these healers almost going earlier today, so we'll have to see how these 2 healers are going to deal with this affix here.
Yeah, even right now, there's a couple of 4 stacks, which is the maximum stack of Grievous you can have for Team D, as finally Ab manages to heal through it, and they pull the boss perfectly as that first Reaping Wave comes in for both sides. Bloodlust immediately being popped, both sides a piece as they look to kind of chew through this. So a lot of advantage coming in here for the Unholy DK, likely early, as we're going to see that damage ramp up for them in a moment. But once again, you know, I mean, as Sours mentioned, the 5% physical debuff is nothing to kind of write home about, and it looks like the Unholy DK really didn't get as juicy damage out of that as you'd think and hope they would.
Right, pretty much all the advantage of running the Unholy DK there is going to be all of the burst AoE spores that will pop on top of the boss, plus he gets a little bit of a lingering effect effect from the 15-second Fester My Strength debuff. But instantly, we just saw it there. 2 melee get hit by one of the bursting shots from the boss. That instantly has to be healed out, or those Grievous debuffs are going to start stacking up.
Yeah, you got to make sure not to get clipped by that. And of course, one of the disadvantages from those Azerite powder shots coming in with this full melee comp is that you just don't have that much room to spread around the boss. So you have to maintain a lane for the boss to have access to the range so that nobody gets hit, hopefully, by it. And the melee also need to spread out just enough, but the rogue getting comboed there with the Guano coming in from the parrot flying above as he gets the Azerite combo too. Bit of miscommunication here from Team D as they get rushed as well by the parrot. Death coming over for the Windwalker on Battle for Champion. So a lot of struggles with this first boss coming up for these two teams. Battle Res already gone for Battle for Champion as he gets chunked again with that powder shot coming in from the boss, Zyro.
I mean, we can't stress how difficult this boss is on this Grievous Affix, especially on Tyrannical. These powder shots will do so much damage. I mean, one powder shot taking the rogue to 25%. Now, once again, both of these rogues have all 4 rogues actually have their cheat death available, so they're a little bit safer. That's why we saw the Windwalker Monk die and actually get chunked down so low. The Windwalker Monk is probably the one to keep an eye on.
Yeah, certainly very vulnerable. We've already had a death over from them. Now, part of the problem as well is that the parrot kind of occasionally comes through the arena and charges the players, as we saw Team D get hit by there. No deaths on there. And Tree of Life coming up now from Team D's Ab, the Resto Druid, as he wants to make sure, of course, to be the closest proximity to the parrot flying around the arena. And both of these teams have had a bit of struggle with these green pools actually splashing on top of the melee group, which that kind of combo damage in essence with moving from the tank plus one of those frontals with the shots could actually spell disaster for one of the teams.
And we talked about it at the start of the dungeon. You have that initial AoE burst of single target damage from the Unholy DK, but even with the death on the side of the Windwalker Monk, they have caught up to and surpassed the single target damage of Team D. So we'll have to see, if that's going to be the case going further on the dungeon. But once again, these players dropping incredibly low as the boss is at 3%.
Team D unfortunately getting another round of charge parrot into them. No deaths on the board, and they do manage to get by from the fight. Both Rusted Dudes finally make it through and having a well-deserved fish feast at the end to make sure that they get their mana and health back up to max. Skip over here, of course, cutting the diagonal of the bridge as the rest of the team goes around. The Prot were moving up early. The Rogue actually unfortunately ate a melee to the face from the Enforcer that is guarding the bridge, but did manage to sneak by. Grievous is starting to ramp up, but there's no other action going on the board right now for Team D, so they managed to just heal him through it. And the typical fashion, we see a sap going on to the closest proximity mob here as the two teams go around the side of this hut.
And once again, this is pretty typical. We see a lot of teams pull a couple neutral mobs here to let the rogues start rolling for their buffs with Roll the Bones. If they get a good buff, they'll go in, they'll do a massive pull. If they don't get good buffs, they might do a little smaller variation pull where they'll pull like maybe just the Rat Pack or something small like that.
Such is the scurvy life of a rogue on this pirate map here. Team D now just dropping off the Sanguine here to the side as they start with those Knuckle Dusters moving in. And one of the Rat Packs actually looks to be a pretty big pull coming in here from Team D as they grab some of these Rat Buccaneers too, who are just about to have a barrel of monkeys with the group. Battle for Champion, equally large pull, needing to make sure here that they kite out of the Sanguine, but there is one of the Rat Keepers in here that will drop the traps and kind of root you in place if you don't have that avatar available.
Right, and this is incredibly dangerous pull. There's just so much going on in here. There's a lot of mobs that need to be stunned if they start doing AoE Blade Storm damage. There's a lot of fixate mobs in here, so they need to make sure that they're dealing with all of these kiting and interrupts at the same time. We see 3 people in Grievous range right now which need to be healed out of it, including the tank who's kiting around, so this is just an incredibly dangerous pull in general.
Yeah, so the Knuckle Dusters, of course, also chain slow the tank with a bit of an AoE pound, making it very difficult for Long to get out. He's just not able to get healed out of that 4-stack of Grievous right now as the other teammates start getting there as well. You can see the Unholy DK struggling to get healed up. Ab having a bit of trouble catching up to everyone's health right now as he desperately kites around in circles trying to get rid of these Sanguine pools and let the mobs finally die off, so that Ab can catch up. Now, finally, the most dangerous debuff in the entire game wears off of the pack, known as Slippery Suds, which is applied by one of the Buccaneers on the side. Straight into the boss with the 40% reaping. Not even a time to breathe for Ab. This is a pretty dangerous one here, Zyro.
We finally see a team doing what I wanted them to do here. And actually, we have to mention how careful this pull had to be here. They had to make sure that they didn't drop any Sanguine on any of the 4 corners where Captain Eudora will jump to start doing her grape shot damage. So that was actually, I don't know if they meant to do that, if they knew where she would jump to, but that was just an impressive Sanguine damage, and we can see Rogue dropping incredibly low, but not proccing his cheat death. He still has it available.
So low. I mean, Ab is just getting taxed right now. People cannot get out of this this Grievous affix right now, excuse me. And the problem is, with all these shots coming in on Eudora for extra splash damage, team getting clipped there by the Grape Shot as Eudora jumps to one of the close corners from the boss spawn. Ab is just having such struggles right now. Tree of Life has been popped and is finally ended as he's just struggling to top the team past that 90% threshold and get rid of that dot. Tank doing well here, of course, to move out of the blade and make sure that Captain Jolly reabsorbs it so that the area does not, the group does not have area denial as they get into this barrel to increase their damage by 15% on the boss.
Yeah, and they're not out of the woods yet here. They still have Grievous. They still potentially have Grievous on 2 or 3 players at a time here, especially with those powder shots going out on random players. So this is just another one of those healing intensive fights on Grievous here, and they almost managed to drop Sanguine right where Eudora is, but it's just barely out of the way. Cheat Death does get procced on one of the rogues here.
Finally procs on one of the rogues, and the neutral mobs are pulled there. Not sure if by accident or not, but nonetheless, that was very close to having Sanguine heal up Eudora, who is only now at 33% health. If they manage to pull this off, it's going to be a pretty substantial advantage. We're seeing a more traditional route come out of Battle for Champion. They have dealt with their second Reaping Wave and are stealthing over to the Ring of Booty while they were proc their third Reaping Wave, of course, being at 59%. Lightning event has already started as the team kind of gangs up on the little piggy and brings home the bacon. Battle for Champion pulling some extra mobs here to proc their third Reaping, which they'll likely drag into Ludwig von Tortolen, the kind of penultimate mini-boss before Trothak, the third boss, or typically third boss of the dungeon. But right now, honestly, Zara, all eyes still on Team D as Captain Eudora is about to fall after what is probably one of the most aggressive pulls that we've seen across both cups so far.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned several times last week, I wanted to see teams do that pull, and we finally got a team to do it. And honestly, I mean, it didn't seem like it helped them that much. The bosses were never really stacked on top of each other to get that unholy AoE cleave damage on both bosses. So as impressive as it is that they pulled it off, I don't know if it was a huge time saver. Now, we didn't actually mention the mechanics of this boss too much outside of Captain Eudora. Last week we had a different mechanic where we had the different brews being thrown into the arena for haste and crit buffs, as well as a physical bleed debuff. But instead, this week we actually have these brews on the ground that will do a slight damage increase.
I think it's a nature debuff, actually, which is even more daunting for some of the members. But nonetheless, certainly a lot of damage you want to soak up on the bosses. You just don't have those available this time. As you mentioned, you have this particular barrel on the ground, increasing damage done by 15% since you stand in it. Players doing well to move out of that rupture from Jolly, that for the area denial, as they pull just a bit of extra trash on top of it to try and efficiently cleave things down. But Ab gets hit quite hard there. Unfortunately, does not fall. We don't want to see him die, Zyra. That would be very mean. Captain Jolly now at 4% as Team D looks to finish him off and kill off the small pack of trash that they pulled with it. Von Tortolen, of course, for Battle for Champion, not to be forgotten about. 67% on the board. They've dealt with their third Reaping Wave and are about to down this mini-boss in preparation for Trothak.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of variations here. We talked so many times about these mini-bosses in dungeons having a lot of HP and how their Reaping mobs will actually scale with how much HP the original mob have. They'll have about half the HP that the original mob have. So typically we'll see teams want to completely skip the Reaping mob spawn from mini-bosses in these dungeons. Now, we have seen different variations where some teams will actually leave that mini-boss alive during Trothak so that they have something to cleave on for maybe a little extra 2-target efficiency. So we'll have to see what they plan on doing with that fourth Reaping Wave.
Really aggressive pull coming up here. There are 3 brine scales in this pack that do massive amounts of cast damage on the tag, but also have, aside of the water bolt, they have a frontal frost cast that does immense damage to the group if not interrupted. So Long doing what he can to survive. Tree of Life has been popped, doing well here to kite, and a lot of support coming in from the Unholy DK. We saw the grip on that far caster, so a bit of strength there for the Unholy DK being flexed as the rest of the group finishes it off. Long runs up and starts trying to grab onto Lightning, getting stunned as that little piggy gets the 5 stacks kind of taken off by being grabbed. And Team D now dealing with their third third Reaping Wave as Ludwig von Tortolen is spawning too.
And you can see that beautiful long line of Sanguine pools just showing how good they're kiting these trash packs. A good proper kite in order to make sure these Sanguine pools don't stack up and heal mobs to full is just, it's the crux of these Sanguine dungeons.
Yeah, that Sanguine certainly dealt with well there. Team D now aggroes onto Ludwig. Long having just a bit of struggle, still has some dots left over along with the Grievous, but dots left over from the Reaping pack that Ab is going to want to dispel, of course, having access to that dispel only once every 8 seconds. Trothak down to 68%, though, once again not to be forgotten, for Battle for Champion on the left side. Not the most melee-friendly boss due to this kind of shark tornado that is happening here for Battle for Champion. Both teams kind of having that disadvantage with the full melee, but rogues themselves having the advantage because of their increased kind of melee distance distance, they can stay safely outside of that Sharknado and deal maximum damage.
Right, and we're seeing that during this Ludwig von Tortollen pull, that they have to be very careful with which trash they're pulling it into. If they pull too many trash mobs into it, they might accidentally spawn a Sanguine underneath von Tortollen while he's casting one of these shell bounces, which would instantly cause him to heal for 20-30%, which obviously is a bad thing considering how much health he has. So they're being very, very safe with what mobs they're pulling and when they're kiting the boss around, when they're killing the mobs. So very great Sanguine management once again out of Team D.
Yeah, that would be really bad in a shell there. Battle for Champion now at 37% on Trothak. It's just the boss takes so long with full melee comp, but they're doing quite well, of course. You can see Jack around the outside of the arena dealing with that Sawtooth Shark right now. After this Shark Tornado, Trothak will charge and pick up that Shark, starting to drop the other one, the Hammerhead, on the group, making sure that Jack is there within proximity. It is a Hammerhead. I thought it was a Hammerhead. Okay. Making sure you get within proximity of those Sharks as they will start to jump to their closest proximity target. We have one of the Frost Blasts go off for Team D as they deal with a bunch of the trash here whilst waiting for Trothak to spawn. We can see him there in the top right of the screen, just now menacingly entering the arena.
Now we see this is actually this route that Team D is running for this Unholy DK is completely different than anything we've seen so far. The fact that they were able to pull off that Reaping Wave into Council Captains and not use Bloodlust, as we see actually two people on the side of Battle for Champion go down right as Trothak is at 4%. That was a scary moment, but it looks like they're going to be fine. We see them once again, moving back to the side of Team D, they're pulling this fourth Reaping Wave into Trothak, and they have their Bloodlust available should they choose to use it here for the Unholy DK.
Yeah, and they will have Ludwig's Lost Soul in there as well, so that's a lot of health that they're going to have to chew through. I predict that Last Soul will die, I mean, like, pretty late into the encounter right now, but not too much danger. We'll provide some area denial with these Shadow Smashes for long and the melee. Nothing they can't handle, just a bit of an irritation as Battle for Champion now backtracks back to the Council of Captains that we saw Team D aggressively pull and kill earlier. Bloodlust has been popped for Battle for Champion here to make sure that they grind through Captain Eudora as quickly as possible. Don't want to deal with those powder shots on the group for too long, while Team D is actually holding on to theirs.
Yeah, which is kind of an interesting thing because we've talked so many times, I mean, even earlier in this dungeon, about how much of a difficult boss Trothak is for these triple melee groups. They would have to stand in and do damage during the Blade Storm for them to even, do full damage on the boss. And in this Grievous Affix, that's causing your healer headaches, really.
Yeah, I mean, certainly a lot of dump for the healers right now. And, I'm not really shocked to see Team D not use their Bloodlust here right now. I mean, it's just not the most effective DPS boss for melee with all the running around. The Unholy DK uptime on the boss is really not very great either, as he's kiting around in circles right now. Long seems to be having some issues there in the corner. Looks like potentially a DC as he's just kind of sitting there, not being really killed either. Has he managed to reconnect? Yes, he's finally managed to back up, so perhaps a bit of a lag spike. They do well there. I really love that heads-up play. Unfortunately, a cheat death coming in for one of the rogues there, but does manage to kind of stave it off. I really love the heads-up play, though, from the Unholy DK. They noticed the issue with the Prot Warrior and immediately taunted the boss and started running away from the Prot Warrior just to kind of allow them time to regain connectivity to the fight, so they avoided what could have been, honestly, a potential team wipe.
Right, now we've mentioned the Shark Tornado on the side of Trothak here, but we haven't really gone over what the main portion of the fight is here. We see these sharks moving around the entire room, and essentially what the sharks will do is they'll fixate onto the closest player, moving ever faster. Now, the only way to slow the sharks down is to kite them over one of these pools of chum. We see these little gray pools on the ground. So typically what we'll see these teams do is we'll see them spawn a shark. Everyone but the healer will move away from the shark, and the healer will once again take the job of, doing the difficult things while the brain to DPS just hit the boss the entire time.
DPS brain, Zyra, my friend. As Captain Jolly's brought into the barrel here for Battle for Champion, looking to gain that 15% damage buff and finish Mafeudora, long since dead for the left side of the screen here, Battle for Champion. Now, doing really well to kind of move this saber around the edge of the barrel so that the rest of the DPS can sit in the barrel and try to get a few hits off on the boss with that 15% buff and not be completely area denied from the barrel's buff range and then in that kind of that brown circle there. A bit more trash is pulled over on the side of Battle for Champion as well to get that fourth Reaping Wave too. And
we're seeing that both of these teams are actually killing their boss at the exact same time pretty much here. The only major difference being that Team D has the Bloodlust available for them for the last boss or wherever they plan to use it in the end of the instance. But Battle for Champion has now finally procced their fourth Reaping Wave, probably opting to Shadow Meld it as they run across the bridge here.
Yeah, it looks like they're Shadow Melded, but not just that, but one big difference with how close these two teams have been, Zyronic, is the fact that Battle for Champion has a death and there is none on the side of Team D. Something that could once again, actually, not even for the first time, once again come into play by the end of this match that had cost Battle for Champion probably their first game because of that one death they had in front of the second boss. But who knows for sure. Team D finally crosses the bridge here as Battle for Champion deals with their Ravager pull, making sure that those painful motivations are brought in the pack. But a little bit of mismanagement here with the Sanguine as they bottleneck themselves on the bridge. Some of the mobs run through it and heal from it as well. So the group does have to kind of finish that off. They kill these Ravager packs now, so they're going to have to stealth past the officer, patrol there, move up to the boss. And, I mean, the only thing I can think about right now is a very, very aggressive pull with the double Enforcer pack and the final boss, Harlan.
Yeah, I imagine they'd have to do that after the boss because they don't want to deal with any of that Sanguine spawning on the boss at the last second, even though he will retain that double damage buff from entering the last phase. So we'll have to see. I mean, both of these teams need more percentage, not just from the Ravager packs, but also from something else up here.
Yeah, I think it's going to have to be that pack. Both teams entering here at 80 and 81% apiece. Team D trying to finish off their final Ravager pack here. A bit of, I was actually going to say a bit of sloppiness, but not really. But the officer healed for just so much. They killed the packs down there, and it looks like they're going to jump up and shadow meld the remainder of that officer pull. Really aggressive pull coming in here from Team D once again as they pop Bloodlust with the final Enforcer pack along with Harlan, so they have to be very, very careful on where Harlan is brought. Fortunately, he is a very mobile boss, but if he takes even one tick of Sanguine, he will heal up for a substantial amount, and he's got a lot of health.
Yeah, I actually love this idea of the pull. This completely takes advantage of the Unholy DK Cleave, allowing them to get through the worst part of the fight, the 100 to 30% where the boss is taking just normal damage efficiently. Now, like you said, if he gets any of the healing off from Sanguine here, it's all for naught pretty much. They lose their Bloodlust efficiency, they lose their Unholy DK efficiency, and they're going to lose in the single target battle later on. But it looks like they're doing just fine right now. They do get one tick of the heal off.
They get one tick of 5%, unfortunately, on Harlan, but really good heads-up play from the Unholy DK there. Saw that the Enforcer was about to die, and death gripped one of them out of the pack just as it was about to die, making the tank's life easier to kind of backpedal, kite that boss out of there. So almost perfect pull from them, and still very impressive. They will have to chew through that extra 5% of HP for Harlan as the final Reaping Wave, once again, to the strengths of the Unholy DK, come in and ravage the group. We do have a death go down for Team D, unfortunately. No cheat death available for one of their rogues. Goes down and the battle res comes out immediately. Harlan Sweet now at 48%, well into the second phase for Battle for Champion.
Right, not only did they get the AoE Unholy DK damage off from the pack that they pulled, but they also got the Reaping Wave afterwards. So just double dipping into that AoE. We do see more ticks of healing though coming out from the Sanguine on Harlan there. Looks like the tank got knocked back, and then Harlan followed him into the Sanguine. So looks like 15% of the boss's health has been healed so far.
Yeah, and that's a lot of health, especially not within that kind of burn region of the sub 30%, 100% increased damage taken phase. There's finally stabilized here. All the Sanguine has now despawned from Team D's boss area. Harlan Sweet about to enter the burn phase here for Battle for Champion at 30%. Both teams doing well to root the Grenadier on either side, making sure that it does not enter the pack and splash a bunch of damage. Ab actually just runs right through it to make sure it doesn't reach the rest of the group, and he takes the hit.
Yeah, like we've mentioned, this is, well, we haven't mentioned it yet this dungeon, but this is a 3-phase encounter. Once they hit 60%, the boss will start targeting all of the players with every single one of his abilities. And also, once he hits 30%, like we've seen Battle for Champion hit, he will start to take double damage in addition to also gaining 100% attack speed. So, lots of tank damage and also double damage taken as they pull the boss into that pack that we saw Team D pull earlier.
So here comes the predicted aggressive pull from Battle for Champion. Harlan Sweet about to fall here as he's melting with that 100% increased damage taken for the group. A lot of damage coming into the group. Harlan does fall. They just need to kind of stabilize here and finish it off, but 4 stacks of Grievous for the Windwalker Monk as the healer is struggling to keep everyone alive right now. Both teams with 1 death apiece. Harlan at 46% for Team D. They've already dealt with their trash component, but it looks like Battle for Champion will be able to take this final game as they only have these 2 sub 20% health enforcers left. One is about to go down right now, and the second falls shortly after. Battle for Champion grabs the series 2-1 over Team D.
Excellent.
Now, I don't think teaming really affects this dungeon too much. I think the affix we really want to look at here is the Quaking affix.
Yeah, so Quaking on top of, having Tyrannical, this can be very dangerous if you get unlucky timings, especially here in this first boss, the Sand Queen. There's a bunch of AoE damage coming in during the Sandstorm, and of course you have those small adds that spawn throughout the fight from the Sand Traps, as we can see right now, which whenever they die, they will buff the Sand Queen with an Enrage effect. So when the Enrage effect is up during the upheaval or during the Sandstorm, then it can can be trouble.
Right, and of course we see both teams holding on to their bloodlust here, but because they know that the first below phase is going to happen here, so they wouldn't get that full 40-second usage out of it if they used it right on the pull. They'll probably pop it right now, moving into the second phase here. Now, like you said, like you mentioned, there's a lot of extra AoE damage going on from all these drones that spawn here. So what's the main thing that these teams are looking to just to focus on not dying during this fight, really?
Yeah, so as you can see, Cheat Death already proccing here for one of the rogues from Accompany. I mean, they're trying to avoid the upheaval as much as possible because, so when she goes down, she will borrow and then she will target a random player and come up and do a lot of damage to them. But you can actually dodge this ability by either using something like Shadow Melt. You can just be really fast with like a blink or a Shadow Step or a grappling hook or something like that. But we saw one of the rogues actually not doing it well enough and proccing this Cheat Death. So they definitely have to watch out for stuff like that here.
We already see one weird mistake here. We saw it looks like Accompany forgot to pop their bloodlust right away, and they had it up during one of the burrow phases. So just really kind of weird micromanages. Maybe a little bit of nerve going into a dungeon, knowing you're in the lower bracket, knowing if you lose this series, you're out of the tournament in top 4. So a little bit weird out of them. They are a little bit behind on the boss just because of that. Now these teams are running nearer comps, so outside of like tiny little skill differences, that's going to probably be the difference, just minimal things like that.
Yeah, we also see a buff of warrior side is quaking, because what you want to do for those sand traps, because they do spawn on players' locations or close to players' locations, and they will spawn the drones out of them. So what you want to do is you want to stack up so all the sand traps are close to each other, so the tank can pick up the assets immediately, because those drones actually apply a debuff to you that does a lot of damage. So you want to have them all spawn very close to the tank so you can pick them up. But we saw, the quaking caused them to spread out while the sand trap spawned. So, a little bit of a difficulty with the quaking here as well.
I mean, honestly, looking at the damage breakdown for this fight, it would not surprise me if quaking was the #1 ability that they took damage from.
Yeah.
Just because of how much damage it will do every 20 seconds when it procs. Now, both Sand Queen going down for both teams a little bit earlier for Buff or Nerf Rogue because they did get that full efficient bloodlust usage off. But the thing to look at with quaking going into this dungeon that I was kind of alluding to earlier is that in these tiny little corridors, you have to spread out perfectly to make sure you aren't cleaving quaking. Not only are you guaranteed to get hit by your quaking circle, but you can also get cleaved by other people's quaking circles, taking multiple times damage. So they need to make sure that they're incredibly efficient in knowing when quaking is coming out and just getting that perfect spread off.
Yeah, so we see Accompany actually pulled a couple of trash mobs on top of the first boss on the Sand Queen, and they're also pulling those parasites, while Buff Warrior Nerf Rogue actually skipped everything so far. So they have 0% trash so far. We also saw the Rogue pretty much doing the skip to the side so the group can walk past, because there's a thug who does have stealth detection, so you can't walk past without that unless you want to use your Shadow Melt for it. And now we're probably going to see one of the rogues go open those cages.
This is one of those reasons we see people just to get it, not another reason really to say. I mean, there's so many reasons these teams are running double rogue, but just looking at the amount of CC and trash skips that they can do with this class, it's just kind of highlighting one of the reasons why rogue is just so strong in these dungeons right now. Now, the reason they're not killing too many trash, of course, is because there's a way more efficient way to deal with trash percentage later on in the dungeons. We've seen it many, many times. Typically, they'll do as little trash percentages as they possibly can at the start of the dungeon, and then once you get past the second boss to the cannons, they'll just pull everything into the cannons and make sure that they can get it down as quickly as possible. We see on the side of Accompany, they are incredibly low while doing the skip right now.
Yeah, so they did do a shroud skip as well on the Accompany side, but the quaking just kind of they cleave the quaking on each other. As you said, there's just very little space to spread out, and we see the Windwalker actually die from another quaking coming through. I do believe they should have just, waited on the side after the first shroud, just healed everyone up, because they just dropped so low. But they cost them one death. They did manage to get him back up now. They're out of battle rests though.
Now we see, because of all of the trash skips are doing, they are already at the second boss here. Both of these teams are getting close to the second boss here. It just kind of highlights what the strategy in this dungeon is and why some of the times we've seen in Tol Dagor are so much faster than other dungeons, because of the efficiency of the cannons. Every time you shoot the cannon, you're doing a third to a half of the mob's HP, depending on what level of dungeon you're in. So it's just kind of like, if you can 3-shot the mobs using the cannon, why would you sit here DPSing everything down slowly?
I'm actually surprised to see that none of the rogues went to open the cages as far as I have seen. So none of them having those extra buffs that you get from opening them, like attack power. Very, very good for those teams with the 5 melee setup pretty much. So kind of surprised that they're not using those buffs, especially because it's tyrannical and the boss fights just take so long. So maybe they just figured, this is taking too long to open. We're just going to go ahead and play without the buffs.
Now, we did see some pretty unfortunate wipes last week with the different affixes. That was that Sanguine affix in this dungeon, which caused Jess Hallis to heal to full. We are not dealing with Sanguine this time. Once again, we're dealing with teaming and quaking, so we're not going to see those types of wipes coming out. But Jess Hallis itself is one of the probably the most dangerous boss in the dungeon because of the way the trash that spawns works.
Yeah, so you definitely want to, as we can see, actually them proccing the Reaping Wave and just pulling it on top for both of the sides. But yeah, Hallis is pretty difficult. We've seen, we see the tank actually go down for Accompany, and they do not have a rest. This means they will have to reset the boss somehow. I'm not sure if they can Shadow Maul it or something, and yeah, there's nothing they can do. They can't finish the boss fight without a tank, especially in Tyrannical.
It looks like it's going to be a full wipe coming out of them unless they are able to get those Shadow Melds off to reset the boss, like you mentioned. We'll have to see how that happens on that side. But we do see Jess Hallis entering the intermission phase on the side of Buff or Nerf Rogue. When they move into phase 2 here, Jess Hallis is going to spawn his brother from one of the cages, Bobby Hallis, and they'll have to deal with his mechanics as well.
Yeah, so Jess Hallis does do the fear that he needs to trap constantly in phase 1 and in the last phase. And when Bobby spawns, he actually also casts a fear ability. And on top of that, he will also jump on a random player and pretty much just channel a stun on that player. So you need to make sure that they have a very good interrupt rotation for both the boss and the Bobby, because if one of those abilities goes through or is not interrupted, then that can definitely cause a wipe.
Yeah, probably one of the most dangerous parts of the fights is this flashing daggers portion of the fight where everyone has to LOS behind the pillar, and sometimes, depending on some of the mechanics you get, Bobby can start casting one of his Howling Fears while you're LOSing for the daggers. So unfortunately they don't get that lineup there, but that's just one of the things that can happen in this dungeon, and you have to be prepared for it.
Yeah, so we see on Accompany's side, unfortunately they didn't manage to reset, they had to release, so now they're trying to get back there. There's a couple of skips that they did, so I'm not completely sure how they're going to get back. They probably have to do some Shadow Meld shenanigans, because there's not really much else they can do at this point without having their shrouds ready. We see the warrior just dying there. Maybe he pulled everything away so that the rest of it can stealth through and rest him upstairs. But definitely it's such a huge time loss for Accompany here while Buff Warrior is about to kill the boss.
Yeah, I believe he is just barely in range of the res here. Now you have to remember that the 100-yard range of the Mass Resurrection spell is both vertical and horizontal. So this is a very vertical dungeon. If you go up 2 floors, you're still going to be in range. So they should be able to res him up right in front of the boss there. But we see on the side of Buff or Nerf Rogue, they are just getting Jess Hallis down quickly. They're moving on to the cannon portion of the dungeon.
Yeah, so Buff or Nerf Rogue, they do not really need to do any more trash at this point. They can just kill everything else with the cannons. So as we can see them just jumping past this trash, using their Shadow Maul to de-aggro. Now we're going to see some CCs coming out, and now they're going to go through to the cannon part. Now, once they are in the cannon part, of course, we probably see one of the rogues tricks the tank and then go into the cannons to make sure that the tank is aggro and not themselves, because even though you are in the cannons, you can still get damaged by pretty much any ability, so you have to be very careful.
Right, including quaking, right? The person inside the cannon does still take damage from quaking, so they need to make sure that they are still able to, know what their health is at while they're in the cannon, because sometimes, some UIs have a little bit of difficulty being able to heal people inside of the cannons. But they are doing, like we said, a massive pull here, and it looks like they're trying to actually keep it all grouped up right in this thing here, right in the doorway here, so that the cannon can hit everything at the same time. And we see what that cannon does to the trash pack. Look at the damage the rogue is doing now. That's not a rogue doing damage. They aren't that OP. That's the cannon damage. Just shows how much damage that cannon can do.
Yeah, so it's very important here to be as efficient as possible, really, by grouping it up, by using all those kind of utility abilities to help keeping them stacked, like the Ring of Peace, like the Vortex, the Typhoon, AoE stuns. Now, one thing to note, though, is that the cannons actually can do damage to the players as well, not only the mobs. So you have to be very careful, as we can see, actually being a square marker on the tank, just so the rogue in the cannon sees where the tank is to not kill him accidentally.
And we see one of the rogues actually had an 18 stack of the debuff from the Risen Soul melees there that got dispelled off by the healer, because it looks like his tricks probably fell off and he was doing damage to the souls. So the rogue also got very low there, but didn't proc his cheat death there, so it's going to be perfectly fine for them. Now we see how much trash they dealt with. They went both through their 40% and their 60% Reaping Wave at the same time. So you can just see how much mob count these teams are going to get all at once with these cannons.
Yeah, one dangerous thing, as you said, the rogue did get dispelled by the healer, and the warrior, the tank, almost died because he had so many stacks of those souls. This is why a healer has to be very careful with dispelling, because dispel, of course, has a cooldown. So when you dispel someone else that is not the tank, and the tank gets a lot of stacks in the meantime, then he might just die. So thankfully, the Proud Warrior here on Buff Warrior side managed to survive. Very clean run by them so far, and very efficient cannon part here. There's no affix really that prevents them from doing doing those huge cannon pulls, like no sanguine, no bolstering, nothing like that. So just very clean by them, and yeah, well done.
Even small things like just pulling the backpack first with the cannon so that it runs into the front pack, so all 8 mobs are together, so you can hit all 8 of them at the same time and not just 5 of them. It's just small little efficiencies like that which are impressive. And in the space of 2 minutes or so, we saw them go from about 25% mob count up to 89% mob count. And wow, they're pretty much done with the trash for the dungeon.
Yeah, 70% trash within like 2 to 3 minutes. Just crazy in Tol Dagor. It's just all about this cannon, the cannon part here. Just trying to get as much trash and as fast as possible. As you see them pull the next boss here now, they do need 11% more trash, but all of that is going to be done with the cannon afterwards.
Right, and they're going to be planning on completely skipping that 5th reaping wave just by killing the boss first and dealing with the trash afterwards. But looking at Knight Captain Valerie, like, this is one of the more interesting bosses I think in the game. It's kind of like a little puzzle. There's barrels in the room, and the boss has various mechanics that will cause the barrels to explode. Now, what you have to do is you have to move the barrels around the room so that you always have a safe spot to stand in. Now, you see that they have a very small safe spot in the top left corner there. But, I mean, the safe spot doesn't have to be big. You just have to be able to not get hit by any of the barrels.
Yeah, so what we usually see teams doing here is just have the boss in the middle of the room, and then the barrels spawn randomly in the room. You just wait until the Cinder Flame gets casted, which is the one ability that one of the abilities that will activate the barrels, and then depending on which direction it gets casted in, you just pick up the barrels that are in the Cinder Flame and just move them out. Now, if you're lucky, you only have to move 1 barrel so the healer can do it, or you have 2, then the tank will help out. If you get unlucky and like 4 of the barrels spawn, then the DPS need to help too, but that barely ever happens.
We saw a little bit of a different variation of the strategy where instead they decided to just stack the barrels on top of each other in a corner, so even if all of the barrels get procced at the same time, they just kind of cover the same area so that you have plenty of safe spots. I'm interested to see if we'll see them do the same thing here. If they do, they'll just put all the barrels once again right on top of each other. But like you said, they wait for the Cinder Flame, they move that barrel, and then they have time to move all 4 barrels on top of each other, just like you mentioned there. So very good strategy out of them. This is just a very safe way of dealing with the boss. And they're never really in any danger of covering up the entire room with the Void Zone areas.
Yeah, it can be very dangerous if you play a riskier strategy where, you don't stack them up, or you just play in a corner like we see on live service a lot. Then, if you fall behind or something goes wrong, and if the barrels cover the whole area of the whole room, then it can very well cause a wipe. So I like to see those like safer strats coming in, even if a DPS needs to pick up a barrel for like 5 seconds, it's still just better to have, just have a safe fight and don't have the whole room covered in.
And once again, like you said, it's the exact same thing. Cinder Flame, they move the barrel that got hit by the Cinder Flame. But of course, the boss is at 5% here, so they're not going to bother moving the rest of the barrels. The boss should die before the explosion goes off. And like we'll probably see a rogue sap skip to where they'll move up to the top of the boss. Yep. Sap on the Warden, but they decide to pull it anyways for some reason. So they might actually get this trash percentage here instead of after the boss.
It could be a safe step they're choosing to do instead of backtracking afterwards, because they probably know that they're pretty far ahead at this point. Because as you said, usually what we see teams do is just skip the trash here, go to the boss, and then do it afterwards to avoid the reaping. But, the skipping part here, you can do something wrong with it, because those wardens that we can see going down the stairs, they actually have suicide. So you have to pull them away. Everyone else needs to walk past. Now, with a full team of, having Shadow Melt, it shouldn't be a super big deal. But, I still like it to just, have them do it right now. Play it safe. Just make sure everything is done before they get to the last boss, because they probably know they are ahead.
Let's actually see how safe they plan on going, if they actually plan on just killing this Reaping Pack too. It looks like they're just going super safe, making sure that there's no room for error whatsoever. Yeah. Just super safe pull from them. As you can see, Accompany hasn't even procced the 3rd Reaping Wave
exactly.
yet. Not only are they doing the cannon a lot slower than Buff 4 Nerf Rogue was doing, but they're just so far behind at this point in the dungeon. All Buff 4 Nerf Rogue has to do is just appropriately deal with the mechanics on this final boss.
Yeah, exactly. So they did use their Shadow Melt to get rid of some of the reaping at least, so they only had to kill the one in the area. But now they're on 100% trash, 0 deaths. They do have their Bloodlust ready, so they're gonna engage on this last boss side over 0 progress, which is a very dangerous fight.
This is probably one of the highest damage output bosses in the game, and probably one of the most healing intensive fights to deal with. Overseer Korgus will transition between 2 different phases where he will put these explosive bursts on 3 players in the group. Now, the explosive burst does tend to focus ranged players, and the only ranged player is the healer. So every single time he casts that explosive burst, it will go on the healer. So he is one person that will have to be healed. Now, also, another just added level of difficulty on this fight is that because it's quaking, and this is this is the positioning that groups tend to use, they'll have to actually also spread out for quaking too, because they are too close to each other right now. They will stack up, and we can just see the amount of damage that goes off from those explosive bursts here, with all 3 players that got hit by it dropping incredibly low to the debuff afterwards.
Yeah, definitely the most dangerous ability is the explosive round. Now you can get, it's a little bit RNG this fight, because you can get unlucky and get double explosive bursts, or you can be lucky and only get singles. Now the way to determine if you get a double or a single is to look at the Dead Eye cast. The Dead Eye is this huge arrow that targets one player that needs to be soaked, which you usually see, you know, the rogues using defensive for it to not get hit by it. But yeah, after the Dead Eye cast, you need to watch out. If it's explosive burst after the Dead Eye, then you will get a double. If it's not explosive burst, then you get a single, and you have more time to heal it up.
And we see the boss swapping off between different types of rounds. I believe one of them is called the Blast round, and the other one is the Ignition round. The Ignition round will leave a debuff on each of the players that gets hit by any of the mechanics. And it will also refresh if you get hit by anything else. And this, like you mentioned earlier, there's a chance of them getting hit by either 1 or 2 at a time. The good cycle is going to be this explosive burst going off, and then a cross ignition for them all to dodge. Now, because they didn't get that cross ignition, once again they're going to get a second explosive burst here, refresh their debuffs, and take an incredible amount of damage. This is just an incredibly healing intensive portion of the fight for the healer to heal to.
Yeah, this is the RNG part where you need to. They also saved their Bloodlust a little bit. They didn't use it at the pull. Maybe they were waiting for the cooldowns, or they were waiting for one of those doubles just to support the healer, which would be a super, super safe way to do this boss. But if they know they're so far ahead, they might as well just, save the Bloodlust. If there is a double coming in just to support the healer, just give him the Bloodlust. We are safe. Just make sure no one dies here and nothing goes wrong.
And there's also one other mechanic to the fight that we failed to mention, which is the Heartstopper aura, which you can see these bars underneath each of the players, these little gray bars. If that bar fills up, which you fill up by moving too much, you will get stunned for 8 seconds. So you need to make sure you're managing your movement perfectly. You're only just slightly moving just enough to dodge this cross ignition, and then only slightly moving back into position for the explosive burst, which you see these players doing perfectly well. They're not even getting to halfway to fill up their Heartstopper or debuff.
Yeah, very solid performance here by Buff Warrior Nerve Rogue. The boss is about to go down. They have 0 deaths, 100% trash, so very good first game by Buff Warrior Nerve Rogue here.
And the last bits of percent are ticking down here as Buff or Nerf Rogue takes down Overseer Korgus and seals that game 1 versus Accompany.
Unholy DK in Waycrest Manor. That's an interesting pick, honestly. But it is a fortified dungeon, so they're definitely going to be looking to use those reaping packs to pull into other, even more dangerous packs here.
Yeah, and just having more trash damage to get rid of the trash faster, because it is so dangerous. I just want to keep just talking about these affixes here. It's really, really dangerous. I just recently played a fortified Grievous 23 Waycrest on live servers, and they didn't even have raging, and it was so difficult to heal. So definitely watching out for those affixes here.
And we're seeing similar massive fortified pulls from both of these groups here, and Buff or Nerf are even committing their Bloodlust to it. But we see how low these groups are dropping. The Warrior Tech even going down on the side of Accompany here. This is almost yesterday all over again.
Yeah.
They had 21 deaths before they even killed the second boss in the dungeon yesterday, so we'll have to see if they're able to clean up their route. But they're still not out of it yet. Every single player in the group has Grievous, and the Warrior Tank goes down once again. This is deja vu.
This is so bad for them. Now we see, of course, the raging coming in here on all the mobs, and that's probably why they died and just continue to die. The Restory just got the suit back up to dispel the Rune Weaver here, but I do believe he should have saved the dispel just to dispel the Rune Weaver, because it's just such a dangerous mob, especially with raging. So maybe just not having the dispel for this mob, just doing so much tank damage, caused them to wipe here.
Now, we did see them they were barely able to pull out that Waycrest yesterday, where they were able to just kind of brute force the rest of the dungeon. They had a very shaky first half of the dungeon, but they were able to pull it through in the second half of the dungeon, just playing clean. But that was against a lesser Skyline team who self-admittedly didn't have quite as much practice in this dungeon. Against a better team like Buff or Nerf Rogue, they're really going to have to make sure they have their lights out for the rest of the dungeon here. We do see Accompany moving down into the hallway, doing another similarly big pull, but they're committing their Bloodlust to that instead of the first pull.
Yeah, so interesting choice here. I see on Buff Warrior Nerve Rogue side that they used their Bloodlust earlier and managed to do the pull without any deaths. While Accompany, of course, did have those deaths coming in the first pull without the Bloodlust. Now, using it for this pull, which to be fair is a very dangerous pull as well, because there's just so many guards who just do so much tank damage.
And once again, we see the power of the Unholy DK. It's very clear what they're planning on doing in this dungeon. They're planning on pulling Reaping Waves into those fortified trash packs. Probably not bosses, even though there are 5 bosses in this dungeon. Because it's fortified, they're probably more planning on pulling those Reaping Waves into trash packs. Those dangerous, dangerous trash packs in this dungeon. because of the way the affixes work, with both Grievous and Raging making these packs even more dangerous, I think the Unholy DK might actually be a really cool pick in here as we move on to the very first boss of the dungeon, the Heartsbane Triad, I believe is what they're called.
Yeah, so as I said, like, I really do like the DK here, and maybe just, you know, if you have really good usage of cooldowns, just save it for when the trash mobs are low. You can do really big pulls. When they're low, you know, you just pop your cooldowns, making sure that the raging portion of the fight is as short as possible to be able to stay alive. But now this first boss, as we see Sister Selena being active at first, now these three sisters will have a damage reduction aura pretty much, or debuff have on them, as long as they don't have the Iris. Now the Iris will start on Selena, as we saw before, which she does mind control. You have to be careful to use your defenses beforehand, like Cloak of Shadows or something like that, so that people can actually damage you out of it. Right,
so this is kind of a little pass the ball mechanic. There are 3 bosses, and every time you DPS a boss down to 50%, they'll pass the Iris to the next sister. Now, each of the sister has their own separate aura and their own separate main abilities. We see them DPSing down Sister Briar right now, who has a little passive AoE Thorns aura, so every time you deal damage to her, you take a little bit of damage back. In addition to that, her main mechanic is that Jagged Nettles, which it'll place on a player, dealing also massive reflect damage as well. But not only that, it won't go away until you heal them past 90%. We see them go back to Sister Selena. They skip the second mind control, which is incredibly important, and they're moving on to Sister Malady once again. Now, once you do get them down to 50%, you'll go through them again and get them down to 0%, dealing with each sister one at a time.
Yeah, so Briar, with the Nettles mechanic, as you mentioned, which applies a Grievous effect pretty much onto them, you have to be very careful, because Selena, the sister that already died, does have this 50% healing reduction aura, which will be active after Sister Briar, right? So you need to make sure that the Nettles are healed away before you push the boss into Sister Selena again, because then you have this 50% healing reduction. It's very, very difficult for the healer to just get rid of this debuff. But it is a fortified setting, and Buff Warrior and Nerf Rogue didn't really have any trouble killing this boss here.
Now, we did see actually Team Accompany go down to the exact same thing you were saying yesterday, that Grievous plus Jagged Nettles on the healer moving into Selena's phase. They were completely unable to heal themselves out of it and cause a full team wipe. Because of that, we'll have to see if they're able to get through that this time around. But before Nerf Rogue is working on their second Reaping Wave right now. They've moved on, and they've actually pulled some mobs that we don't normally see. They went up the stairs, pulled the patrol because it was in a very bad spot for them, and they're actually dealing with a lot of these captains and guards at the same time.
Yeah, those captains and guards, I talked about it earlier, just are so dangerous for a tank. As we see him drop so low, they have this frontal cleave, which is very dangerous. Usually you will see tanks starting to kite, especially when they go into raging, because tanks can barely handle this damage from the fortified as well. Now, we see Ching here actually just, you know, face thinking pretty much everything as he starts walking a little bit backwards now. But it's just the beauty of having so much AoE damage to handle all of this.
Right, and in addition to that, they do have one kind of main tool of dealing with the raging on a particularly dangerous mob. Their Resto Druid is able to soothe one of the mobs every now and then on a relatively short cooldown. So if there is one mob that goes into raging that really needs to get that raging 100% increased damage or removed from it, they have the ability to remove it every now and then.
Yeah, so we see Buff Warrior and Nerf Rogue deal with this pack pretty easily. They're going to move on to the courtyard now. Now, this courtyard, there's a couple of dangerous packs that you have to deal with. We have the Thorn Guards here, and we have the Sisters who need to be interrupted a lot. So there's a bunch of different casts that they do. One of them is a Thorns, pretty much, that get applied to a random player, which is, it looks like a poison, but it's actually a disease, so it can't be dispelled by the Resto Druid, which does a lot of damage, especially when the mobs are raging, so you gotta be very careful with that. And we also just saw one of the Soul Fetishes go through.
We actually saw 2 of them go through. That Soul Fetish is an incredibly dangerous aura. It'll cast it on itself, and once that mob dies, it'll apply a passive aura, which can be dispelled, to a random mob around it, increasing its damage by 100%. So they need to make sure that they're being very careful with those interrupts, but they just kind of dealt with the trash, and the aura disappeared because all the trash died, and they did proc their second Reaping Wave. Now, they're not really pulling too much with this Reaping Wave. They opted for a much safer pull. They only pulled 2 of the Thorn Shapers with it, so they're not necessarily completely taking advantage of the Unholy DK's AoE, but they're just being a little bit safer here.
Yeah, it's good to be a bit safer in this dungeon because, as I said earlier, it's just very, very dangerous with these affixes here. As we see the DK actually dropping really, really low. I'm not sure if he had aggro, which is very possible because he is doing a lot of damage. Or we saw the Warrior die. No, the Warrior just kept on pulling something else.
Yeah, I think the Warrior just moved off to pull the mini boss into the group as well. So dealing with Matron Brindle, this is one of those mini boss mobs that we talk about a lot in these dungeons. It has a lot of HP, somewhere up to about half the HP of most of these bosses, especially in the fortified setting where all of the trash non-boss mobs in the dungeon have extra HP and extra damage. Now, the main way you'll deal with this boss is you want to kite her into the fire that spawned around the room. It'll put a dot on them and help you deal with the boss a little bit more efficiently. Unfortunately, they're not getting very good fire spawns. That's the best spawn I think they've had in the entire dungeon, and they're not even trying to move it to there as they pull more trash from the next portion of the dungeon.
Wow. We see the power just drop so low because of this debuff that the mini boss will put on him. As you can see it right now, it just does so much taking damage, especially now. We saw the Raging Dispel immediately come out from the Restorer here on the mini boss, because if this Raging is up on the mini boss for a couple of seconds, then the warrior can very well die, especially with all this other trash that they pulled on top.
Right, and it looks like that. I mean, we'll have to see if they're going to use that Unholy Decay on this particular boss here, because they're only at about 50% trash mob count here. They'll need to get all the way up to 60%, which means they'll have to go into the next hallway and pull a pretty significant amount of trash in order to proc their next Reaping Wave. They might just go straight to the boss here, go single target, but it doesn't quite look like they're doing that. We see the Rogue actually probably moving forward to pull Rawl, reset him so that they have access to the entire room. All the doors will open up and they can pull whatever trash they want in there.
Yeah, that's most likely what the Rogue is off to do right now, as we see the rest of the team finishing up those maggots. Now, those maggots are no joke. They don't have that much HP, but they apply the Spit debuff, as you see one of them on the Restorer right now, which is increased once they're raging on low percent. So they have to be very careful with those Spit debuffs. Make sure to interrupt it as much as possible, but it's only interruptible with stuns, so you have to be very careful with that.
This is a massive pull. They're pulling almost the entire hallway.
Wow.
There's so many maggots here. This is going to be incredibly dangerous to deal with. They're going to have to use so much CC to make sure that they don't get too much AoE damage off the group. We see the Rogues instantly popping all their personal abilities here. So if we have to keep an eye on the debuffs here. If too many spits go on the same target here, we see them spread across both the healer and the tank here. If too many spits get off on one player, we can see them instantly die to it. But it looks like they just deal with them instantly from the Unholy Decay AoE.
Yeah, the Unholy Decay just destroying this huge pack. As we talked about, like, if you have this Unholy Decay, you just need to do those huge pulls to get the efficiency out of this Unholy Decay. As you said, this is very, very dangerous because of not only is it Raging, but it's also Grievous. And you see all those Spit debuffs being on those targets, and it is RNG who the Spit goes on. You can be unlucky and just get 4 or 5 debuffs on one person, and then if they're Raging at the same time, it's almost impossible to heal on a fortified setting. But we see them deal with it pretty well, and now they proc the Reaping Wave.
I was going to say they're not out of the woods yet, but they kind of are now. They had those infested, those extra maggots from the infest spawn with them, but they dealt with them pretty easily, and it looks like they're actually just going to go ahead and pull the rest of the room with the Reaping mobs here. These are some super impressive AoE pulls, but the tank does go down, as well as the healer and the DK. They have no battle res available here, so they kind of just need these Rogues to vanish or shadow mode so that they don't have any extra deaths on the board. This is really unfortunate out of them.
No, they were dealing with the Reaping Wave so well with this whole with this big trash pool, and then once the warrior just went in and got additional trash, they got a little bit, they were pushing their luck a little bit too much, because people were out of cooldowns, people were out of defensives because of this huge pull that they did beforehand, and the warrior ends up dying, followed by the rest of it, having a full team wipe pretty much. Now they have to recover. And while we were focusing so hard on buff war nerf Rogue,
Accompany went and they snuck a boss kill right under our nose there. I'm pretty sure they got Soulbound Goliath down, but we'll have to keep an eye on that for sure. We do see buff war nerf Rogue once again committing their bloodlust at finishing off the rest of this trash here. Now, there's a chance that they might have just gone too fast, and they normally would have their bloodlust for this pull. We saw that happen with Method EU last week, where they were going too fast. The dungeon didn't have their bloodlust available for the pull they wanted it for. So we'll have to see if this is actually enough for them to come back in the dungeon here. I like this, though. Using bloodlust on fortified trash is definitely way more efficient than using it on the smaller, not so dangerous non-tyrannical bosses in this dungeon.
Yeah, I do agree on the bloodlust usage for trash as being more efficient, especially with those dangerous affixes and having the Unholy Decay for the AoE burst. But let's look a little bit to Accompany side here, as we have focused a lot on buff warriors side. Now, one thing to note, of course, is the difference in the setup, right? We have the DK on buff warrior side, while we have the Windwalker on Accompany side. So Accompany doesn't really have to do any of those crazy AoE pulls, because they don't have to make their DK be worth it. Their Windwalker will always be worth it with just constant good AoE damage, constantly having this 5% physical damage buff on everyone. So Accompany actually killed 2 bosses already, the Triad and Goliath, and now they're on to the 3rd boss.
All right, both teams are actually doing some pretty massive pulls here. We're going to see Buff War Nerf Rogue proc their 4th Reaping Wave with the boss, and we also see Accompany pulling all of the trash in the room with Bloodlust onto Rawl here. So, I mean, while this may look pretty dangerous, Rawl itself is a pretty safe boss to do this with, because his mechanics don't really do too much to the group. He just kind of have to move out of the area of denial. We see him going into his tenderize phase where he'll focus one of the players in the group, do a large AoE cone of damage. All you have to do is move out of it, pretty much.
Yeah, so as long as you avoid the tenderize, you avoid the pretty much spit that he does in a cone in front of you where he will spawn those blobs, as we can see on Accompany stat right now. There's no damage at all. So all the healer needs to do is make sure the tank stays alive and make sure they deal with everything else in the room. Now, Ral is on 60% for Accompany, while Buff Warrior Nerfrogue did pull the bus a little bit earlier, so they're approximately 15% ahead. But again, Buff Warrior is just one whole boss behind. Even though they are 10%, 12% trash ahead, it's still a pretty big difference to be one boss behind.
Right, now the other mechanics that we haven't quite talked about for Raw yet, he will occasionally spawn these bile oozlings, which once killed will also provide another area of denial. See those green swirls on the ground. If you stand in them, you'll take a pretty subsistent amount of damage, but you can just move out of them once again. Also, occasionally the boss will spawn 4 of these wasting servants, which will spawn from each of the 4 doors in the room. If they reach the boss, he will consume them and gain a damage buff. But like we mentioned, the boss isn't that dangerous, so a small 5% damage buff isn't going to do too much, since you can just move out of almost all of the mechanics.
Yeah, usually we see the teams just, passively cleaving them. If they reach the boss, whatever, they reach the boss. If they don't, they don't. Because as I said, the buff just really doesn't do much except more tank damage, as long as the rest of the group avoids the tenderizers and all those other AoE abilities coming in. Now we see the boss actually going down for Buff Warrior Nerfrogue, so they were just slightly faster compared to Accompany, and now Buff Warrior needs to kill Goliath. So back-to-back boss engages pretty much here, which is interesting because, people usually want to have their cooldowns for a single target boss.
And the bad thing about Soulbound Goliath is sometimes he doesn't really want to spawn. Sometimes you have to back up and then move forward again to cause him to spawn. It kind of looks like they're waiting for him to spawn here, which is pretty unfortunate. Now, the other thing to mention is they already procced their 4th Reaping Wave, and what we'll typically see teams do is they'll go downstairs into the basement, they'll proc their 4th Reaping Wave, and then they'll move into the bottom part of the dungeon where they'll then Shadow Meld the rest of the trash that they skipped in addition to the 4th Reaping Wave. Soulbound Goliath finally spawning for Buff Warrior Nerfrogue as they engage him. Now, this is a fortified setting, so this boss isn't too dangerous for them, but there are a couple pretty difficult mechanics to look out for.
Yeah, so Goliath does have a buff on him pretty much, which stacks up constantly until you drag him into the fire. Now, what this buff does is just increases his damage done. Now, you need to be a bit careful about this because this boss usually doesn't really have any abilities that do damage to the group except when you drag him into the fire. Now, what some people don't know is the buff that he gets that increases his damage doesn't only increase the damage on the tank, but it will also increase the damage, the AoE damage that he does once he gets dragged into the fire. So you want to make sure, even if the tank manages to survive the buffs for a long, long time, you still want to just make sure that you drag him in a little bit earlier just so the AoE damage doesn't kill the group once they do.
Right, and of course, on its own, that mechanic isn't too dangerous to deal with. It's just AoE group damage. However, in concordance with Soul Thorns, it can be incredibly deadly. Now, occasionally the boss will choose a non-tank member of the group with Soul Thorns, which will stun them in place, and they'll have to be DPS out of the Soul Thorns by the members of the group. Now, there are a couple pretty dangerous things that can happen. If a Soul Thorn goes out while that AoE damage is going out, it could pretty easily chunk a player. In addition to that, if it goes on a healer while these little red spirits rolling around the room are there, the healer will instantly grab aggro on those red spirits from their healing aggro, and those red spirits, if they reach their aggro target, will do a massive amount of damage to the target, so you really have to watch out for these Soul Thorns here.
Yeah, the Soul Thorns actually you can be immune. So as a Restorat, for example, you can shapeshift into another form and you will be immune to the thorns, but you need to make sure that you do so as well. It is a global, of course, to shapeshift into a form, so you need to make sure that you keep an eye to the Soul Thorn timer, especially during the AoE when he gets dragged into the fire, as Saro mentioned, because if the Soul Thorns go on the healer, then that's going to be a disaster. As you see, the boss actually just going down for a Buff Warrior.
And they're quite a bit behind here, actually.
Yeah.
Accompany has already gone downstairs. They've already procced their 4th Reaping Wave. They're already downstairs. They've already cleared all the trash before Lord and Lady Waycrest, so they're actually quite a bit ahead here. They're 8% ahead, and if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure all of their trash count here is left with the Dread Essences that are in that little small little channel after they finish off Lord and Lady Waycrest. Now, moving on to Lord and Lady Waycrest, this is a pretty interesting fight here.
Yeah, so on this boss, in the first phase, we see only Lord Waycrest being active, while Lady Waycrest will just stand in the back and pretty much just shoot random bolts on players, doing a little bit of single target damage, which isn't a big deal on a fortified setting. But once you you think you can kill Lord Waycrest, she will actually just sacrifice her own HP to heal Lord Waycrest up again, which I believe happens 3 or 4 times before she then actually gets active too and joins the fight.
Right, like you mentioned, it happens 3 times. She sacrifices 30% of her health to heal Lord Waycrest back to full, and at the same time, every single time she heals him back to full, she'll give him a 5% increased damage buff. So 3 times, once she heals him 3 times, she will come down at 10% HP, and you'll have to cleave the 2 down together. Now, most teams will opt to single target Lord Waycrest down, as we do see the DK go down on the side of Buff Warner Frog, but they do have a battle res to quickly heal him back up. That's just an extra 5 seconds on the clock there for them. But moving back to Lord and Lady Waycrest, we see Lady Waycrest healing Lord Waycrest for a 3rd time and coming down herself. Once down, and she'll have to be interrupted pretty sparingly. It's about every 12 seconds, so 2 melee can deal with it pretty easily, as well as that I'm pretty sure that the warrior can spell Reflected, so it's not that big of a deal. But because Lord Waycrest has that 15% increased damage debuff, most teams opt to just DPS him down first.
Yeah, and he also, the cleave damage, especially on a lower target, is better, so they're trying to be as efficient as possible to just gain as much time as possible, just cleaving those 2 targets down. As you see the Resolute as well, just doing so much damage for Accompany here, because there's a bunch of damage on this fight from Lady Waycrest, and of course also those circles as we've seen earlier, which is a disease debuff that will it will disappear after a couple of seconds, but if you're too close to anyone else, it will jump over. So you need to make sure that you're far away. Now we see Accompany downing the boss and moving on to these horror, which are pretty dangerous.
Yeah, especially on this Grievous Raging Affix. Whenever all of these Gloom Horrors hit this Raging Affix, they will do a lot of damage to the entire group, especially who they jump on. Now, we see all of them hitting Raging at the exact same time, so they're either going to have to CC down with a Ring of Peace or a knockback, and we see them actually getting Ring of Peace. They're incredibly good. We saw 1 leap through on the Druid, and he went to 22% HP just from 1 leap. You can see just how dangerous that trash pack is, but they deal with all 7 of them all at once, instantly go to 100% trash count, and all they have left to deal with is Gorak Tool.
Yeah, I don't think we've actually seen any of the groups so far in Waycrest, including the Western region, doing their 100% trash and shadow melting in. So I believe this is actually the first time we see this, and I like this strategy, just having this 100% while going into the fight, shadow melting the reaping away, and just having only the boss left here. Now they don't have their bloodlust ready, but this boss usually doesn't take too long, especially in a fortified setting. What you have to watch out here is those slavers, as we can see those at spawn, which will constantly channel a debuff on a person that needs to be interrupted by Typhoon or Stuns or something like that. If it's not interrupted, then the target will be stunned, which obviously you don't want.
Now, we do see on the side of Buff Warner Frog that, I was going to say they are only slightly behind, but they do have a tank death and a rogue death. And another tank death once again, and I mean, people are just dropping like flies on the side of Buff 4. They were so close behind, but I think these extra deaths are just going to seal the deal. They have their Bloodlust coming up in about 50 seconds here, which is going to be a lot earlier than Team Accompany, but I'm pretty sure on the side of Team Accompany that Gorak Tool is going to go down before their Bloodlust even comes up on the side of Buff Warner Frog.
Definitely. I think Accompany doing a pretty good job here. They do have 4 deaths. They didn't have any full team wipes though, which of course costs you just so much more time. Having 1 death here, 1 death there doesn't cost you that much as long as you don't have a full wipe as we've seen on Buff or Nerve Rogue side. But Accompany, still on this last boss here, Gorak Tool, you have to make sure those slavers, once they die, that you actually burn them with those lanterns that are spawning throughout the boss fight, because if you don't, the boss will cast Resurrect pretty much once in a while. So if you don't burn them, they will actually revive and bother you again. So you need to make sure that usually the healer picks up those lanterns and burns them.
I can imagine that Team Accompany, after their 1 massive failure of a dungeon that actually somehow ended up in success for them yesterday, Waycrest Manor with 21 deaths, they definitely went back and practiced that dungeon yesterday. They're like, we're probably going to play this dungeon tomorrow, and we want to make sure that people know that we can do a lot better than we did yesterday. Very impressive for them to come back even after that hiccup early in the dungeon.
Going to show us what they're made of here. Accompany versus Buff War Nerf Rogue here. Game 3 on Shrine of the Storm.
Yeah, once again, we're seeing a lot smaller pull than we've seen from last week because of that Sanguine Affix. They can't do these massive pulls because of all these Sanguine pulls going off. Now, once again, of course, the Shrine Templar needs to be interrupted. It will provide a large damage reduction aura if it's not interrupted, so they're making sure that they deal with that on its own there.
Yeah, so one thing to mention here about Shrine of the Storm is that it recently got changed it actually got nerfed by a bunch of things, because Shrine is a very difficult dungeon to complete. So one thing is that the droplets don't actually get affected by affixes on death anymore. So they don't drop the Sanguine, as we can see here. They also don't bolster in anything like that.
Right, and that's actually a pretty huge affix, because one of the biggest problems teams would have on live here is that they would kill all these droplets, instantly drop 20 stacks of Sanguine, and then all of these casters here that would just stand there and cast the entire time would just heal right back to full. So that's definitely a pretty large nerf here. Now we have seen a lot of these East teams do a lot safer pulls here. They'll only proc one wave of Reaping here in the first part of the dungeon because it's so caster heavy, and because it's so caster heavy, that means that first Reaping wave is going to have a lot of those Tormented Souls that do a lot of Gravebolt casts on the group, which is probably the most dangerous of the Reaping mobs.
Yeah, definitely the most dangerous mobs, especially if you have a lot of them, because of course you can interrupt some of them, but if you have 20 of them, then you can't interrupt them all except with AoE interrupts like AoE stuns and Typhoon. But at some time, you're just going to run out of those kind of AoE CCs. We see Accompany actually just skipping a lot of trash all the way down to in front of the first boss here, not proccing the Reaping or anything. So interesting if they want to pull it on top of the boss, which is very dangerous, or if they choose to just shed them out.
And neither of these groups are running that Unholy DK, which is so good for funneling that AoE damage from Reaping into bosses, so we're probably not going to see too much of that in this dungeon. We'll probably see a lot more Shadow Meld / Shroud skips to make sure they get past these Reaping waves. But, I mean, this is pretty similar to all of the other strategies we've seen here. Most groups will proc this first Reaping wave right here at 20%, and then they'll move straight on into the boss.
Yeah, one thing to note though is that we've seen in the western region, we've seen so many Shadow Meld skips of the Reaping. Now, what happens though if you do those Shadow Meld skips, then if you have a death later on, especially if your healer dies without anyone having a Battle Rest, or if you have a full team wipe, then it's going to cost you so much time, because you have to walk back, you have to release, you spawn at the entrance, and you will have to kill all those Reaping mobs that you skipped earlier. Now that's why we see Accompany actually proccing the Reaping wave and pulling this first boss here with their Ballast.
And we just saw right there on the side of Buff Warner Frog, just small things like what just happened. They stunned the Templar to make sure his cast didn't get off, but because there was Sanguine underneath him, he healed for about 20-25%. Just small things like that. That's just another 10-second time waster there. Well, Accompany has already popped their Bloodlust, and they're already at 65% of the boss with all of this Reaping trash.
Yeah, so after Reaping here, they have to be very, very careful, because even if it's not tyrannical, this boss is still very dangerous. So thank you, Sloot. And there's a bunch of Reaping mobs that cast these Grave Bolts and random members. As you can see, the Windwalker is dropping so low. On top of that, you just have the boss casting those pretty much single target abilities, like the Undertow, I believe is called, where you get pushed back. It does a lot of single target damage to you. So a very dangerous pull, and good on them on dealing with it so well.
In addition to that, he'll also do his most dangerous ability, the Surging Rush, where he'll point his shoulder towards one portion of the room and then dash across the entire room, knocking back anyone in the way. Now, of course, you can get knocked completely off the platform if that happens, and if that happens to you, you can get Battle Res. Now, once the boss reaches 50%, he splits into 3 of these Aquilings. Now, each of these Aquilings, in addition to mimicking all of the abilities of the boss, will also pulse for AoE damage if there's no one in melee range of them.
Yeah, so we see the Rastador getting a lot of necrotic stacks because he's off-tanking one of those ads, because, as you said, if you don't off-tank them, then bad things are going to happen. So necrotic, a really annoying affix on top of the intermission phase already being difficult, but it's also just stacking that necrotic on top of having all those abilities like the triple Surging Rush, which can be very, very dangerous, but we see them dealing with it pretty well here in Accompany. So.
And we are going to see the triple Surging Rush come out on the side of Buff 4 Nerf Rogue. Fortunately, it looks like, the tank did get hit, but it looks like he just barely didn't get knocked off. That could have been really unfortunate for them there. We do also see these 2 Galecaller Princesses pulled a lot earlier than we normally see. We usually see teams wait until the intermission phase is over before they pull those 2 Galecaller Princesses up with the boss. They might have pulled them a little earlier, which is kind of dangerous to do, especially in this Sanguine affix, because if those apprentices do die underneath the boss, they'll spawn Sanguine underneath the boss, which will once again heal the boss.
Yeah, Sanguine, definitely an affix you really, really want to watch out for. You can just lose so much time from Sanguine, especially if you do pull mobs on top of the boss fight. But we see Accompany dealing with it pretty well. You know, they didn't kill, as you said, they just pulled them in later. They didn't kill them. They killed them after the boss fight, so there was no danger of them healing up the boss. And now we're probably going to see a skip from this mini-boss coming in from Accompany. There's a lot of mini-bosses in Shrine. Now, on a 45 setting, the mini-bosses are actually buffed, so you want to make sure that you skip as many as possible, because they just have so much HP. Not only are they dangerous, but they also don't really give that much percentage, considering just how much HP they have.
Now, we did see a little bit of a safety pull there from one of the rogues after they pulled the mini boss up. Then once the boss was up next to them, they vanished, and they jumped back down and vanished to drop aggro on the mini boss. We do know that it is possible to skip the mini boss by running on the little ledges there and jumping across, but that must be just sort of a safety thing they didn't practice. They might not have felt too safe just running straight past it. We've also seen a lot of variations in pull pattern when we come to this small hallway here, especially on this Sanguine setting. We've seen groups either split it up into smaller pulls just so that they can more accurately deal with this Sanguine dropping. But we see on the side of Accompany, they're doing a huge pull here.
Yeah, so jumping on the left ledge, as you mentioned, to avoid this mini boss is very dangerous, and I've seen lots of people fall off trying to do this pull. Never myself, though, of course. Now we see Accompany doing this huge pull, as you mentioned, which is pretty dangerous, especially on Fortified and Sanguine. Now, in this corridor, there's just very, very little space, and you have to make sure that you damage smart. Like, all the damage dealers need to make sure that they're damaging from the back to the front, because if you kill a mob that is all the way in the front, it will drop a Sanguine pull, and then the back mobs will walk through them. So you want to make sure that you kill the mobs in the back first, so no one walks through them, and they're doing a really good job at that.
They're doing a really good job of it so far, but they're running out of room, which is kind of dangerous here. Now, we saw yesterday, actually, a team ran out of so much room that they ended up pulling the Runecarver Sorin, which is not something you want to be doing. Like we mentioned so many times, these mini-bosses have so much extra HP compared to all the rest of the trash in the dungeon, and once again, we're on that fortified setting, so these mini-bosses have even more health than they normally would have. So they have to be very careful with their positioning here, making sure, once again, they're not dropping Sanguine on top of where they need to go, but they're also, dropping it, giving themselves enough space to drop even more of it further on. Now, they do only have 2 mobs left here, so they can probably kill them at roughly the same time and drop them both in this corner here, which we do see them do. And, I mean, honestly, these teams, they're doing different strategies, but they both deal with all of the trash at pretty much the exact same time. Both of them at exactly 36% mob count.
Yeah, Buff-War and Nerve Rogue did do a little bit of a different strategy by pulling it backwards, playing it a little bit safer to not, drop the Sanguine in the corridor. That's probably why Accompany is slightly faster, just because they're not doing this backtracking, not pulling it backwards, but rather going forward. But it's still very close between those two, both the same amount of trash, as you mentioned, and doing the same pulls too. Now, there's going to be another mini-boss on this bridge here, which is not only does it do a lot of AoE damage, but as I said, just having so much HP, they definitely don't want to deal with that one. Now we've seen some skips of this mini-boss actually fail, because this mini-boss has shoe side. So you need to make sure you walk through and just kind of shadow meld, but not only avoiding the mini-boss, but also the Reaping Wave, as we see from Accompany here.
And it looks like they did once again use the Rogue to skip instead of the tank, which is kind of interesting. It's a different variation than what we normally see. Usually we'll see the Warrior tank sit back, tank everything there for just a little bit, and then he'll leap forward, join the rest of his group in Shadow Meld. But we saw instead the Rogue sit back and commit either his Shadow Meld or his Vanish to dropping aggro instead of the tank doing it, which is, I mean, it might be a little variation because the tank probably wanted to run ahead and start pulling right away instead of later. But one of the problems we saw with that is because they didn't all Shadow Meld right away, they actually got 4 or 5 Reaping mobs, whereas usually you'll only get 1 or 2 from this skip.
I still kind of like this strategy a little bit more, in my opinion, because let's say the skip... Oh, we see the tank actually dying in here. I think they did the skip with the tank and he just didn't get his melt out. But see, that's one thing, right? If your Rogue dies, you can still finish off the Reaping that you still have, or finish off the pull, whatever. But if your tank dies while doing the skip, then you're in trouble, right? So having the Rogue do it, it also has like 2 safety nets, right? The Rogue has Shadow Melt and Vanish. So in case something goes wrong and he still is in combat with the mini boss while doing the skip, he can, if the Shadow Melt doesn't work, he can Vanish as well. So I think it's a little bit safer to just have your Rogue do it. So I really like it coming out of Accompany here.
It looks like something even more. They pulled the Pat here, and they had to CC the Apprentice as well as, I mean, they're going to have to also commit their Shadow Meld if they even have it available to res the tank here. So this is just a huge time loss. They're dealing with 2 mobs at a time, waiting for their to be able to even res their tank. This is pretty catastrophic out of them. I mean, it's not a full wipe, but it might as well be.
Yeah, it's definitely going to cost them so much. Just as I said, the tank doing the skip, not managing to get his Shadow Meld off or whatever, and now they have to kill those 2 mobs without a tank. So that's why they had to see one, just do it slowly, because of course no tank available to you is just going to do so much damage on a fortified setting. But they finally managed to kill the patrol, got the tank back up, and now they're going to continue. But they're going to be really far behind here to Accompany's side.
Yeah, they're almost 2.5 trash pulls behind, as we see Accompany has been able to pretty safely spot put the Sanguine down in different sides of the room. Now, they are going to have to either kill these 2 or 3 mobs here right in the center of all this Sanguine that they've placed down. Now, fortunately, they only have 2 mobs left, so they can pretty much kill them right on top of each other if they kill them at the exact same time. But this kind of just goes to show you what this Sanguine affix does. Paired with the Necrotic, it makes for definitely a lot of kiting, but you have to make sure you're not just kiting anywhere in any direction, because if you kite through Sanguine, it just prolongs the pulls. This is one of those huge tank skill cap affix combos, so we will definitely see better tanks do well on these affix combos.
Yeah, Sanguine definitely one. Well, there's many affixes that the tanks have to deal with. 4 tanks have to deal with Necrotic and with Sanguine in this dungeon here, so a lot of pressure on the tanks here, as we see one of those. Oh, he's stopping solo. He would do one of those snap pulls coming in from the warrior here as he pulled the rest of the mobs, and he goes down here. Oh my god, this... Okay, so we do have a battle rest coming in. No, they don't. So we saw the Rogues just popping the evasion, finishing off those mobs. They don't have a lot of HP, so they managed to just use their defensive cooldowns to deal with the aggro and get the tank back up. So safe of them to just not use their battle res and just keep going here, not losing too much time.
They did cast the battle res, but because the pull was over and they were going to be safe, he obviously just canceled it and took the normal res instead. There are so many other dangerous points in this dungeon that you want to save that battle res for, that you just kind of want to save it. Now, we see the snap not going so well for Buff War Nerf Rogue. Instead of just jumping into the pool, they're sitting up top. We've seen this happen to many other teams before, and we see also their tank dropping incredibly low because of that once again.
Yeah, snapping, especially with Necrotic, is not very... It is very dangerous because all those mobs will teleport to you at the very same time. Applying Necrotic at the very same time, melee swinging at the same time, so very dangerous to do. And we see that having so much trouble with the snapping pool because they started going to a different location and probably evading there. We saw a Raster Druid die from another team before and just costing them so much time. But they did manage to recover here. Thankfully, didn't have any deaths, so they just have to finish off those ads here, and then they can pull the boss. But
they did end up pulling the boss.
They can reset him though.
Yeah, one of the initiates did end up kiting into the boss and actually resetting the boss.
Oh, no.
The Windwalker might die to the debuff. Oh man, 5% on the Windwalker here. He will be able to get to drink off and res the healer, so it's not a full, catastrophic wipe. But these little small things that have kept happening to Buff War Nerf Rogue, these are going to add up over time. As we see, Accompany's almost already got Gale Caller fade down on Gale Caller and Brother Ironhole here.
Yeah, so this boss is pretty dangerous, even on a 45 setting, because especially Gale Caller Faye has a very dangerous ability, which she casts a Tempest, which is interruptible. But if you don't interrupt the cast, there will be AoE damage to the whole group, also applying a debuff, increasing their nature damage taken. So if a bunch of those casts go through, if you don't interrupt them, then it will just do a lot of damage. So you need to make sure you have a proper interrupt rotation as Gale Caller Faye goes down here, and it's only Brother Ironhole left.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what's happening on the side of Buff War Nerf Rogue here. It looks like they were stuck in combat due to debuffs from the boss, and that they're still in combat somehow. Maybe with one of the snapped mobs, we'll have to see what happened there. But once again, on the side of Accompany, they are dealing with the last of the brothers here. Brother Ironhole going down. They're dealing with them very carefully, and they don't even need the healer for this. The healer's just going to start pulling mobs for the tank so they can move on to the rest of the dungeon.
Yeah, they actually pulled the Enforcer a little bit late, in my opinion. Maybe it was because this Enforcer that the rest of it pulled here is actually patrolling around. So you want to make sure that you pull him in the right moment, because if he's patrolling too close to another trash pack, then that trash pack might get pulled as well. So he wants to make sure that he is in the right moment, and that's probably why he pulled him so late. Now, this is still efficient, right? Because if it's only Brother Ironhole left from the boss fight, it really doesn't do that much without Faye, Gale Caller Faye being there. So we see them proccing the Reaping Wave, so they are on 60%. Now they're going to do this Shadow Melt skip, where they will just walk through all of this trash, which is very dangerous trash to deal with in the first place, so they just want to avoid as much as possible. Just go through, use their Shadow Melt, and avoid the Reaping plus the trash at the same time.
We're never going to see that Tentacle Room pulled, unfortunately, I don't think, as we do see Lazarus go down on the side of Buff War Nerf Rogue as they are getting through that second boss themselves. They did commit their bloodlust to that boss, so they won't have it for this big bridge pull later on that we've seen a lot of these teams try to do. But we do see Accompany pulling this double tentacle pack, and we've talked about how dangerous this pack is before. Both of these cultists will do a lot of massive tank damage in addition to these tentacles slamming the ground every now and then.
Yeah, so definitely want to make sure that you do this pull correctly, especially with the tentacles, because they're immobile, right? Just kind of like the worms in Underrot. So if the tank moves too far away, they will actually start casting AoE damage. So you want to make sure that the tank is as close as possible. Now, one thing to watch out here is Sanguine. The tank actually dying here. They do have a battle rest, getting him back up, but very, as I mentioned, sanguine. Now these tentacles, they're immobile. So if you kill the cultist first and they're on top of the tentacles, then there's no way of you of removing the sanguine. So you're kind of stuck with the sanguine and healing the tentacles up this whole time. But that's why we saw the Typhoon from the Restorer coming in when they were low.
Yeah, we did see the tank get up to about 40 necrotic strikes right before he's going down there, which is, I mean, I want to say that he was probably saving cooldowns for this pull. We've seen a lot of teams do a double pull on the bridge here with Bloodlust, and it looks like they're marking and gearing up to get it done. This is probably one of the more dangerous pulls in the dungeon. There's a lot of mobs to interrupt. You have to make sure you're getting those Void Bolt interrupts and Rip Mine interrupts, and we instantly see the tank go down to 5%. This is just a huge, difficult pull for these tanks, which is why you probably saved his cooldowns for it.
Yeah, definitely. Using everything they have to do this pull, as I said, just very dangerous mobs. As you can see, this frontal cone, which those mobs are casting, we see perfect Ring of Peace coming in from the Windwalker just to get the mobs out of the sanguine. You definitely don't want any of those mobs to heal. But yeah, as I mentioned, this frontal cone, if you do get hit by one of those cones, you will be stunned. So you definitely want to make sure you avoid it.
Right, and I mean, pretty masterful. You know, we had one little kind of scare with the tank dropping incredibly low at the very start, but because they committed their Bloodlust to that pull, it looked very, very safe. They dodged all the frontal abilities, their interrupts went off just fine, and we're going to see them more than likely proc their 4th Reaping Wave by pulling both sides of this Abyss Dweller pack. We do see the Druid moving ahead to start the RP on the boss. I'd like to see that. That's just a little nice time save. Well, you know, behind there, very, very accurately and safely dealing with the Abyss Dwellers.
Those Dwellers are actually pretty dangerous because they keep casting this Lash cast, which targets a random player doing single target damage. Now, if they pull the right side first of the Lashes, usually they will use the defensive cooldowns for one side, and then you don't have any defensive for the left side. So when you do this on live servers, you usually see teams wiping to the left side of the Dwellers because people just ran out of AoE stuns, ran out of defensive cooldowns. But those teams, of course, practice those kind of pulls, so they made sure to pretty much save their cooldowns for each side. Now, something went wrong with the Shadow Melt, I believe, because they're not supposed to get any of those souls here, but because the bridge pack was so close to them, they probably just, you know, aggroed that one.
I believe there is kind of a small snap point on the side of the staircase here where if someone unfortunately runs over it, some of the trash can snap to you, some of the Reaping mobs can snap to you, so it looks like they got a little bit too much of it, but they did deal with it just fine. Their healer did drop pretty low, but no deaths coming out of them there. Now, they do have none of their battle reses left, unfortunately. I don't remember where they used all of them, but they won't have any of them left for the entire dungeon. They might have one come up here in about 2 minutes, but just having one battle res left available for the final boss. Moving on to Lord Stormsong, it's a pretty dangerous single target boss. A lot of mechanics to deal with here. The main one, of course, being the Void Bolt interrupts. If that Void Bolt goes off on the tank, it'll do a lot of damage. Now, being a warrior, he is able to spell reflect them, you know, every 20 seconds or so. But I think the main mechanic of the fight has to deal with the 5 Shadow Orbs that spawn this Waken the Voidcast.
Yeah, so you see the orb spawn just right now. They will fixate to each player. So 5 orbs spawn, each player gets fixated by one of them. Now, once in a while, someone will get mind controlled, and once the player reaches 50% HP, they will get broken out of the mind control. So what you want to do once you are in this mind control, you can still control your character, you can move around. So you want to make sure that you walk into those orbs that damage your character and try to get out with the orbs. Now, it can also be immune, so but you don't know which player is getting targeted by the mind control. So what you want to do is you kind of want to pre-cloak as a rogue and hope it goes to you to completely avoid this ability. But we see the rogues probably using the cloak for the first one while the Windwalker got targeted. So they lost their RNG a little bit, but didn't cost them too much time.
But I mean, what we saw was pretty much masterful movement mechanic. He instantly realized that he was the one getting mind controlled, ran through every single available orb, DPS'd himself down to about, 70% or so, and then stood right on top of the boss so that his teammates could just cleave him down instead of having to focus DPS him down. As we see Lord Stormsong go down for Team Accompany here, they're quite a bit ahead here. They've also already procced their 4th Reaping Wave, while Buff War Nerf Rogue has not, as they are engaging Lord Stormsong just now.
Yeah, buff warriors are just those small mistakes, even if they don't have a lot of deaths. But the deaths that they had just cost them so much time. As the tank going down, and them having to solo the 2 mobs and getting the tank back up and failing the snap, it just cost them so much time, even if the deaths are equal for both teams, both having 3 deaths. But Accompany already on their way to the last boss, not having to deal with any Reaping Wave anymore, of course, because they will most likely engage the boss fight first, wait for the buff on the healer, which increases his damage done, also reduces his max HP, so he needs to be careful, but using that buff pretty much to kill the rest of the trash here in this room.
And we see Accompany perfectly moving through the entire river, underground river, not getting stunned by any of those jellyfish, making sure none of them get added to Sours' MDI 2019 fail compilation. Moving on to the final boss here, Volzith the Whisperer. Now, there's a pretty interesting mechanic with this boss that only the healer really deals with, if you want to go over that.
Yeah, so as I said, it's a buff that gets added to the healer, which stacks up. It starts with 1, it will stack up all the way to 9. It will decrease your max HP, it will increase your damage done though. So that's why we will see the rest of the druids just doing so much damage in here. Now, one thing to note though is that once in a while you will get sent in a different realm. Now, the tank and the healer will get sent in one realm, while the 3 DPS will get sent in another, as we can see happen right here. Now, the tank and the healer have to deal with this sunken denizen, which does do a lot of damage. But, you know, Proud Warriors can usually deal with it very well, while the healer pretty much tries to nuke it down with the damage buff, while the DPS are in another realm.
Right, this is definitely that fight where the healer gets to flex their muscles. They get to show that they're the true carry of the group. Like you mentioned, they get that 90% damage and healing buff. But it's also incredibly dangerous for them as a player, because if they get hit by any mechanic in the entire dungeon at this point, they have 10% of the normal health. So they have about 20-30k health, meaning if something even sneezes at them, they're going to die.
Yeah, so definitely have to be careful. Also careful with aggro, because healer aggro, they get aggro from healing, and they also get aggro from just doing so much damage. As we can see, the rest of the druid just doing 25k DPS here, so they have to be careful to not have any aggro on the mobs, because if any of those mobs turns around and melee swings them, they're probably gonna get one shot. As we see, the boss is pretty much standing there and doing nothing, which he usually does once he gets out of the intermission phase. He will just, you know, channel, and until he gets interrupted, he does nothing at all. So it's very safe for them to just clear the rest of the trash here while the rest of it has the buff, just to be a little bit faster, and then engage the boss again.
And we see them doing that just now. They deal with the rest of that trash, and they're going to engage the boss right now, interrupting him and starting the second phase 1. This is exactly the same as the start of the fight, with one added mechanic. The boss will now spawn these small little manifestations of the void. Now, these voids will slowly move towards the boss, and if they do happen to come in contact with the boss, or if they're killed, they will explode, doing AoE damage to the group. Now, the thing to remember is that healer still only has 10% of his normal HP pool. So what they'll have to do is they'll have to keep the manifestations away from the boss while not killing them. Now, fortunately, they have a lot of tools available to them to do that. They have the leg sweep on the monk. They have the ring of peace on the monk, which we're probably going to see right here just to make sure they stay away from the boss. And yeah, they're pretty much dealing with the fight pretty properly here. The only thing they have to make sure they do is finish the boss before he gets to 100 mana and starts that intermission phase all over again, which looks like they're about to do here.
Yeah, if they do get one more intermission phase, then that's going to be a pretty big time sink, because it just takes so long to do it. But they did manage to kill a boss before he went into this phase. Now all they have left to do is clear the rest of those eel packs that are around. Now, these eel packs are pretty dangerous, because not only do they apply necrotic to the tank, but they also apply this bleed debuff, as we can see on him right now, which does magic damage, and it stacks up pretty quickly. So as we can see, the healer actually getting aggro on the Windwalker as well, just from swiping.
Yeah, not only is it a stacking shadow debuff, but he also has to deal with the necrotic debuff with all of these eels at the same time. Now, all Accompany has to do is deal with the rest of these eels in the ruin. They're done with the dungeon, while Buff War Nerf Rogue still has to deal with this entire intermission phase, the three trash mobs that are still there at the start of the dungeon, as well as all of the eels in the room. Now, we do see another death coming out for the Windwalker monk in the intermission phase. So, I mean, it looks like they're just too far behind at this point. All Accompany has to do is AoE down this last pack of eels.
Definitely. Accompany just having a lot cleaner run here, even though they were dying here. They do have a battle rush to get him back up, so the DPS just need to make sure they're kiting back, not getting hit by those eels. But it feels like they have it in the bag, doing a 2-1 sweep by Accompany, which is, you know, a pretty solid run for Shrine, because Shrine is a very difficult dungeon, as we have seen in the past.
Yeah, definitely. Really well played from Accompany there.
Accompany making their way
as well, so we'll have to see how that goes here. As right off the get-go, we have kind of a mass stealth that you know, just briefly gave them a bit of coverage, as they both do the similarly large pull and hold on to that Bloodlust, because we're in a tyrannical setting, wanting that for Elderly Axe later. Yeah,
we do actually see the rest of Druid go down incredibly low on the side of Accompany there. Probably took a cleave from the Blood Matron there. That's probably the most dangerous mob in this group here, that Blood Matron. That Savage Cleave is a frontal ability which will do a massive amount of damage to anyone it hits, especially when it gets enraged.
Unlucky, as we see a lot of bursting stacks here on the team. All 6. Team D doesn't care about it, just heal straight through it. No cheat death procs from the side of the rogues as they rush right down into the second Matron pack. Matron's now particularly dangerous, not only for their Savage Cleave, but of course they do an AoE buff of their Enrage around to all the mobs. So you want to make sure that you dispel that Enrage, either especially on the Blood Priest for the cast speed, or on the Matron just for the raw amount of tank damage that she outputs. Accompany doing a similarly large pull here, but they also have a fetid Maggot along with their pack, so they're going to have to do well to crowd control that for the Rotten Bile, making sure that it doesn't hit any of the players.
Right, and we see this pull here coming out of the Eastern teams, as we do see the Windwalker Rogue go down on the side of Accompany here, and their Rogue also procced his cheat and is dropping incredibly low. This fetid Maggot pull is not working out, as their tank also goes down. This is just almost a full team wipe.
This is turning into a disaster for Accompany right now. Windwalker does come back. Battle Res not used as the Pro Warrior gets back as well, doing their best to stay it off, but the healer finally goes down. Ash procs the cheat death as well, barely staying alive as they just fight to stabilize. The tank is back, but the rest of Druid is certainly not releasing at the moment. Finally decides to do so to come back and support the team. Probably a bit of hiccup and miscommunication there as to whether or not they should just full wipe or try to finish this pack off. Finally, they do commit to it as Team D is just rifling forward through this explosive and bursting affix Underrot.
Yeah, this is kind of one of those situations where you have to know sometimes, can we actually salvage this pull? Is it worth salvaging this pull due to all the extra deaths we're going to get running back while the healer isn't alive? Fortunately, they do manage to finish off the pull instead of having to reset, but they did cost them 6 deaths plus all the run back time. Now, Team D did already get to the boss. They did already proc their first Reaping Wave, and they are using that Unholy DK once again for more boss damage.
More boss damage, but also advantage here for the Prot, whereas we already see that first Spell Reflect come on the Blood Bolt right on top of Liaxa as she takes 5% health from that. A lot of damage coming in here, but you got to watch out for those Blood Effigies that come from her Blood Mirror cast, as they need to be interrupted as well. They do an equal amount of damage with their abilities that the boss does, and the boss is certainly capable of one-shotting with that Blood Bolt for an unsuspecting tank or even DPS, because as soon as those Blood Mirrors spawn, they will actually snap aggro to someone else. So very essential that you interrupt that first one. No problem for them here, though, as they're already down to 35% on Liaxa.
And once again, another death coming out on the side of Accompany here. They're going to have to use their Battle Res on that Rogue, and that Rogue won't get to use the full duration of the Bloodlust. But like you were saying with those Blood Effigies, those Blood Mirrors, that's just another point, +1 point for the DK, because instead of having to go out and interrupt it, he can just grip it right on top of the boss. They can cleave and interrupt it down. It's just kind of an extra little tiny advantage that the DK has in this dungeon over the Windwalker Monk.
Yeah, and exactly what you said has been done here by Team D as they grip in the last Blood Mirror Effigy on top of the boss, cleave it down. Double interrupt coming up here. Blood Bolt does go off. Chunks long down to sub 50%, along with just a couple of melees from Liaxa herself. No danger, though, ultimately, as he dies, but a lot of dip coming down in health. Looks like he is using the Bonsamdi cheat death trinket, so that proc is up and unavailable for the next 6 minutes now. They start to head over to the, likely, as I assume they're kind of deal with the ticks and the maggot pack here. Most teams usually do that, but actually we see a mass stealth right past those as they get right into the heart of Living Rot and the Lashers.
Yeah, this is the team that we saw yesterday, like Sour has alluded to. This is the team that did this massive Reaping plus second Trash Wave plus Kragmaw boss pull. So we'll have to see if they're, if they're confident enough to do it again. But once again, like you said, they're doing they're going to just do huge trash pulls here. There's a lot of interrupts in here. Every single one of these diseased Lasher has a decaying mind cast, which if it goes off, will stun their target, and that stun won't come off until it's either dispelled or healed through.
Certainly they don't have a Dispel available on the team as well for that right now, so certainly not something you want to have coming out. There are pre-immunes just in case something does go out, but good coordination is needed as Tree of Life just pumping out so much healing through these heavy bursting stacks. Unfortunately, not enough as Mog actually procs that cheat death, but finally managing to stabilize. Ab getting out of that tree form in just a moment and getting ready to do another pull here, marking the Lashers, making sure they know who's interrupting what. But Zyra, aside from these Lashers and the Maggots, which was discussed, the Bloodstormer, particularly dangerous mob that likes to fixate players, do a ton of damage, and of course has that Sonic Screech cast.
Right, you can already see the amount of damage that fixate does on the Rogue there. He's been below half HP the entire duration of the fixate. The most difficult portion of that fixate is that not only does it just deal massive melee damage, it's not physical damage, it's shadow damage, which has less mitigation to deal with. Now, since it is on the Rogue, if they really need to deal with it, you can Cloak of Shadows the fixate and not take any damage, but that's just kind of a last-ditch scenario.
Yeah, so a bit of lag there from one of our observers as they swap cameras, and the team is healthy, still dealing with the Lasher. They do run off and start pulling the rest of the trash here in Kragmaw's room. Second Reaping has now procced for Team D at 41%. Starts rifling in on top of the group, along with a pretty substantial pull here. If I'm not mistaken, they actually took double Bloodstorm with this, so quite a substantial pull. I'll even correct myself there. Very dangerous. Double fixates going out. We can see one on Moggen, one on Isni, the Unholy DK. Just a lot of damage coming in. Anti-Magic Shell comes up to mitigate some of that shadow damage. And once again, I mean, they just destroy everything before it even really becomes too dangerous for the healer to put output, except for just the bursting at the end.
Part of that exponential damage of the DK, making sure that they do equal damage to everything. So by the time the Reaping is dead, the rest of the trash is probably around 10 or 20%, and all it requires is a little bit of extra AoE. Now, like you mentioned, they did a double Bloodstormer pull, which is incredibly dangerous, but fortunately they didn't get a double fixate on one person. That would have definitely spelled death, especially if it wasn't a non-rogue player. We see them moving on and pulling one of these skeleton packs here.
Yeah, skeleton packs, not too dangerous except for the Death Speaker. Let's talk a bit about Accompany here for a second. Another death from the Windwalker coming up. He does have the green swirly, for lack of a better term, in terms of icon design debuff on him, just wearing off, meaning he got clipped by one of the Lost Soul deaths on their first Reaping wave. So that is just sloppy play. I mean, completely avoidable damage that you want to get out of dodge of. Of course, that 30-second debuff also decreases your healing and damage done by 10%. So they really need to sharpen up against this just stellar-looking Team D right now that is just cutting through this trash like warm butter, getting ready to proc once again, as we saw yesterday, their third Reaping wave. And I guess they're just going to do the same crazy big pull.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be really impressive to see it from them twice. It's impressive to see it just one time, not only twice. So let's see if they actually manage to pull it off here. Once again, they're going to the same thing they did yesterday. They proc their third Reaping wave. They pull out the remainder of the trash in the room, which does have one of those Lashers and one of those Bloodstormers in it. So there's a lot of actual trash damage going off here. And they do end up pulling it into the boss. So there's going to be a lot of massive AoE damage and a lot of coordination on those interrupts here.
A lot of coordination. We see a couple of Grave Balls going off on the side, but that's probably the least of the team's worries with the amount of other mechanics going on, plus interrupts, plus wanting to CC and get some stuns / interrupts on the Sonic Screech from the Bloodstormer. Everything just gets absolutely destroyed by the Unholy DK. You know, not to, of course, forget the Rogues and the Prot were doing a substantial amount of AoE damage as well. Tree of Life just pumping out so much healing for Ab right now. Everything has been stabilized. They've dealt with the third Reaping wave. They've dealt with the rest of the trash in the room. And, I mean, they're just now chewing away at Kragmaw. Probably going to get about 3 Tantrum waves. Tantrum, of course, being the main ability of the fight, that at 100 energy, Kragmaw will run to the center of the room and just pulse immense amounts of physical damage on the group while spawning ticks randomly throughout the arena that players will need to stomp.
Yeah, and I think those ticks are probably like the feature mechanic of the fight. Every single one of the mechanics that Kragmaw does will spawn these ticks all over the place, and you'll have a very finite amount of time to run over them and soak them. If you do not soak them, they will spawn one of these blood ticks, as you see on the ground, which will do a stacking debuff for every single melee they do. Now, this stacking melee does a lot of damage if you let the stacks get too high, so making sure you're running around and running over all of these ticks on the ground is kind of the main focus of this fight.
Yeah, and you can see a few of those bleed stacks getting off on the second Rogue here for Team D as well, getting him quite low, along with the explosions that the ticks themselves do, similar to their trash counterparts that we saw earlier in the dungeon. Kragmaw down to 50%. Accompany still working through the rest of the room, as we see a Sonic Screech go off on the side of their screen there, getting the players down to around 50 to 60% HP, giving some struggles to the rest of Druid. Finally, the second Tantrum for Team D comes in right now, as the Rogue actually runs around DPSing him instead of dealing with any of the ticks, so they're quite confident that they're okay to leak some of the ticks, as we saw previously, and just cleave them down at the benefit, rather, of boss damage.
Right, that's just kind of like obscene efficiency. It's like, you know what, I'm so confident, like you said, I'm so confident that we can deal with soaking all these ticks. I'm just going to do some extra damage to the boss while he runs around the room. Now, like, one of the more unknown mechanics of this boss on those tantrums is he has a set tantrum pattern for the first half of it. He will always run to the center of the room first. So we saw the Rogue DPSing all the way to the center of the room, and then when he kind of started branching out in a random direction afterwards, he decided to start going and soaking. But we probably are going to see, once again, one more tantrum come out of Team D here. Yeah,
they're definitely going to get a late tantrum here. You usually have one frontal on the tank and then either 1 to 2 charges per phase. Here comes the final tantrum, though, at 16%. 17%. Wouldn't be shocked to see if the team just kind of commits and ignores the rest of the ticks. A lot of incoming damage on the tank, but it looks like there is a bit of support coming out in terms of stomping those ticks pre-spawn. They don't want too many explosives to spawn, of course. We are in explosive affix right now. That charge poorly baited, unfortunately, not into the side of the ribcage, so going to lose a bit of time and damage here as they have to chase Kragmaw and stomp the rest of the ticks takes on the outside, but Ab gives a bit of support to that, throws out a few more hots. Long does well here, of course, to leap out and charge back in to avoid that indigestion frontal, and now off they go towards the third boss's trash.
Yeah, Cragmaw goes down, and that's a pretty expert clear of that second room, if I do say so myself. Very well done by them. Now, we're going to have to see how they deal with the Reaping moving forward. We've seen a lot of different uses. We've seen some teams just opt to completely skip the fourth Reaping Wave entirely, but I want to see them use that Reaping Wave on this next boss here with that Unholy DK. I feel like that's the best usage of it for them.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of, well, first of all, this pull itself is actually quite dangerous. Now, the Guardians, of course, have the Bone Shield that you want to interrupt, else that you just have a lot of absorb to chew through, so it just increases the longevity of, well, I mean, their uptime. But more importantly, you have double interrupts that you need to get on this Defiler, and the Death Speakers themselves can summon an extra Guardian, but more importantly, cast Wicked Frenzy, which buffs one of the Guardians nearby with a substantial damage increase and causes them to apply a Shadow Dot to the tank, which is why you see Long playing a bit more defensively here, trying to move away from these mobs as not to get too much damage intake. Now, of course, that you can soothe that Frenzy, Zyro, and dispel the Shadow Dot, but oftentimes the healer will be busy doing something else before he can commit that global cooldown.
And of course, once again, once that Fallen Death Speaker is dead, that no longer goes out, so he's free to just kind of go back in and DPS everything down evenly. Now, are they going to proc their Reaping off of this last mob here? I believe that'll take them to 80%. There it goes. That's their fourth Reaping Wave. And we're going to see what they opt to do with this fourth Reaping Wave here. Are they going to pull it into the boss here with his own?
If they follow suit from yesterday, they're going to grab both Defilers with the boss and with the fourth Reaping Wave. So huge pull coming in here, wanting to make sure that you coordinate your interrupts properly on that X and Moon marker, the two Defilers. You have the Shadow Bolt volley, you ignore the totem, and you also interrupt the Withering Curse. Grave Bolt's coming in on the side. Not too much concern for the team as Ab is in tree form right now, just pumping out as many heals as he can. We get some bursting on the group, but there's only two mobs. I mean, those Defilers died so fast. Yeah. They're out of the picture already. No concern for the rest of this fourth Reaping Wave right now. Team Accompany has procced their fourth Reaping Wave, but they're a fair ways behind.
And they haven't even killed their second boss yet. They're so far behind. Like you mentioned, it almost looked like they focused those two Defilers down, and it wouldn't surprise me, honestly. They probably know how far ahead they are, and they're like, you know what, guys, let's just take this safe. We don't need the extra boss damage here. Let's just make sure we're focusing down the difficult part of the pull, which would definitely be those two Defilers. Because, I mean, honestly, you don't really have room to move around all that Reaping trash back, and if you do get a bad totem on top of all of those tormented souls and you're unable to interrupt all those Grave Bolts at the same time, you can get some really unlucky things happening to you. So very safe pull from them. I'd just like to see that out of them.
Team doing well to shroom around the room right now as they make sure to get all of those upheavals into the side. Now, there are two main mechanics, of course, to eliminate these mushrooms on the side of the room. One of them is that upheaval that players get, DPS or the healer, and of course there's the Shockwave frontal on the tank. Now, you can do a third strat, which is just to run into the mushrooms and eat them. The team does not have a dispel, so they have to be sparing with how often they do that, as they do take for a lot of damage in this tyrannical setting. You get 2 waves of upheaval and 2 waves of shockwave prior to the boss reaching 100 energy, after which, of course, the large cast comes out and will apply a dot for every mushroom still available in the arena if you don't soak them.
Right, we see that cast coming out right now, that Festering Harvest cast, but all it's going to do is just a little bit of group damage because they perfectly executed the mushrooms. There were no mushrooms left, so no debuffs went out. So not too dangerous for them. As long as you're making sure you're clearing the mushrooms out, you're doing a good job. Now, they do have several backup mechanics in case they mess up one of the upheavals or the shockwave. A rogue can Cloak of Shadows and run through everything, as well as the DK being able to soak 1 or 2 of them with his AMS, with his anti-magic shell. So they definitely have a lot of backup safety here. So this fight shouldn't be too difficult for them as long as they're making sure they spread out with the upheavals and they're just playing clean.
No, the only danger really is just some of the tank damage that comes out, but for a Prot Warriors mitigation level, that shouldn't be much of a concern. So 22% on the board now for Sport Color Xantia. Not to be forgotten, of course, Accompany on the right side, 63, about to hit 63% on Cragmaw. They did commit their Bloodlust to this, but they have also pre-cleared some of the trash to get rid of that fourth Reaping Wave. 61% now on Cragmaw, but I mean, Team D is just miles ahead at this point. 13% on Xantia, dealing with likely their last Festering Harvest of this boss cycle, after which I expect to see a stealth into the kind of final skeleton pack plus that one Defiler, and then the last 2 mobs are, and they're home free of the last boss.
Absolutely, they're home free. And the thing to mention here is that Team D hasn't even had to use one of their battle reses yet, while Team Accompany has had to use both of their battle reses. I mean, they had to use their one remaining one on their Windwalker Monk during that last Reaping Wave. So even if Team D does make a mistake or two, they have both of those battle reses available to them. And I mean, even as a healer, one of the nice things about having this Unholy DK is there's not as much pressure on you as that healer because you do have that backup battle res, whereas in a Windwalker Monk group, you're the only one. If you go down, the group's done.
That is absolutely correct. The Defiler gets gripped in there by the Unholy DK. Explosives all over the place. That was so close to going off. The last second one of those explosives finally got killed by the group. No problem for them as they finish off the Defiler first. Of course, probably the most unstable mob that you want to deal with just because of the frequency and danger of the cast that it has output. First bursting stack goes through, and they're about to kill all 5 of these mobs at the same time to make sure they deal with the rest of their reaping stacks. Now they're just going to mass stealth, 4 mobs. Now they're just going to mass stealth past these corruptors here and deal with the final 2 corruptors in the back, which bars the way to the last boss. But Zyra, we do know in this dungeon, unlike many others, you are forced to deal with the last reaping wave.
Yeah, absolutely. Once you deal with these 2 corruptors, the door will open, but when you go down the stairs, that does kind of act as like a snapping point. So all of the remaining reaping mobs in the dungeon, if you are unable to shadow melt them before going down, will snap to you when you go downstairs. So you pretty much have to deal with the 5th reaping wave. Now, once again, they have the Unholy DK, so they kind of want the reaping mobs anyway for the last boss, but it's just kind of one of the extra caveats of this dungeon that you have to deal with.
It's going to be a lot of fun to see if they follow suit from yesterday, pulling the boss without reaping wave. They have Bloodlust available too, so just the raw damage output that is going to come out of pretty much everyone in the group is going to be pretty phenomenal once these 2 corruptors go down. Well done to dodge the maddening gazes here from the team and move away from those abyssal maws with the slamming tentacles in various directions. Now there's a bit of role playing here as we wait for that construct to open up the door to the final boss, getting just a bit of damage on these lost souls, and now the players are finally transported downstairs where the remaining reaping wave is getting a bit snappy with them as they join them downstairs, and here comes the boss pull.
Yeah, this final boss in this dungeon is one of the most interesting bosses, I think, in the game in just terms of how mechanics work. His health bar isn't really a health bar. You kind of have to focus more on his energy bar. So when you deal damage to this boss, you deal damage to his energy rather than his health, and every single time you fill him up to 100 energy, he'll spawn 2 Blood Visage adds. Now, once you DPS down these Blood Visage adds, the boss will take 1/6 of his health and damage. So essentially what you need to do is you need to fill up his energy bar 3 times, deal with all 6 of the Blood Visage adds that will spawn, and then the boss will die.
Now, deal with the Blood Visage as is a bit of an overstatement because, frankly, the construct in the middle of the room there that you can see is actually helps you with them. So he just kind of runs over to them, stuns them, and channels a huge damage over time per mob that he basically just solos them. So the players should not turn around to deal with these Blood Visages outside of the tank getting aggro until you're on the very last wave, because you could just effectively fill the bosses, the Unbounded Abominations energy bar during that time. Accompany now still on Spore Caller Xancha, the 4th boss, after which they need to repeat basically all of the trash we just saw the Team D do quite masterfully as well. So 2/3 health left on this Unbound A-Bomb.
I mean, this is just a masterful performance in the dungeon from Team D. They've made absolutely no mistakes the entire dungeon. Everything has been done perfectly, and you can see they're an entire boss ahead. They're even probably slightly ahead on boss percentage here. I mean, what can we say about Team D? This is the Team D that we've seen the entire tournament, except for that one dungeon earlier this tournament.
Yeah, that one dungeon, and I mean, as we were mentioning earlier, their losses to Battle for Champion really only came at just an intense race against another incredibly good team. So it's not that they themselves kind of choked and had a hard time with the mechanics. Nonetheless, the second wave of Blood Visages is cleared. We can see 33% health on the board for the current Unbound Abomination. Still only 35% for Spore Caller Xancha and Accompany. They are just miles behind at this point.
Right, and of course the other mechanics that we have yet to deal with on this fight, of course, are the stacking debuffs that go out. But once again, like we've mentioned earlier, the Titan Keeper Hezrol that is there to help you. He will cleanse those debuffs for the players. So pretty much all you need to make sure you're doing is DPSing down these rotting spores, which will just die to any sneeze of damage on them. And make sure you're keeping the room clean. Make sure you have room to kite to so that you don't get overrun by this kind of snot on the ground.
And here we have the final 2 Blood Visages being spawned. Players are swapping to them as Team D is looking to close out this first game in an incredibly dominant manner. And I mean, so far it's following suit for what Twitch chat has voted, what we're feeling on the desk, and what we expected to see. Team D closing out the first game with a masterful performance. Of course, Raging being the particularly dangerous one here. Every trash mob that kind of dips below 30% HP will get a permanent 100% damage increase buff. Now, it can be soothed, but depending on the size of the trash pulls that they're doing, I mean, the Druid only has access to that soothe every 10 seconds.
Yeah, and that's definitely going to be one of the skill caps of this dungeon, because there's definitely a lot of times in this dungeon where there's a lot of dangerous mobs that you want to all soothe at the same time, but you kind of need to make sure you're pushing those dangerous mobs one at a time just so you can get the soothes also on important mobs.
Team D going straight into the thick of it here as they deal with the first boss's room pull, getting right right in the back here, actually, right where the those kind of stalling spawn, those abominations that will fear you if they come into contact with you. But huge pull coming in here from TD, the Team D. They do commit their bloodlust to it as well. Accompany doing a much more modest pull on their side. As Long already starts to kite, not only do those champions have their own enrage, but then the enrage affix mechanic as well. Tons of damage coming out from the groups as well, needing to make sure that they interrupt those witch doctors as well. Shadowbolt volley almost went off there, but doing really well here, Long, as he constantly hugs the inside pool here to make sure that he constantly LOSs or line of sights those witch doctor casts.
Yeah, these champions are even doubly dangerous on this Raging Affix because not only do they have their own enrage that needs to be soothed, they also have the enraging affix of the dungeon. So there's just double enrages coming out of the champions. But honestly, that was a beautiful pull from them. They did have to commit their bloodlust to it in this tyrannical setting, but I feel like that's just going to put them so far ahead for this dungeon.
It was fantastic, and that, you know, they kind of mismanaged just a bit at the end. The boss, they would have wanted to spawn just a bit earlier so that I could drag this first round of Reaping on top of the Golden Serpent. But nonetheless, here we go, as half of the Reaping Wave is at half health already. The Golden Serpent has been pulled, no bloodlust available as they committed to that trash pull. Accompany holding on to their bloodlust but moving much slower through the room. Bit of danger coming here for the Prot Warrior tank as he dips at 2% health and just manages to scrape by. We have the punt end of this Soothe coming in for them as well, but he's kind of backed himself into a corner here, so gonna need a bit of support as hopefully he gets that shield block up for the encroaching ads right now. Golden Serpent already down to 78% for Team D.
I mean, once again, seeing how dangerous those raging, enraged champions are. They just do so much damage to the tank there, dropping another 2%, just barely being able to keep alive. But once again, we're looking at Golden Serpent here for Team D. Now, they don't have Bloodlust available for this tyrannical boss, and we've seen this is probably, like we've mentioned, one of the most healing-intensive boss fights. This Golden debuff does a lot of damage.
Yeah, and the real issue comes out from these animated golds, the GUIs on the side, because oftentimes you want range to kind of slow them, punt them away, what have you. So a lot of support will need to come here from Ab, who perhaps may be running Mass Entangle, but as well has the Typhoon or Ursul's Vortex available. So you know, you want to make sure that they are killed if they get too close to the boss, and we do know that in a recent patch they were actually nerfed by about 75-80% of their health, so should they get too close to the melee, we'll have to turn around and cleave them. But otherwise, the boss really doesn't do too much except for just the healing intensity of the dot and needing to well coordinate where you drop those pools, because Zyro, if you kite the boss too far from where the pools are dropped and they're too spread out, you could end up in a disastrous position where the mobs kind of go around the opposite side of the pool and run into the front of the boss.
Yeah, we'll see definitely good positioning from the tanks here, where we will see them definitely kite around one side of the room. Now, on the side of Team Accompany, they are able to use their Bloodlust on the boss as a kind of a foil to Team D, where they had to use their trash on that massive AoE pull. But honestly, they're 60% ahead on the boss. I mean, sorry, 50% ahead, but still just so far ahead on the boss because of that massive AoE pull. I don't know if the delayed Bloodlust for the boss is worth it here.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for them to catch up. They do have the advantage, of course, of that Windwalker with that 5% physical debuff, but I don't know if it's going to make up 60% worth of boss. We have 5 seconds left on their Bloodlust. That'll be falling off in just a moment as Team D just now getting to the last quarter of health for the Golden Serpent. Tank well moving out of that AoE. That will do a substantial amount of physical damage and knock you back if you stay in it. And now they are just moving as minimally as they can around the center pool area to make sure that those kind of blobs come in from the same side.
I mean, there are so many times on this boss where we've seen healers that run almost at the end of the fight because of how much damage is going out. We see on the side of on Team D that their healer is still at like 40% mana, so they're definitely doing a lot of work here, making sure they're spreading out the debuffs. Fortunately, I mean, it's random targets, but using their personals as they get the debuffs here, making sure their healer doesn't get doesn't have to do too much healing. I'm kind of worried for Team Accompany here. Their healer is relatively low on mana, like around 60%, while the boss is at 60%, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. But we do see Golden Serpent going down for Team D.
Yes, Golden Serpent is indeed killed here by Team D. Now, you know, I like seeing that they were using some pre-immunes as well, cloaks, pre-AMS, to try and get rid of that golden debuff that plagues the players on that fight, and then you get rid of one of the GUIs as well and just save a ton of healing. So well done by them as they get into the middle of this gauntlet area right now. Now, on live servers, these are usually random spawns for the 4 packs, but for the integrity of the tournament, we have kept this consistent. So the packs will always spawn in the same fashion in this gauntlet. And as we've seen with many other teams, especially in the West for this particular room, they will pull the 2 constructs that they skipped at the beginning of the dungeon into this room. Now, this is very, very dangerous as these have a massive frontal frontal Zyro that could just rock your world, and not just that, but we're going to enter that enraging on them soon.
Like you mentioned, it's a massive frontal, which will also stun you if you get hit by it, so it's just definitely DPS downtime. The reason they're pulling this into this room is not only for the extra mob count that they give, but also during the RP, there's nothing to hit, so they're making sure that they're just, you know, they're always doing something. They're always moving ahead in the dungeon, so it's just another efficiency thing. Now, something I would like to see out of these teams is I want to make sure that they enter them into raging at separate times so that they're able to soothe one, then wait, then push the other into raging, then soothe that one. That way they don't have to worry about these raging frontal slams.
Not to mention that sub 50%, a lot of damage coming in right now on Long. I was just about to mention sub 50% on these constructs. They also increase their haste by 50%. So not enraging at 30, and of course they get that haste at 50%. So it could be just a lot of tank damage, as we just saw Long right there dipping so low. Axe Barrage does go off for this particular gauntlet pack of mobs. A very heavy physical damage over time on the group. Now it can be stunned, but he will recast it immediately after the stun, and you can also line of sight it, but really just not very efficient to do in this full melee comp, so they just opt to eat the damage to the face. Recently the damage has been nerfed a couple patches ago, if I'm not mistaken, so it's not as bad as it used to be, but certainly puts a bit of strain on the tank, as we actually see a death go down on the side of Team Accompany. The Restored Druid does go down, and they're waiting for a res from the Windwalker Monk.
Yeah, we did almost see a raging Axe Barrage go off on the side of Team D, which would have been pretty dangerous, but they did perfectly stun it and soothe it at the same time, so nothing too crazy coming out from them. The only other mechanic they really have to deal with as a melee team is the Channel Lightning cast from the King, but they only have one punt for that. It can only be knocked back or gripped. So between the DK and the Druid, they are able to displace that pretty easily, but they did proc 40% Reaping Wave here, and they are pulling it into the next pack with this Unholy DK.
Yeah, so they have the Reaping spawning here for Queen Wasi and the King Timaji as well. Now the King will cast a pretty heavy whirlwind here that the players want to kind of try and avoid, but it does do a fair bit of damage, as you can see them moving away already. Now she, the Queen, will of course cast a Shadow Bolt, a fairly heavy hit of shadow damage on the tank that can be reflected or interrupted. Periodically she will also mind control a player. That is a dispellable debuff on a player, dispellable buff actually on a player that can be just used by one of the members, but of course they're not running any blood also. They'll just have to deal with that on the side. Now Team D, dealing with this 40% Reaping Wave, has moved over and is just trying to rifle down the rest of the King's health, but he's very inaccessible a lot of the time because of that whirlwind.
Yeah, especially with this triple melee comp, that Bladestorm will randomly choose a member in the group and fixate them and start Bladestorming towards them. And with this triple melee comp, while that Bladestorm is happening, nobody can DPS it except for the Druid, and the Druid really, honestly, isn't doing that much damage.
I mean, you know, the rogues can kind of gamble a bit and try to get in at their increased melee range damage, but certainly very scary for them as Team D waits for the final spawn here. And now the problem with the Queen here, Patla, is that she will do a shoot on her primary target, but she casts it the moment she spawns, so oftentimes she will not be targeting the tank, so you want to make sure that whoever gets it either line of sights or uses a personalize. It does quite heavy damage. Nonetheless, manages to snap aggro on it, and the Skeletal Hunting Raptor wants to be should be cleaved at the same time as the Queen, just for max efficiency, so you can get out of this room. Accompany a fair bit behind at this point. They're only dealing with their second pack of the gauntlet right now. Haven't even procced their 40% Reaping, as Team D rounds the corner, is already rushing towards Machimba's room, which is the second boss of the dungeon.
Right, and in the second boss, we're going to see a very, very large pull from them. They're going to probably pull every single one of the slimes in their room, in addition to probably pulling both constructs. They might split it up a little bit. We see some teams doing both strategies. But the thing to mention about these slimes is that they'll put pools on the ground. If you stand in these pools or if you get hit by them, you'll gain a stacking nature debuff, which will do more and more damage and slow you based on how many stacks you have, and they are pulling it with the constructs here, so this is a massive pull out of them.
So they're not just pulling the Embalming Fluence, indeed, they're pulling both constructs. They're waiting just a second before they pull the second construct, as you want to desynchronize their cast for the Entomb. Now, Entomb will throw a player in the closest sarcophagus to the construct, and they will then channel Wail of Mourning, which does a substantial amount of shadow damage on the group. The only way to stop it is to go over and click the sarcophagus or the tomb that the player is stuck in order to break them out. Now, when this happens, if the second one casts it at the same time as well, you cannot access the same tomb immediately, so you can't exactly spam click it, which is why it's important to desynchronize their cast, which they perfectly did here. A lot of damage coming in on the Embalming Flues as they're kind of kite around when they die. Of course, Zyra, they do leave those poison pools on the ground.
Right, and of course, also the life of a healer being the only ranged player. Those pools will only target, they'll focus ranged players so that healer just kind of have to run around. We're seeing a little bit of a difficulty on Team Accompany. The healers goes down and the tank goes down, and it looks like it's going to be a full team wipe.
Yeah, that's going to be a full team wipe for them. The healer releases and starts running back. The tank just stays dead as the healer will come in and likely res whoever they can. In the meantime, probably the Rogue and Windwalker are doing what they can just to get the amount of damage that they can, but the tank didn't release smartly, so they didn't even pull these two constructs, as the Druid can just kind of stealth past everything and res anybody who needs it. They do manage to kind of escape the rest of the damage, likely with Vantages and Shadow Melds, which is why the Windwalker's still alive, but huge amounts of time lost here. They're just sitting doing absolutely nothing, waiting for the healer to get back so that they can res the warrior. Machimba now at 94%. Bloodlust finally comes up from Team D as they're looking to axe off the remaining 60% reaping wave here, which should be no problem for them. And I like what they're doing here is they're slowly kiting around the edges of the room so that they can put the fire in places that won't cut off the halves of the room too much.
It is definitely one of those area of denial bosses. You need to make sure that you're leaving a clean path to both of the tombs so that when the boss is mimicking the Guardian construct abilities of entombing players, you have access to all 4 of the tombs so you can go across the entire room and break each other out. That is the main mechanic of the fight, but there are also a couple of other things. Like we mentioned already, it will do burn corruption cast, which will place fire on the ground. And like you mentioned, edge of the room, making it so that they have clean line of sight to all of the tombs.
Drain Fluids now going out on Ab, who needs to heal through it. It will leave you with a kind of Grievous style debuff that if you're below 90% HP will decrease your damage done, and I believe slow you as well. So in order to get over that, you need to get over 90% HP. No problem for Ab to heal through as the group kind of heads over to the corner again just to bait the next burn corruption in the corner. So really good positioning from them here. Now it's important to kind of plan your real estate well here with the area denial to make sure that you have access to all 4 of the tombs on the sides of the rooms so that when he does grab one of the players and throw them in, you're not having to kind of weave around fire or even risk running through that fire in the first place.
Yeah, we see a little bit of a weird kind of pull change out of Team Accompany here. Instead of pulling the 2 constructs at the start of the dungeon, they opt to pull the one on the bridge. Not sure if that was a mistake or not, but we don't typically see just the one mob pulled. That's really weird out of them. Also, we see, once again, somebody getting entombed on the side of Team D, and they just break them out, and they're moving on with the boss. Once again, stacking up on the side of the room, making sure they're placing the burn corruption exactly where they want to place it, and it's just like, I mean, this is like machine-like from them. They know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, we don't talk about pulling that purifying construct around these parts. It's just a huge waste of time from the team. The only time we've seen that pulled from any of the Western teams was in combination with a huge room pull here in Machimba's room that they just got into. So certainly not very efficient from them, whether intended or not. Team D now to 20% on Machimba, 65% on the board for their trash. They'll get ready to move to probably what is the most dangerous trash in the dungeon coming up with just a lot of those Spectral Berserkers and the Hexpreys going around. So we'll see how they handle that. But so far, I mean, just like you said, almost machine-like from them, Zyro.
And it's interesting. I mean, we can definitely tell what they feel about this gauntlet of trash coming up, because we've seen a lot of teams save their second Bloodlust for this first pull that has 2 Berserkers in it. And I mean, they just confidently use their Bloodlust on the boss because honestly, I mean, they probably know exactly how to deal with that trash pack. Yeah,
I mean, it is a tyrannical setting, so these bosses are very dangerous. And Machimba melee's quite hard. We saw Long getting chunked there. 3 people run over to the rescue of, 2 people run over to the rescue of the Rogue who was entombed there. Team D now downing Machimba and quickly heading up the stairs to where we're going to see an absolute flurry of Berserkers. Now, most notable mobs here, I would say, are probably the Berserkers. Hexpriest with a close second as well. Berserkers are particularly dangerous as they will apply a bleed debuff to their closest proximity, highest threat target. So that means that if the warrior is not near them when they cast it, they'll cast it on a melee or whoever's close. This bleed debuff lasts 10 seconds, and they will reapply it once every 8 seconds. So you need to do something during those last 2 seconds. Stun it, get away from it, whatever, to make sure that you're not getting more than 1 stack, because those stacks, Zyro, plus enraging is going to be really disastrous for the tank.
Now, one of the benefits that Team D has over Team Accompany is that those bleed debuffs can go on pets. But now we see one of those bleed debuffs go on the Rogue right there, and it does a massive amount of damage. But like I was mentioning, it can go on pets, so if this Unholy DK really has that great pet macro, he can actually see when the Berserker is going to jump, manually move his pet to that small purple swirl on the ground and sacrifice his pet. Now that's kind of a worst case scenario. You don't really want to be sacrificing your pet as a DK, but it's just kind of one of those plays you can make as a DK that you don't have an option on the side of Team Accompany for. Sorry.
No, it's all good. We see the Frost Shock come in, what I was going to say, for Isni there on the Unholy Deacon. Now, the Frost Shock is a random application from the Witch Doctor to a random player. Will decrease your movement speed by 50% and also just hit you with a fair amount of frost damage. So Instant Dispel comes out there from Ab, who did use his 3-minute cooldown Tree of Life to get through that particularly difficult pack. Now, they decided to combine this Brute here with the Raptors and, of course, the Beastmaster. Raptors, not really too much threat. They jump to a random player and just do a frontal cleave, move out of the way. The Brute hits the tank quite hard and has a huge area of denial that will pop players up right here, as you can see. Does a lot of damage. Ab actually goes down, so the next thing we were going to mention is that the Beastmaster has a frontal poison barrage that you want to make sure to point away from the rest of your team. Unfortunately, they're both Isni and Ab were affected with the poison. You can only dispel one of them, and it just takes so hard.
Right, that was just poor. That was probably one of the. I mean, we were saying their machine like that was just one really weird death out of them. We don't really see Team D making that many mistakes. But honestly, if that's the only mistake they make the entire dungeon, we'll take that out of them. This is probably one of the worst trash packs for triple melee to deal with because of that Spectral Brute. I mean, I believe a Ground Crush was going out at the same time, so they definitely didn't have that much different directions to run into. So, I mean, just kind of one of the things about the Spectral Brute is that as a triple melee comp, you can't get in to do damage to anything whenever that AoE Ground Crush is going off. Otherwise, you get knocked to the ceiling and spend even less time. You have even more downtime when you're knocked to the ceiling.
83% on the board as the 4th Reaping Wave comes in for Team D on the bridge here. They combine it with a Berserker, Hex Priest, and Witch Doctor pack coming up. So a lot of damage coming in on Long, whose Trinket just goes off cooldown, the Cheat Death Trinket from Bonsamdi, but 2 stacks of the Berserker Bleed on Long right now is going to require a lot of attention from Ab, who is just Regrowth spamming and Wild Growth spamming on the side of the room. 2 stacks are finally up right now, doing well to make sure that he gets all of the Risen Soul debuffs dispelled from Long as frequently as possible. Accompany now, of course, at 15% from Achimba on the right side of the screen. Ash did just previously proc the Cheat Death as well, so won't have that available for about 6 minutes now.
Yeah, but I mean, we just have to mention how far ahead Team D is right now. They've already dealt with almost more than half of this trash gauntlet, and I mean, they haven't even killed the second boss on the side of Team Accompany yet. So this masterful trash pulling from Team D, as they're probably planning on skipping the rest of it, or maybe just doing one more trash pull at the end. I mean, they're just playing so perfectly in this dungeon so far, minus just that one hiccup.
So we do see Mog kind of move ahead. Both rogues move ahead and get a double blind off on the pack just up there. The Witch Doctor, who drops that totem that AoE heals and Frost Shocks, and of course the Berserker that we've kind of talked about so much with the bleed, have been crowd controlled in the distance while they handle this essentially pack and a half. Now there's a Beastmaster in there. You want to make sure that you don't get that aim shot off of the edge of the platform. It will punt you a tremendous distance. They're doing their best to kind of crowd control as much as they can this Poison Barrage so it doesn't go off. We'll see likely another stun or a gouge, perfectly done by them there so that it doesn't get off at all. And finally the Raptor goes down, and then they will head over to the remaining 2 crowd controlled mobs.
It's important to mention at this point in the dungeon, they don't need any more trash percentage. That last final mini boss gives about 4 to 5% trash, so they don't need to kill these. I'd be surprised if they actually do. They're probably going to run past and shadow meld. So I mean, they're just going to move on. They have boss, mini boss, and then they're finished with the dungeon. So this council here is probably the most raid boss-like of any dungeon boss I think I've ever seen in this game.
Yeah, I mean, you know, boss is a bit of an understatement for these 2 tyrannical remaining bosses. Now, this is a very long fight, and we're starting with a council-style encounter here, where they sequentially come out one by one, but we are starting with what is at least coveted as the most difficult of the 3, Kula right here. The reason for that being is that she will add a Sever Axe debuff to a player that lasts for 30 seconds and does a tremendous amount of damage, physical damage over time. Now, you can dodge or parry this attack, and they'll be lucky to do so depending on who it goes on, which is one advantage that a Demon Hunter nicely brings to them. Just kind of gets rid of some of that RNG on them. But the first one does go out on Mog, and you can see just how much chunking damage does, about 25% max HP per tick, while the players are running around avoiding these whirling axes.
Yeah, and you can see that's kind of the main mechanic of Kula. In addition to the debuff, you'll do these whirling axes casts every 10 seconds or so. And while it looks like it's kind of difficult to dodge all these axes, all you really need to do is move out whenever she spawns them and then run right back on top of her after the first pass goes around. And you can kind of keep doing this for the rest of the fight. The main difficulty here is for the healer, who has to move out and in while maintaining that healing on both the tank and the person that has that massive physical damage debuff.
Accompany not to be forgotten, of course, still moving through the rest of this hallway pretty well so far. No deaths from them. A few close calls there on Ash and, of course, the Windwalker as they dipped quite low. But Kula now down to 10% for Team D, who's sitting at 96% trash, waiting to deal with the Shadow of Zul as their final trash mob. But first, we'll have to deal with Zanazal, the second of the Council boss here now, essentially a Shaman boss, will cast Lightning Bolt frequently on the main target and will also spawn totems periodically.
In addition to that, every 24 seconds, they'll also cast Poison Nova, which will it's like a 6-second cast time, which needs to be interrupted, or it'll put a debuff on every single player in the group. Now, the kind of gotcha mechanic on this fight is that once you've killed one of the Council members, occasionally they'll come back and do one of their mechanics. We see it right there, Cool the Butcher coming back and doing one of those Whirling Axes casts. So not only do you have to deal with the boss that you're attacking at the current time, but you have to deal with the ghosts of the bosses you've already killed. And we see the first totem cast come out here.
Yeah, so the first totem cast, it's important, you know, in terms of priority totem kills, you need to kill the explosive totem before it explodes, or, I mean, your group's dead. That's it right there. Earthwall, second priority, as it will spam and absorb on the active boss, certainly just requiring much more damage to chew through. After that, especially in this all-melee comp, doesn't really matter. The rest of them can just kind of be cleaved down, or you can see Ab just running around here on the edge, making sure he kills the remaining totems, which do enrage, by the way, if you didn't know that. So everything is killed down perfectly. Poison Nova interrupted here, and in an ideal world, they're probably looking to beat the second round of totem cast, but I don't think you're going to be able to do that, especially in this tyrannical setting.
Yeah, definitely kind of a danger to that, right? There's some situation in which you actually kill the boss as it casts its second round of totems, and then you have to deal with the third boss in addition to all of the totems going off at the same time. So I think it might be a better play just to play it safe, let that second round of totems go off, deal with them, because you're so far ahead, just you want to play it safe. And we do see the second totem go off at 20% here. We will see them instantly go to that explosive totem, blow it up, then, like you said, second priority Earthwall totem, and then very likely just go straight back onto the boss while the Druid deals with the rest of the totems.
So they're waiting here to milk this Poison Nova cast for as long as they can, because the longer the boss is just sitting there casting, the longer he's not really doing anything, as long as they have a guaranteed interrupt at the very end. Xanazal finally brought to the middle of the room again, where he will be killed off before the final boss spawns. A very tank-heavy and group split damage boss that we'll see here in just a moment, Akali. Now, the name of the game here is when you get the barrel cast on you, you want all players to stand in line and soak some of the damage. Every player that is hit with the barrel through will absorb some or split some of the damage. You can, however, also avoid or solo it, as you can see on the side here from one of the rogues. The barrel through will recast on a player afterwards the more you do this, but most importantly as well is the debilitating backhand. That is a tank debuff application. If it connects with you, which it did there, it will do a lot of damage and also cause you to take an increased amount of damage because you have severely reduced armor.
This is actually a really interesting sequence they did here. They double vanished the first two barrel through casts, then they got the debilitating backhand, but because he hadn't cast the barrel through yet, he instantly queued up a barrel through right after the debilitating backhand, which meant the tank could just go in and DPS while he had the debuff. That's a really impressive, like, just note from them. Now, we do see both of the gotcha mechanics coming back. Xanazal the Wise casting Poison Nova in addition to the Whirling Axes from Kula. I mean, they deal with it perfectly, but that's not that easy to do.
No, and they do have the increased range, at least from the interrupt from Isni by 10 yards on a DK, which typically melee have to be within, well, melee range to interrupt that. The only melee that have that, of course, are DHs and DKs, so they're able to just kind of help with that while dodging those Whirling Axes. Calling now down to 2%, try to delay those barrel throughs for as long as possible, and managed to get quite a lot of them off, so really efficient damage from them as long as they can. Now, everybody will be moving up here and skipping the rest of this trash and moving over to Shadow of Zul, one of the most dangerous kind of mini bosses slash trash mobs amongst all the dungeons. Fortunately, they do have Soothe for his enrage at 30%.
Right, I feel like I'm going back to Oldir all over again. Once again here, Shadow of Zul does mimic a lot of the abilities from the Oldir raid, if you did participate in that raid. But pretty much, I mean, what he's going to do, the main focus here is that he does a lot of tank damage. It's almost all shadow damage, which warriors don't really have that much mitigation against.
They don't. It's going to be a lot of ignore pain spam, and of course, you can reflect one every 25 seconds. You see the reflect come in there from long right now, just getting a bit of whatever extra damage they can deal with. Of course, he has access to Last Stand and, you know, shield wall as much as possible, but you do want to get some resources up for the shield slam to shield block to maximize your shield slam damage, single target on Zul. So Long will be doing well to kind of balance his resource uses between ignore pain, trusting his healer that he's healed up, but he does dip 7% there as Ab goes into tree form and just spams as many regrowths and regrowths into Long here as possible, making sure he's nice and healthy and hopefully getting that Soothe ready for the 30%.
We just see one of the main mechanics of Zul going out here, that massive AoE burst on the DK there, which will also spawn a Shadow Ad that needs to be dispelled. Now this, if it does run into its target here, it fixates a target. If it runs into its target, it will actually fear that target, but we see one of the rogues just tossing a blind on it and they're good to go back on Shadow Azul.
Yeah, I think what they're planning to do here, of course, is spawn the 5th Reaping Wave, and then everybody's going to run downstairs and Shadow Meld it yet again. Just the strength of the Night Elf Rachel versus this current seasonal Affix. So here they go, just down the stairs, making sure Long is healthy with the dot from the Shadow Barrage. The damage over time, that was applied from Zool. There goes the Vanish. They sit down, have a quick eat, make sure everybody's max HP, max mana, and they get started on King Dazar, whilst Accompany is still only on 30% on Xanazal, the second boss of the Council that we saw Team do a few minutes earlier.
Yeah, Team D is just so ridiculously far ahead here, and they have their Bloodlust available to them whenever they want on this fight. Now, King Dazar is kind of another one of those really difficult dungeon bosses that, honestly, if he had more HP, could be a raid boss too. He's essentially got kind of 4 separate phases. At 80%, he'll spawn his first Raptor, which will jump around and do a frontal kind of cleave damage. And then probably the most dangerous part of the fight is at 60% when he spawns his second Raptor, mounts up, and this second Raptor will cast an AoE undodgeable Fear. The only way you can dodge is if you have a magic immunity or like a Tremor Totem. So we're probably going to see them commit their Bloodlust to that 60% portion of the fight.
And just try to blow it up before the second Fear. Now, a lot of the danger with the Fear for that is the tank gets feared as well, and then often just gets hit in the back while they're running around in circles with the Fear. But the advantage for the Prot Warrior here is they do have Berserking, so they can get a freebie with the first Fear. So they're likely aiming to kill off that mounted Raptor before the second one. So they'll have about 15 to 20 seconds to do that. Ab dipping just a bit low, of course, baiting that jump out from King Dazar. It's expected to see. Important for the players once the leap happens from the boss to keep running, as you will take proximity damage from the landing location. Raban now down to 37, really not a priority for the team to kill, as Salah comes out, the mounted Raptor that we were talking about, and here comes the Bloodlust and the big damage on that mount.
And the important thing to mention here is once Dazala comes out, all damage that you deal to any of these three targets will be redirected to Dazala. It's kind of split between them, but most of it gets redirected to Dazala. So this 3-target cleave, almost all of it gets focused into Dazala, and we'll actually see if they're able to beat this second Fear here. It does end up going out, but the tank is far enough away from the boss where he doesn't even get meleeed in the back. So pretty much all of the danger of this fight is done. The last thing that happens in this fight is at 40%, he will start spawning spears from the ceiling, and it can spawn in one of 2 patterns. The main one that we usually see is the spears spawn in a clockwise pattern around the room, starting at about this river. So what teams will do is they'll kind of move past the river, let the spears spawn, and then it'll just go around the room and spawn behind them.
So we will see here 50% on King Dazar, and we'll see those patterns that you were talking about in just a moment. Blade combo just pummeling the tank right now. 4 successive hits on the tank with increasing damage. Blockable, of course, but just a menacing amount of damage, but nothing that a Prot Warrior can't handle, especially when you have that shield block up. So the first pattern they're going to get, unfortunately, is actually the clockwise rotation pattern. They were caught on the wrong side of the river there, so they just very quickly and stealthily moved through kind of those spears and snaked their way through them before they got hit and stunned. So that was a bit scary from them, but they realized the position they were in. So rather than kind of backpedal and kite the boss in a full circle, they just decided to just take their chances, cross the traps right away. Now they're waiting for to make the full circle.
It's kind of hard to remember sometimes. We gloss over some of these mechanics and focus on only the main mechanics, but this Quaking Leap mechanic is actually incredibly dangerous. He'll target a player and leap at their location, and if that player hasn't moved away from where they were at the end of the Quaking Leap cast, they can almost get one shot from 100 to 0. In addition to that, these Gale Winds going out every now and then, these just kind of start to overrun you as the fight goes out. Once again, he'll target a player, do a Gale Slash at their location, and that whirlwind will go around the entire room, making you dodge more and more and more of them as the fight goes on.
Of course, those whirlwinds do stick to their own lane once they're parked there, but King Dazar now to 7% for Team D as they look to close out this series in a hugely dominant fashion, 2-0 over Team Accompany, and I mean, they're just desperately trying to get back to that Grand Championship versus Battle for Champion, and it looks like they're hungry for it, they got it, and they close out the series 2-0. But here we go as both teams row it downstairs with the mass stealth, leading into a huge pack pull. Bloodlust coming up on both sides and just huge amounts of damage chunking the group on Team D side. We're on a bursting volcanic affix right now, and we see that Tree of Life spam coming out of Battle for Champion already.
Yeah, so similar pulls coming in from both, but those teams, the tank just drops so low on top of this Quaking, but the healer Jack doing a very good job at keeping everyone alive with this Tree of Life. But yeah, just very scary pull here on top of 45, so the trash is doing so much damage, but also bursting, so you have to handle it very well. He drops so low. This is so close from Battle for Champion coming out here, and also Quaking, just making everything so much more difficult.
Yeah, Jack does manage to heal everybody up. There goes the Tranquility now, cuts it off halfway as they want to hurry down the stairs with the trash dying. Team D kind of on the back pedal here right now as they're forced to deal with the rest of the trash here a bit more defensively. We see some line of sight play coming out of the tank right now as with the Unholy DK helps grip those marksmen in that are stationary mobs. Very difficult to move just because they're kind of ranged physical mobs, so they just tend to shoot their target unless they're line of sight. Both rogues don't have cheat death available to them on the side of Team D as well. Battle for Champion now dealing with their first reaping pack here on the side, and they have pulled Atal'Dazar and Aspects with it as well.
Yeah, so Battle for Champion just dealing with this first pull so much faster, dropping very, very low again. But yeah, this first pull, you would think that Team D would be the team that does this pull because they have the DK, they have this huge AoE damage, but Battle for Champion just risking so much, and it's paying off for them. It was very close, but they didn't manage to pull it off. Now they did pull the boss, and they have one death coming in. They have a battle res, so they can recover, but it's quaking as well.
Oh, this is so sketchy for them right now. The battle res is available, but he's just struggling to get everybody healthy. Both rogues now have cheat death proc. One of them does go down, and it looks like we might have a full team wipe as the warrior runs up in order to reset this boss so they can go at it again. Now, they have probably wasted some offensive cooldowns here, but of course, no bloodlust as they used it on the trash. So a lot of hiccup here as Team D finally pulls this boss as well. Atal'Dazar just pulled away from Aspects, wanting to make sure that you don't cleave on top of the boss with the active lightning shield, getting that damage reflected back onto you. But, I mean, Battle for Champion, a bit of a sloppy display here because they also had a marksman on the side shooting them along with the boss that they had pulled.
I do believe they were trying to pull those Shadowed Fangs that are stealthing around the boss room, so you need to make sure you detect them and pull them on top of the group before you pull a boss. But someone probably accidentally pulled the boss while doing so, and of course having trash and the boss at the same time in the settings is way too difficult to handle. And while they are not engaged, like while the bosses are not engaged, they're actually charging around the room. So maybe something like that happened, that they were trying to pull the Shadow Fangs and something cleaved on top of the boss as he was charging around, and it just cost them so much time now.
Bosses finally are engaged. This duo right now, we'll have to find out when the wedding is just a bit later, but Atal'Dazar is pulled off to the side, wanting again just to make sure you don't get any of that cleave damage. But Nigger, you know, we noticed earlier as well, one of the two rogues on Battle for Champion that went down first also ate one of the shadow smashes from the Reaping Wave. So a bit of sloppy play coming in here as one of the rogues dips quite low. Tree of Life getting busted out here for Battle for Champion as they spam the players back to health and they start working on Aspects. Of course, now Atal'Dazar does have the lightning shield on them, so you want to make sure you're not cleaving on top of that, and players are moving together to start to bait this kind of arrow 100 per energy cast coming in from Atal'Dazar before they swap shields again.
Yeah, so we can see the arrow coming in. Atal'Dazar is going to charge around now as his lightning shield is on him, and he's kind of doing his passive abilities. Now, depending on who's got the lightning shield, they will do their active or passive abilities. Now, Atal'Dazar is without the lightning shield now, meaning that he is going to do the active abilities, which is not, to be honest, not that dangerous, except the Cyclone Strike that we've just seen, which will target a random player and cast cyclones in a cone in front of them. So you just need to make sure that you see which player is getting targeted and then just move on the other side of the boss.
No surprise here that Atal'Dazar dies first for Team D as they did manage to engage the boss before Battle for Champion had to re-engage the boss because they did have to have that reset, so they didn't face the full team wipe. Battle for Champion now has downed Atal'Dazar as well, working on Aspects, just about 20% behind on this half boss as Team D works to finish it off and get ready to move down the gauntlet. Going to be really interesting to see, especially out of Team D, what they decide to skip in this dungeon. It is a fairly linear dungeon, but having two rogues with Shroud, Mass Shroud, will kind of open up what packs you can skip, Nagura.
Yeah, we actually see, if you look at the HP, Battle for Champion almost caught up. They killed the boss at the very same time, just because they have more single target damage, right? We see a little bit of sloppy play of both of those teams already, which is so uncharacteristic because in the last couple of series they had, they pretty much ran through the dungeons with 0 deaths, but now already at the very start of this dungeon we have 2 deaths on Battle for Champion side and 3 deaths on Team D side. Now they're still, you know, since both of the teams made those small mistakes, they're on the same level now. They're pretty much at the exact same time in the dungeon.
We can see speed potions being used here for Battle for Champion as they want to maximize the distance that they cross with that Shroud. Skipping that middle pack with the double Crawlus Rider, just a lot of damage and a lot of incoming damage on the tank that's unnecessary. The tank does, the Prowl Warrior does charge down the hill, kind of combining the top pack that has one of those sand-encrusted snakes in it. Now, particularly irritating mob as it will drop a kind of sand cloud on the ground that prevents line of sight and mobs getting hit to it. So you want to make sure you kill that right away before you get too much damage prevented from your team. Crawlus Rider coming in here for Battle for Champion as well, and I think this is what's going to make or break some of the teams, how big they pull in this second boss room.
Yeah, we've seen some of the Western teams actually save their Bloodlust for this exact moment and just pull the whole room. Now, this is something that I would have expected from Team D because they do have this unholy DK, so those big pulls would be worth it. But they also use their Bloodlust at the very start, so we're probably not going to see something scary as pulling like the whole room, but I assume they're going to do it in 2 to 3 pulls.
We, of course, don't have the trinket for the cheat death available on the Warrior on Battle for Champion. We can see that a little Blunt Somebody debuff on the frame there. Team D just moving over to kind of do a fairly modest pull, as you said. They're just finishing it up here. Perhaps they're rearing up for a remaining boss room pull here, and then combining that 40% Reaping Wave on top of the boss. So Warrior does leap into action on the far side, grabs the final Crawless Rider, as we can see at the top there. But once again, a pretty small pull here. Incubator is not too dangerous. They will splash random poison on members that can be dispelled or reflected should it hit the Prot Warrior. We see a couple of applications there, one on Istian, one on the other Rogue as well. But the Tenders really, I guess, are the most irritating mob in here, as they will cast frequent heals on random kind of enemies that they have nearby, and also try to absorb these eggs for a small heal and an increased buff to them. Battle for Champion, not to be outdone, actually does end up pulling what looks like the whole room. Oh, there's still a couple of mobs in the back.
Yeah, pretty big pull coming in here as they proc their second Reaping Wave, pulling pretty much most of the room here at the same time. Very scary as we see the tank dropping so low because of those 45 mobs. As we see all the poisons going out as well on the team that need to be dispelled and just out-healed if the healer runs out of dispels. But we see the tree form popped as well by Jack and the Innervade, just spamming those instant regrowths on the team to make sure they stay alive. Now, one thing to note is the bursting management by Battle for Champions. We've seen some very big pulls by them and just very, very good management of bursting, just making sure it never goes above 3 stacks and no refreshing at all.
So bursting is probably one of the limiting factors and scare factors for these two teams for not wanting to pull the entire room here, but the Reaping does get combined with the remainder of the room here for Team D, as we see a cheat death proc out of one of the 2 rogues for Team D. Unfortunately got hit by one of the kind of AoE swirlies there. Long finally stabilizing, pulling the remaining mobs onto the side there, the remainder of the Reaping, that is the 40% Reaping, 53% on the board for them, and Battle for Champion 55% on the trash board as they engage Merektha, the second boss of the dungeon, both teams at 90% apiece.
Yeah, so this boss, not that scary, especially not on Fortified. But yeah, in the very first phase, as we see here, you have to be careful with the frontal breath that the boss does. It will target a random member and will breath a frontal cone, leaving those green pools behind. So you need to make sure that you drag the boss to the side of the room and all the members are standing to the edge and not to the middle, so the whole room is not covered in the green pools.
So we see here, of course, the Nimbus being pulled beyond the gate towards the third boss's trash. We've seen pretty much every team, West and East included, pull this Nimbus on top of the boss. There's just so much downtime with the boss, especially during the transitions at 70 and 40%, that they're trying to be as efficient as possible and have something to cleave in the meantime. They do get it down finally as Merektha reemerges for her second phase, particularly the easiest phase of this encounter. She just sits there casting Blinding Sand frequently, and players really just need to turn around before the cast finishes so that they don't get disoriented.
Yeah, so in the second phase here, the boss does not do the frontal breath anymore, so they can pretty much stand wherever they want as long as they make sure they turn around. Now it's the second intermission phase where we see those snakes coming out again. Very important to do to interrupt their clouds that they're casting. If it goes through it non-interrupted without a stun or a typhoon, they will spawn those clouds on the floor, which actually make you miss all of your abilities, not just damage abilities, but also knockbacks or something. So you need to wait until they're kited out, which can take a long time.
Right, you are Nagura, this similar to the ones that we saw on the trash earlier. Merektha getting ready here to reemerge at 42%, where she will combine both types of abilities, both the Blinding Sands and, of course, that Noxious Breath, that you want to make sure that you kind of aim towards the outside of the room and that you're moving after, so that that poison that pulses from her doesn't get you trapped with the model of snakes. Otherwise, you'll need to either be stunned or they can be feared or just DPS. But if you kind of get rooted in that poison, it could be pretty detrimental. 10% on Merektha for Battle for Champion and 25 for Team D. Team D moving a fair bit slower on her. As we saw both teams when they pulled, they were only 1-2% apart. So I guess just showing the single target prowess of having that Windwalker Nagura for Battle for Champion.
Yeah, definitely. Just, having this extra single target damage means quite a bit for Battle for Champion, especially because those two teams are so close to one another. They're both, as we see, one of the rogues actually failing the lightning game here, but it shouldn't be a problem for him to come back. Now, we'll probably see a very big pull coming out of Battle for Champions here, as they do have the Bloodlust ready, and they're probably going to pull all the dervishes here, and it's going to be a really risky pull.
Oh, they're dervishes now, are they? As they pull the one in the corner. It looks like they're actually going half and half, so they're going to do 3 plus the Nimbus. They want to save, I suppose, their Bloodlust rather for Galvast, the third boss in here, which is, even in a fortified setting, a particularly daunting and dangerous boss. Team D has actually pulled the Nimbus and the Imbued Stormcallers on the way to that kind of lightning game that Nagura mentioned earlier. Not a pull that we really typically see. I actually don't think we've seen anybody pull the second Nimbus between the two cups over the past couple of weekends here. So interesting pull from them. I'm curious to see what they're opting to skip later as a result. But 3 dervishes here pulled for Battle for Champion. They deal with the first 3. You can just see how dangerous they are, as they've still not killed it off completely, and the group is just now getting healthily healed up by Jack. Bloodlust finally goes off. We saw them do this last time they ran the dungeon, as they re-engage the second set of dervishes and the 60% reaping wave.
Yeah, reaping on top of the dervishes, just so much damage. That's why we see the Bloodlust come out, and the Tree of Life, of course, from Jack, the Rasta Druid. Now, one thing, Team D not pulling the Nimbus to the second boss, which is one thing that it doesn't really make sense, right? Because pulling the Nimbus into the second boss phase, as you said, there's just so much downtime and so much time to DPS the Nimbus. All you have to do is interrupt it. I mean, yeah, the Nimbus does AoE damage, but the boss itself doesn't really do that much. So it's very effective to do so. So I don't really like this pull that they did without not taking the Nimbus into the boss fight and just pulling it afterwards with the Stormcaller. Doesn't really make sense to me.
Yeah, not a huge fan of this. And, you know, they did a really modest pull with their 60% reaping wave here. They just pulled an extra Nimbus with it as well. My only guess here is that they're going to pull all 6 dervishes together here in a second. They don't want the Nimbus extra damage while potentially still trying to save their Bloodlust. Nonetheless, we see them finally rear up and run into the room. The first 2 dervishes are aggroed, and we see a grip come in on the 3rd dervish from the corner, but it looks like they're only dealing with 3 of them as well. So for me, certainly unexpectedly modest pull coming out of Team D here, as Battle for Champion looking to clean up the remainder of some of the trash on the side and get ready to engage Galvast. Now they're just dealing with the Stormcaller here because there is a bit of RP role-playing involved with Galvast spawn, so they just want to make sure that they're efficient.
Yeah, pretty efficient pulls coming from Battle for Champion here. Now, as you said, Team D a little bit... We're not really used to that kind of stuff, because in the past we've seen them utilize their DK a lot, doing those big pulls whenever the DK had his cooldowns ready, making use of this huge AoE burst after DK. So, you know, just surprising by Team D that they're doing so modest pulls. But now Battle for Champion actually engaging Galvast here, which is, as you mentioned, a very dangerous boss fight, even on fortified.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really scary... Name of the game here is you want to make sure you intercept these lightning beams from the spires that spawn randomly around the arena. It will give you 9 stacks of increasing nature damage taken the longer you stand in them, but should the beam actually reach the boss, it will charge the energy very quickly, and 100 energy on the boss is an explosion on the group that will one-shot essentially everybody, except maybe the tank with full CDs or something like that, but at that point there's no point because everybody else is dead. So you want to make sure you rotate 3 to 4 members appropriately between the spires in order to split the damage and allow previous soakers to drop their stacks.
Yeah, so it stacks up, increasing damage taken from those pillars. So you want to make sure that you split it up and wait until the debuff is gone. Now, sometimes you will see a rogue, for example, taking 2 in a row because they can cloak off the debuff, or you can see a healer taking 2 in a row because they use self-defensive, which to be more efficient, especially when the healer doesn't have to split up the healing on multiple members. If it only has to heal 1 person or 2, it's just more efficient for the healer to do. But you know, on fortified without having anything like Grievous, it shouldn't really be a big deal. The only thing that can be really annoying is the quaking if it comes in when a member is soaking a pillar and is already really low. But Jack doing a really good job here keeping everyone alive.
So really the moment of truth we were waiting for Team D was to actually aggro Galvast. That's what they were waiting to use their second Bloodlust on. And you know, it caught them up a fair bit, but they're still 50% behind Battle for Champion and an extra death on the board, which could come into play based on how close these 2 teams were together in the previous series that they had in the upper finals. Battle for Champion has now down Galvast. Unfortunately, the rogue gets nicked again by the little lightning game here. We'll have to see if they cross the bridge of lightning well. We did have 2 casualties overall in the West Cup last week. We'll have to see if there's any here for the East Cup. This is their last chance, so I hope they make me proud and somebody dies so that we can have a good chuckle. But it looks like they're going to get through it quite cleanly. Galvast to 25% for Team D, and Battle for Champion moving up and hoping to well skip the channeler as they distract it in one direction so that the balls of lightning don't go down the bridge, they kind of just shoot off to the side. Clever play by them.
Yeah, definitely like the Shroud coming in here, skipping this solo mob, which I've mentioned before that I don't like teams pulling the solo mob just because it takes so much time and it's very inefficient because all these mobs that you see in this room don't give any enemy forces percentage. So killing any of these mobs doesn't really do anything for you. So you can't pull them on top of this channeler, which means you're just going to waste so much time dealing with this single mob. So now they're going to do this event, which there's still 2 eyes that you have to pick up, as we can see one of the rogues having it on the side, and you have to put them in the skeleton head of the snake at the end of the room. Now what you want to do is put them in at the same time, because once you put them in, they actually give enemy forces. Now if you pull Reaping after the first eye, you want to make sure that you put them in the same eye, because now we're going to see a Shadow Melt skip.
Unfortunately, one of the rogues on Team D actually did get hit on the lightning bridge, but managed to get back just in time before the channeler finished him off, and they did manage to successfully stealth by the channeler as well, getting into the same gauntlet, which Battle for Champion has already gone by and already kind of made up for their sins in the previous time they ran this dungeon. Did the proper skip into the final boss room where Avatar of Sethraliss is being held by these 4 hexers. Now, you have to kill these 4 hexers before getting access to the final boss here.
I think they actually pulled 1 mob from the bridge accidentally when doing the skip. But anyway, they should be fine for now. The tank dropping pretty low, but they did recover. So they also have 2 battle rests left here, so they should be pretty fine as long as Jack survives to do it. But yeah, once you kill those hexers around the room, you can engage the last boss, which this boss works a little bit different to other bosses. You actually need to heal the avatar in the middle to get to new phases. You have to heal into 70% after killing the first 4 hexers, and then you will get into second phase. And once you heal him to 100%, you will get into the last phase.
Team D rushing down top speed right now to the final boss room to catch up. At this point, they likely know they're slightly behind Battle for Champion, just having a peek on their second monitor or what have you at home. Getting quite low, though. The Prot Warrior on Battle for Champion manages to hang on with some support, healing from Jack, and one of the rogues getting low too. Plague Doctor in the middle here needs that Chain Lightning interrupted. We're going to have a pretty bad Quake timing right now. Manages to get 1 small heal on the rogue that was at 20% before that 20% max HP hits. Unfortunately, a bit of a sloppy skip here on the side of Team D, as we have Long and Ab both go down with nobody available to res them.
This is very scary for Team D here. Both of the teams actually not managing to do the skip properly. Battle for Champion, again, just not doing the Shadow Milk properly, getting that Plague Doctor and getting this other trash mob they did not supposed to get. Now, Team D actually completely having deaths and needing to release. Now, once they release, they actually have to deal with the Reaping again that they Shadow Melted earlier. So, just a disaster for Team D, while Battle for Champion only lost a little bit of time of killing the extra trash mob without the buff from the boss, but still, just sloppy play from both of those teams, which we're not supposed to see.
Yeah, no, a bit of sloppy play here. Now, this is actually a huge disaster for Team D. They didn't have anyone to res. The DK had died as well, so both people who could battle res were dead. There's no recovery. The rogues had to backtrack all the way back just to help them, because all of the Reaping that they skipped was still there. We know Reaping has a huge aggro radius, so they had to re-clear the 4th wave of Reaping that was supposed to be a skip earlier for them. Hopefully they have a Shroud available for the Chandler that they as well skipped, so we'll see here what they do with it. The Warrior just, debating on whether or not he wants to get cleanly through that gauntlet there. Manages to finally get through as Quaking chunks them down across this bridge. So things are looking quite grim here for Team D, as Avatar is being healed up to 70% for Battle for Champion, approaching their second phase, but Ab decides to take a little nip in the butt there from the lightning in Bear for Mog, as well has procced his cheat death. So this is just a huge problem as Quaking comes in and finishes off one of the rogues for Team D. Avatar now entering second phase for Battle for Champion right now, and it looks like if they heal Avatar to 100%, it's over. There's no way they're dying with that buff, Nagura.
Definitely. Battle for Champion having a little bit of a failed skip here, but it didn't cost them as much as Team D. They're already working on their second phase of this last boss here. They have to kill those Hoodoo Hexers who are channeling the Avatar in the middle, and other than that, they have to handle the Plague Doctors, which need to be interrupted or just hard to see it, and they also have the Guardians that they have to deal with. One more thing, you see those Toads running around, which usually have aggro on the healer because of healing aggro. Now, if they reach a person, they will explode and leave a disease behind, which not only does it do damage, but it will also reduce the healing done. So you want to make sure that you keep them away from the healer as best as you can.
Certainly don't want to be licking those poisonous toads, as the team does well to run into them. Moving out of the lightning here, guarding that last Hexer and spreading out for this Quaking right now. Tree of Life has been blown out by Jack, the Resto Druid, on Battle for Champion here. Entering now the final push to get to 100% for Avatar of Sethraliss. Plague Doctor just sits on the side, but the DPS can handle that. The orb is well hit over on the side for Battle for Champion, making sure that all of the heals that go up on Avatar are bolstered.
Yeah, very well done here by Battle for Champion on this boss fight, using that Tree of Life to heal the boss to 100%. Now, they are in the last phase. We just saw the buff being applied to everybody, so it doesn't really matter that Jack is completely out of mana, because no one really can take damage anymore with this damage reduction buff and the damage increase or haste increase buff. We saw Jack actually go back into this hallway, pull the rest of the trash down, the last 5% that they need, and now all they have to do is finish up the trash with the buff and slowly kill those last 4 Hoodoo Hexers, which the only thing you really want to make sure is that you kill the trash before you kill the Hoodoo Hexers, because once you kill them, the fight is going to be over and you're going to lose the buff immediately. So you want to make sure you kill the trash first and then you finish off those last Hoodoo Hexers, but it shouldn't be a problem for them here.
And slowly we're learning that the D in Team D stands for disaster, as they wipe again, trying to skip to the final boss. But right now, Avatar of Sethraliss, the final Hoodoo Hexer, about to go down for Battle for Champion. Not the cleanest of runs, but that's all they need as they pop the Bloodlust and finish the dungeon to take the series, start of the series, 1-0.
Very strong performance for Battle for Champion in Temple of Sethraliss here, and Team 1 to stay alive.
Jack, stacks of determination are not exactly what this team wants right now based on the current live LFR model. But we do know, of course, as Sours mentioned, Team D actually was superior by 23 seconds in the time trial on this time trial dungeon here in Waycrest Manor. A really aggressive pull coming in here for Battle for Champion already as they drag the first 7 mobs up with Bloodlust. Team D opting to go directly to the Witch Triad.
Team D actually using their Bloodlust here and pulling the trash from the sides on top of the boss, so a very aggressive pull from Team D as well, shrouding past these first 3 mobs that Battle for Champion ended up pulling. So 2 different strats coming in from those 2 teams. Now, on this first boss, the Triad, usually it's one of the most difficult fights here in this dungeon, but we have a 45 setting, so it should be alright for them to deal with this fight.
Right, you are, Nagura. Briar now down to about 50% as they start to recycle and enter phase 2. Of course, each sister needs to be brought to 50% sequentially before getting access to rekelling them again, dealing with the auras that we've mentioned a few times today, making sure you interrupt and chew through the mind controls, and dealing with their special abilities. Malady now up to bat for Team D. Battle for Champion now aggroing the Triad, as well as we see Tree of Life already busted out for Jack on the side of Battle for Champion.
Yeah, using that Tree of Life while Briar is enabled. Now, this boss, or this sister, is actually one of the most dangerous ones because of her special ability, which is the Nettles, which puts a player very low with the initial damage and then puts kind of like a grievous effect on the player. If you don't heal a player above 90%, then the debuff will stay on it and does a lot of damage. So you want to make sure that you don't push Briar too early, because Selena, the sister that just died on Battle for Champion side, has a passive aura once she's active that reduces healing done by 50%.
Long popping that swiftness potion right away and running straight into the hall, which is notoriously known to kind of gib a lot of tanks. Just really dangerous trash in there with those captains and a lot of the spells they cast, not to mention the Rune Weavers and the guards with their Shadow Cleave frontals. So really substantial tank damage pull here. Maw getting a bit of that cleave damage as well. A lot of attention is going to be needed paid here from Ab to try and support healing for long. Likely a lot of cooldowns coming out of Mob as those Shadow Abominations are killed through their enrage and stunned well with the shockwave from the Warrior. But Nagura, you can see just how much respect these tanks have for how dangerous this trash really is for them.
Definitely. We see Team D actually doing a little bit of backtracking as they pull the mobs that they shrouded earlier, which usually backtracking is not something you like to see, but just the fact that they got out the Bloodlust early for the boss, and it wasn't too far for them to go back, and we can see the tank already hiding in the right direction once they're all all raging at the very same time. As you can see, just trying to avoid as many melee attacks as possible from those guards because they're just doing so much damage to the tank.
Yeah, I mean, they're having a lot of respect for that and only dipping in when he has his shield blocks and potentially any other cooldowns available to his likelihood. Now, we are in a Grievous affix as well, so every time they dip below that 90% threshold, it's going to add an increasing bleed damage over time, physical debuff to players, and only when you get healed above 90 does it go away. We're back at Raging, of course, as well. Any trash monster that dips below 30% HP gets 100% increased damage done. Long dipping quite low there for Team D as they get a pretty substantial pull. Now, it's important to try and get these mobs in some of the fire here in the courtyard as they do take damage from it.
That is a very big pull coming from Team D here. Pretty much pulling the entire courtyard except the mini-boss here, on top of also triggering the Reaping Wave. So pretty substantial pull coming in, as we can see. All the DPS is doing so much AoE damage here. They are pulling ahead of trash percentage here on Team D side, while Battle for Champion is taking it a little bit slower in this courtyard.
Yeah, getting a bit out of hand, though. We had Long get a defensive Typhoon there from Ab as he started to kind of kite away, because not only was Grievous impossible to get out of for Ab, but he just did not have enough Dispels going around for the debuffs from these Risen Souls. So the two damage over time components together on Long were just hitting so hard as he still struggles and gets chunked for 50% HP at a time with the 2 stack of Grievous and 25 stacks from the Risen Soul. Finally getting that Dispel, pops the Swiftness Potion and starts running into Rawl's Wing of the Manor to pull a lot of these Devouring Maggot packs. Now, you have to make sure you interrupt the Infest on these mobs, otherwise they will burrow inside of a player, and 10 seconds later, 2 more will spawn.
Yeah, this is also a pretty big pull coming in from Team D again, which, you know, you have to be very careful with these Maggot packs, as we can see the whole group just dropping so low on Team D's side, because those Maggots are applying a spit debuff to random targets. It can also be 4 or 5 debuffs on the same player. Now, on top of having 45 plus Raging plus Grievous, those kind of pulls are very dangerous, as we can see the players just dropping so low.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming out. Battle for Champion, of course, right on their heels as they opt to do trash just a bit differently. They rush in and pull Matron Brindle along with the Soulbound Goliath, something that I don't think we've seen this weekend or last weekend. So really bold pull coming in here from them. Brindle, of course, can be damaged by the fire on the ground, but you can't move her in there now because the Soulbound Goliath is here, and we know that if you go in the fire, he will reset his stacks of damage, but also do a substantial amount of AoE damage onto the group. So pretty bold pull here. A lot of tank incoming damage as well, so they have to make sure to kill Matron before it gets too out of hand for the Prot Warrior.
I do believe Team D actually pulled the mini-bus and the Reaping on top of the bus. So crazy pulls coming out of both of those teams. Just so many mobs, you can barely see them on Team D side. Of course, Unholy DK just doing an insane amount of AoE damage to deal with all of the mobs coming in here. But yeah, crazy pulls coming in from both of those teams. Now, Goliath is usually not very dangerous because at the start, when you pull the bus, he has no stacks at all, but he will stack up a buff on himself, increasing his damage done. So as long as you get rid of the mini boss at some point before the stacks are too high, they should be alright.
There's just so much damage coming in on the Prot Warrior on Soulbound on a Battle for Champion side. Dipped to 4% health there because of the Enrage as well, with the Thorn Barrage coming out of the Matron, and of course the increased damage stacks from the Soulbound Goliath here. So Team D finally dealing with Brindle as well in a much cleaner and safer manner than did Battle for Champion. But Nagur, not only did Team D say, hey, we see you Battle for Champion, we're going to one-up you with Matron Brindle and the Reaping Pack, but they also pulled extra Thorn Shaper trash on top of it, and the DK just went to town on that pull, destroying everything around it, and they're only now 20 or about 30% behind Battle for Champion with a 9% trash lead as well.
Yeah, they will have to make sure that they catch up on this trash with this DK, because they're definitely going to have less single target damage, as we see Goliath just going down much faster in Battle for Champion side. So this is exactly what Team D needs to do, which we have seen them do in the past as well, except in this last tempo, which was very uncharacteristic for them. But you know, for all the other dungeons, they have pulled off these strats for the DK very well, and we see them do it here in Waycrest as well. Soulbound
Goliath now falling for Battle for Champion, as immediately they did well to position him just within charge range of, or intervene, excuse me, intercept range of the pack in the corner, the 2 Thorn Shapers, and of course the Thorn Guard for Battle for Champion, just wanting to proc that extra 3% so they can get their 40% second Reaping Wave and combine it with likely some of the trash in the Rawl Hall. Soulbound Goliath now at 14% for Team D as they start to as well position it near the exit to the courtyard so they can save some travel time.
Yeah, so one more thing we haven't really mentioned yet is the thorns that the boss casts. Now, the thorns will target a random member, which is not a tank, will stun them until you damage the thorns out of the player. Now, as a healer, or as a Rested Druid at least, you can pre-shapeshift and will be immune to the thorns, so that's usually what we see the Rested Druids doing here. But yeah, both of those teams killed Goliath. Now they're on to the next trash as we see Battle for Champions dealing with their second Reaping Wave.
So we see a big pull here for Battle for Champions along with a Reaping, LOSing it into the corner right now. But Team D follows suit with a pretty substantial trash pull yet again. No trash, no Reaping to combine into this one too. But these mobs do a lot of damage right now. Marksmen and the Peasants as well, especially once they enrage, is something to watch out for. And especially the damage that splashes onto the group, as you mentioned, with the spit from the Maggots as well. Long, you can see, is already trying to safely kite down the hall as those enraged mobs deal a tremendous amount of melee damage to them. Likely have run out of some shield block charges. Charges back in once it's safe just to help finish off with some of that immense Prot Warrior damage. We're seeing a stealth come in here for Battle for Champion. There is a purple diamond world marker in the corner of this hallway, and it looks like they're going to pull everything together.
Okay, that's a pretty big pull coming in for Battle for Champions here. So they shrouded the tank through so he could start pulling from the back forward so he can drag all these mobs back. We see a purple marker coming down. This is probably where the CC is going to come in, like the Ring of Peace and the stance from the warrior. As we see them all drop low into raging here, and this is going to be a lot of damage on the group coming through as those maggots spawn. Now, one thing to mention though is as we see the tank drop really low, is those spit casts can be interrupted with stuns. So what you want to do, especially on raging, is you want to save your stuns for when either they're casting a spit or when they're going into raging, and just use your stun abilities and interrupt abilities there to make sure that you don't get this extra damage in.
Team D's actually moved into kind of that lodging living room essentially area of the manor, and they've pulled a lot of those huntsman packs that typically the only time we've seen them pulled is in, at least throughout the tournament so far these weeks, is teams coming back up after killing the 5th boss Gorak tool and then pulling these with either a bloodlust or what have you. But either way, they're trying to kill them off first. They're going to proc their 60% Reaping Wave. Curious to see what Team D does with that in just a moment here, and it looks like they're all rushing back into the hallway with this Reaping, and they're actually just going to pull Rawl along with the Reaping and all of the trash in his room. Here comes the big bloodlust as well. A lot of damage going to be coming in on the Prot, where need to make sure you interrupt those dinner bells. Huge amounts, 1 million DPS for the unholy DK. Absolutely annihilates all of the trash and the Reaping that's present in the room, destroying everything before it even becomes a threat for the Prot Warrior. And they stabilize with Rawl already at 66% right now. Bloodlust isn't even done. 10 seconds left on Bloodlust. Battle for Champion, not to be outdone too much, but certainly a much more modest pull, as they only pulled half of the trash in Rawl's room and will now position themselves to grab the rest of the trash and aggro Rawl with it. But that was crazy.
There was an insane pull coming out of Team D. It's 1 million DPS coming out of this unholy DK, just showing that strength of doing those huge pulls and just annihilating them at the very start with those big cooldowns coming in. But yeah, we see both of those teams engaging Rawl now. Rawl is a stationary boss and doesn't really have any scary mechanics as long as you avoid them. We see the Tenderize here, which either is middle, left, or right side of the room. Now, you need to make sure that you dodge that ability, because the boss also gets buffed sometimes from those servants if they reach the boss. Usually the buff doesn't really matter on the boss, because, as I said, all those abilities are avoidable and the tank damage is not too bad.
I'm still speechless. But crazy massive damage coming in from Team D. Rawl now down to 8%. Of course, he is stationary, as Nagura mentioned, on the side of the room. Tank needs to make sure to stay well within range of him. Otherwise, he will melee one of the other closest members of the party, or just start to pulse damage onto the group. Runeweaver from the kitchen has already been pulled on top of the pack too. We can see her at half health as they bring her to the kitchen to finish her off. Raging does come up. No Dispel, as the rest of Druid is, I believe, gone off to grab some trash from downstairs in the basement. We'll have to see that in a moment. So the tank will need to deal with that 100% increased damage from the Raging.
Yeah, we see them on Team D side, we see them proccing that Reaping Wave here. I'm not sure if they will Shadow Melt it or if they're just going to go down and pull the Reaping on top of something else. But so we see the Shadow Melt coming through, and now the Shroud to probably this second to last boss room area.
I mean, Raw now at 15%. I was just distracted here. Team D perfectly at 83%, stealthing through the rest of the trash in the basement, past Matron, Alma, and all the kind of residual trash up there. They'll do probably a full room pull here. I wouldn't doubt it, based on what we've seen. Full room pull here, right in front of Lord and Lady Waycrest. And the boss, excuse me. Lord Waycrest has been pulled on top of all the trash in this room. Now, as much damage as the Unholy DK is going to provide here, they do need to be careful, not only for the tank damage with Raging, but also, Nagura, those candles that are dropped by some of the casters here, the Soul Charmers, will decrease damage taken by 50% for anything standing in it. So they do well to move right away out of that kind of candle flurry on the ground, if you will, all those runes on the ground, to make sure that the boss is well DPS. Now, every time the Lord hits 30% health, she, Lady Waycrest, will start summoning and siphoning some of her health into Lord Waycrest, losing 30% of her own health.
I just want to point out just how dangerous those pulls are coming in from Team D, because I've mentioned before that those affixes are very, very dangerous for this dungeon. In Waycrest, if you have Fortified, you have Raging, and you have Grievous, then all those like huge pulls that are coming through by Team D are just so dangerous. If anything goes wrong, any small mistake, it will just cause a full group wipe. So very impressive pulls here by Team D. I don't think we've seen anything like this from the Western region yet. So this is crazy, crazy pulls coming out of Team D here.
Really,
impressive.
really aggressive as Lady Waycrest joins Lord Waycrest now for Phase 2 for Team D. Now when she gets to 10%, she will join the cast. Now she doesn't really do anything, some moderate tank damage here, just a cast that needs to be interrupted in a 2 melee rotation about every 8 seconds or so. She will, every 10 seconds or so, she will cast that, no problem for them. And they're looking to go for a more DPS efficient strategy where they will actually cleave both of this couple down together to make sure that they die at the same time. Now, Lord Waycrest doing a fair bit of damage at this point, does have 3 stacks of 5% increased damage, but should be no problem really for the warrior tank here, especially because you can spell reflect that frontal. Not to be outdone though, and right on their heels, Battle for Champion, not far behind, but Battle for Champion, Nigger, if I noticed correctly, actually came down here with 80% on the trash, meaning they're going to need to do that whole kill Gorak tool and run upstairs to kill something else.
Yeah, we've seen this before, that some teams will just kill the last boss and then backtrack and kill some trash at the start of the dungeon. Now this usually, at least in my opinion, costs you a lot of time. Now, the best time that we have seen in the Western region was actually Method AU, and they were doing the backtracking. So I'm still not completely sure which one is better to do. Usually backtracking is not good, but if the fastest time is coming from a team that did the backtracking, so it might just be better. But we see Team D downing the boss and moving on to these horrors, which are pretty dangerous, especially when they're raging. That's why we see the Vortex coming in here at the very end.
The Unholy Death Knights 1 million plus DPS says no backtracking allowed. I want to kill everything in this room. They go downstairs to Gorak Tool, Shadow Meld the last wave of Reaping, and get started on Gorak Tool, while Lord Waycrest and Lady Waycrest just now being down by Battle for Champion, who still needs to deal with the horrors that we just saw and are very dangerous in that hallway. Gorak Tool now down to 90%. Very important here that all of the slavers that spawn are interrupted properly, whether it's a grip, a stun, a punt, disorient, whatever it may be, else they will stun a player. And after that, of course, once they're dead, Nagura, the healer usually needs to make sure that they use the torch on the corpse and burn it before Gorak Tool reaches 100 energy, else he will resurrect them and you'll get overrun.
Yeah, that's why we see the healer just walking in the back there, because they can spawn randomly around the room, those torches, so the healer usually makes sure that he picks them up and burns those slavers before they get resurrected. Now, other than that, this boss really doesn't do anything very dangerous. Those slavers do jump around sometimes too and do splash AoE damage, but it's not that scary, so that's why we see them all being stacked up. They don't really care that it splashes on the whole group, because App can definitely heal with this damage.
Yeah, no problem. There's a couple of 4 stacks of Grievous running around, but nothing that they can't handle. Another slaver spawns. They do have a double slaver right now, but Shockwave does dual interrupt their channels right there.
Yeah, so in the end, it's not even, it's, you know, just Team D having those big pulls, just pulling so far ahead. In the end, Battle for Champion still needs this 4% trash, so even if they would kill the boss faster, which they don't, then they would still need to backtrack. So Team D just showing the DK strategies coming at you with these insane pulls and a very, very good time in Waycrest.
I mean, this is just not even close. This is a dominant performance by Team D, and it looks like Team Team D has just done a substantial job and shown why they were the #1 in the time trials for this dungeon by 23 seconds. I mean, just like incredible. Jack? component in favor of Battle for Champion. But I mean, it just, things can go very wrong in this dungeon very quickly.
Definitely. We've seen a lot of mistakes coming in also in the western region here. Now, even I do believe, though, that the affixes in the eastern region are easier. We just don't have this Sanguine, which is very dangerous. What happened?
I mean, well, both teams are pulling an immense amount of trash on top of the boss. Speaking of unholy DK, the 600k damage coming in on top of the Sand Queen right now. Now, we saw a lot of teams prior to this actually kind of just snake through the trash and ignore everything and make most of their percentage upstairs, but both teams actually really aggressive pull here on top of the Sand Queen, Nagura.
Interesting to see, because as we mentioned before, most of the trash can be killed with cannons and it's just so much more efficient. So all the teams that we have seen before in Tol Dagor, we're trying to avoid pulling any sort of trash because you can do it later with the cannon. So why pull trash earlier when you can just avoid the trash completely and do it later? We see one death actually coming in by Team D here.
And it was actually the DK who had to use the battle res on. Back up they come. Of course, a lot of dot damage spreading around from the parasites, unfortunately, for Team D. So definitely straining Ab there as Battle for Champion still at 13% trash, but 55% on the boss for both of the teams and 14% for Team D. I was actually kind of having an idea that maybe Team D was trying to proc their first reaping with the Sand Queen, but it looks like they just kind of stopped pulling any residual trash here. Stopped at that 14% mark, and both teams now neck and neck in the high 40s on Sand Queen.
Yeah, so Sand Queen does do some mechanics that are very dangerous, so yeah, gotta watch out with these sand traps spawning, as we can see right now. They do spawn close to players, so you want to make sure that you stack up, because once those sand traps spawn, you see those drones spawning out of them, which are pretty much the same as the trash before this boss. They will apply debuffs to whoever has aggro, so you want to make sure that the tank can pick them up immediately. That's why you spawn them very close.
Yeah, and they do add a nature stacking dot to them, but importantly as well, for the sake of this boss, is every parasite or drone that dies near the Sand Queen actually buffs her damage, so enrages her by 5% per stack. Now, it does fall off naturally, but the Druid can also soothe it off, so just a bit of extra damage on the tank, but that enrage stack can actually spill over into the upheaval when she does burrow every 40-45 seconds or so. That upheaval is pure nature damage, so can deal a substantial amount of damage, even especially in a tyrannical setting, one-shot potential should she have any of those stacks, Nagura.
Yeah, definitely. So when the upheaval happens, there's a bunch of mechanics to avoid the upheaval damage. You can either blink or grapple or something like that, as long as you do it in the right moment. You can also use the Shadow Meld, which all of the teams so far have been Alliance. They do have their Shadow Meld ready to avoid the ability if they have to, as we see the Sand Queen dying for both of those teams.
A single target advantage or not for Battle for Champion, Team D actually finished the boss off first, but at the cost of a death and the battle res use for them, as they spread out well in the source here for that quaking, making sure that none of that clips the players. Of course, for those at home, right now quaking does proc every 20 seconds or so and will damage all players for 20% of max health with that small brown circle radius around them. But of course, you can't actually clip other players with it, so you have to make sure to spread out well, and we are also in this teaming environment, Nagura.
Yeah. We see the Quaking, so we see the Windwalker actually going down for Battle for Champion here. He did have a little bit of aggro, and he also had the Quaking coming in at a very, very bad timing, but they managed to battle rest him back up and Shadow Meld. So that's what they were doing here. Oh no, the Windwalker going down again. So I do believe they wanted to skip this trash here by melting, but this is a disaster for Battle for Champion. They just failed their Shadow Melds. Still had aggro from the mobs that they pulled beforehand. Just pretty much having a complete wipe here. The only one surviving is the tank, but he of course does not have a rest or anything, so the rest of the team needs to come back somehow. Yeah,
this is an absolute disaster for Battle for Champion. It seems like they want to prove you wrong as well. Team D moving upstairs, doing well to spread out. They're already on Jess Howler's floor right now, so this is kind of a multi-floor dungeon right now. The second boss resides just in the top screen there. You can see Jess Howler. A lot of damage coming in here from the various casters. The Sea Speakers specifically do a ton of damage, nature damage with their Salt Blast on the tank. Rather salty mobs there. Now, you also have to watch out, more importantly, their Watery Dome. Watery Dome, if the cast gets off, will kind of shroud all enemies around them with an Absorb Shell, which is just a ton of damage that they need to get through. And these teams don't really have offensive dispels. They don't have Blood Elves because they're running Alliance, no Priests, no Shamans, so no Demon Hunters either for Consume Magic. So there's a lot of extra health that they need to chew through should one of those get off.
It's a disaster on Battle for Champions that they have those double bugs in front of this door, which do have stealth detection. So either the rogues needs to go past. Okay, so we actually see the tank dying now because they need the tank to pull them away. Because I assume both of the rogues just do not have their Vanish ready, do not have their Shadow Meld ready, so they can't do the skip without the tank. They need to have him die, release, come back, and do the skip one more time. This is just costing him so much time here.
Yeah, the tank's finally running up now. You do snapshot the boss location after you kill Sand Queen, so Warrior opted to finally die. Gonna pull them to the side, and they're gonna run up the stairs with them right now, all as a happy group. Team D doing a huge pull on top of Sethraliss right now with their 20% reaping and any other mobs, including some of the casters and arsonists that were present there, just grouping everything together and getting as much damage in as possible. Surprisingly, the Unholy DK not skyrocketing on the meters this time. I'm not sure what happened there. Perhaps CDs were not ready or just slow to the party. Nonetheless, they do manage to annihilate everything at 37% trash and interrupt the Howling Fear for Sethraliss at 80%. We do know Nagura that, of course, at 70%, we will have the transition, but even more disaster on the side of Battle for Champion as the Windwalker is down again.
Yeah, at this point, their whole route is just not going to work out anymore. They had to kill the Parasites at the start, and just having another catastrophic skip failure from Battle for Champions, as we see Sethraliss going to the intermission phase here on Team D's side. Now, we've seen a team before also pull a reaping on top of Howlis, but they actually had their tank dying during this smoke bomb phase, during the 70% push, because they had reaping alive still. But we see Team D just dealing with it a lot better, killing all the reaping before the boss transitions, and now he's going to go around, open all of those cages on the way, and then we also see Bobby coming out.
So now there needs to be a lot of well-coordinated interrupts, and interesting to see the arsonist here in the doorway that they kept CC'd, crowd controlled the entire time. They pull it on top of Sethraliss right now for the second phase, looking to kill it and proc their 40% reaping on top of the boss here. So hopefully they can pull that off. Need to well-coordinate interrupts for Howling Fear, not only from Sethraliss now, but Bobby Howlis as well. So they need to line of sight here for the daggers, as with the first phase. Bobby will run off momentarily and cast his Howling Fear, which can also be line of sighted here in the corner as long as they're sitting there. The arsonist about to go down, and the 40% reaping has procced. They'll group it up right on top of Sethraliss and once again benefit from the presence of that Unholy DK.
I have to say I do disagree with their strategy here on Team D's side, even if they're, getting the benefit from having extra mobs here, but they don't need all of these trash. They can just do it with the cannons later. They only need to have approximately 22%. Oh, and we see actually DK going down here to the flashing daggers, I believe. So they don't have a battle rest ready. They have to finish off the boss without this DK, as the rogue also drops very, very low because Bobby was doing this stun on him as he dies with the Quaking coming out and the healer actually being completely out of mana. So now they have to finish up this boss, which probably won't happen because they're not going to have enough interrupts. They only have 2 interrupts here, and Bobby and both Howlis need to be interrupted with the fear and with the jump stun. So if they actually manage to finish off this boss, I'm going to be very surprised.
I think they will be able to, because you can line of sight all of the Howling Fear, so they'll be able to finish it off, but certainly not in a very kind of nice manner here as they lose 2 of them. We did have a flashing dagger hit on the Unholy DK, so just really poor sloppy play there, and the rogue did get trapped into the vicious mauling from Bobby, which can be interrupted, but nobody interrupted because they probably didn't have it available and then got slowly killed. Finally, both mobs died at the same time, and the tank is stunned right now. Unfortunately goes down, but Sethraliss dies at the same time. A breath of relief and wiping the sweat off their forehead. Team D now able to res here at the checkpoint that they've set up for themselves, with the second boss finally being downed, and a little breath of relief and sign of life for Battle for Champion in this regard.
Definitely. They have a window open. Of course, they didn't have a full team wipe here, which would have been a disaster for Team D2. But yeah, again, I just want to mention that I do think their strategy here is just not very good, because we've seen so many other teams just doing their 22% trash, going up to the cannon part and just dealing with all the reaping waves there, dealing with all the trash, and within like 3 minutes you can do 80% worth of trash with those cannons. So I don't like the strategy of just doing more trash than you're supposed to, which also cost them a couple of deaths here. But Team D still ahead, of course, not causing them to have a full team wipe, so they're still in the driver's seat here.
I do agree with you. It is certainly inefficient. I think they're just trying to play to the best efficiency they can because of the DK in the group, but it's still the net efficiency of losing the immense damage from the cannons, which we're seeing right now on the side of Team D, is just perhaps not worth it, not to mention the mechanical riskiness of their play that actually almost cost them a full team wipe because of that. Speaking of full team wipe, we do have the tank go down on Battle for Champion over on the left side. There is no I don't want to say no way that they're not going to clean up the rest of this, but the problem is Watery Domes are casting left and right. Cheat Death is prog for one of the rogues. He's getting chunked as he has aggro on a lot of the mobs without the tank being alive. This Quaking should finish that rogue off. They're going to move over to the Windwalker. Finally, the battle rest comes up. The moment it comes off of cooldown, but too little too late as Jack gets killed too. The Pro Warrior trying to do what he can along with the rogue to finish off the last of it, but they don't have the interrupts to chew through the absorb from the Watery Dome, and that's going to be all she wrote for Battle for Champion as they have another full team wipe, and Team D already establishing themselves up above just before the 4th Reaping Wave at 78% with the cannon.
Yeah, just interesting to see that both of those teams having problems in Tol Dagor, which is, you know, usually one of the easier dungeons on live service just because of this cannon part. Now, that they're struggling so much, even though they had so many like clean dungeons previously in this tournament, is a shame to see, especially because this is the grand final and it's the very last dungeon, so it's about the prize money here. But we see Team D on 92% trash. They just made up so much trash with this cannon part here, and they're on their way to the second to the last boss.
Free dungeon, by the way, forehead, for the teams. I mean, but truthfully speaking, everyone expected this kind of just to be, you know, a race to who can get to the cannon first, and after that it's just, you know, a crazy quick dungeon. But a lot of struggles from both teams coming up here is finally we do aggro the 3rd boss, Knight Captain Valyrie here. Not too difficult of a boss as well, but it all depends on the proper management of the barrels around the room. She will have various abilities that ignite those barrels, which have a huge area of denial with a substantial amount of damage. So you can see the strat here that a lot of teams pick up the barrels, drag them to the corner of the rooms, and make sure that you move out of the way of her Cinder Flames to make to not get hit, but also have space for the DPS, the melee in this case especially, to get access to this frequently casting boss.
Yeah, we see those barrels spawn again around her. Now we're usually going to see the healer and the tank, if needed, picking up the barrels, just dragging them in the corners, as we can see it right now happening. Now one strategy is to just wait for the Cinder Flame. That's why they are tanking it in the middle and just looking in which direction she casts the Cinder Flame, which is one of the abilities that will ignite those barrels, and then just pretty much drag only the barrels that are in the Cinder Flame, just you know, having less or needing less time to move around those barrels, as we can see that happening right now.
Valyrie down to 55% right now. There's a couple barrels just barely on the edge of that, wanting to make sure you spread here in the close spaces. Now, in terms of efficiency, and really important for the tank here to pre-move the boss to what will be their safe corner for the next round of barrels, just because we mentioned she casts so frequently between Cinder Flame and debuff application in terms of damage over time on everybody else, and she also just kind of sits there hanging out for fun between casts. So if the barrels start to explode in the middle of the room here and she's mid-cast sequence, the melee just kind of have to sit there and watch her until she gets in the corner. So doing well here for Team D finally to move her to the corner. 33% on Valyrie, and Battle for Champion doing what they can to catch up, but I mean, they're just back to the second boss's trash right now, only starting to rework on it.
Yeah, definitely super far behind here for Battle for Champions, but Team D about to kill Valyrie here. Not a big problem for them. They're also saving their Bloodlust for the last boss. As it is the most difficult boss fight here on a tyrannical setting, you can get a little bit unlucky with RNG, with the AoE damage on their group, as we're going to see later. But yeah, they only have 8% trash left, which I assume they're going to do after the boss fight.
So we're seeing Bloodlust come up here from Battle for Champion, along with the 40% Reaping Wave on top of Jess Howless as well at 87% in the first phase. A similar pull to what we saw Team D do about 4 hours ago. Knight Captain Valyrie here just now in the corner, getting finished off sub 5%, 3%, 2%, and she's going to fall over. 8% trash remaining for Team D as they move over to the final cannon and trash, likely wanting to skip a lot of this so that they can backtrack after, and deal with the final Reaping Wave. If there's any boss in this dungeon, Nagura, that can possibly cause them to wipe several times in order for Battle for Champion to catch up, it is, of course, this final boss. But, I mean, truthfully speaking, they do need, like, 2 full team wipes for them to fall behind.
Yeah, I think even if they wipe one time, even late into the boss fight, I think they can still do it, because, you know, they're just so far ahead at this point. And we see another wipe coming in by Battle for Champion. They're just struggling so much at this point. But now let's talk about this last boss here, Korgus, which is a very difficult fight. Now, one of the base mechanics is this bar that fills up. You can see it underneath each player. If the bar fills up all the way to full, which is triggered by movement, then you will be stunned. So you want to make sure that doesn't happen.
And you get stunned for 8 seconds as well in a fight where positioning and slight mobility is very, very important for things like the Deadeye shot that will debuff a player for about 90 seconds. You have to rotate that hit between at least three players in the group, else you will suffer 500% stacking increased damage from subsequent hits. The tank has a very tough job here of sitting still and making sure that you avoid the cross ignition, but it is truthfully very hard to see in that corner. And you start to kind of play musical chairs here where you get danced around based on the explosive bursts having a full melee comp, and you can see just how much damage those do as Mog starts to dip low and make Ab's life just quite tough right now with the amount of damage that is going out.
Yeah, the explosive bursts are those red circles that you can see going around 3 players whenever it's getting cast. Now, after a couple of seconds, it will explode and it will do it will do a lot of initial damage and then also leave a debuff behind that does ticking damage. Now, you can get unlucky and get doubles, as we call them, which whenever he casts a Deadeye, if he casts the explosive burst after the Deadeye, then you will get a double debuff pretty much. The debuff itself does not stack, but because the rounds come so close to one another, the healer is going to have a hard time healing the people up again so they don't die to the initial damage of the next round.
So doing well here to position and spread in kind of a nice little pentagon right between them. That we do get the double that Negro was talking about, as this team's kind of scurry to get in a safe position from that AoE on the boss. You want to make sure you're not within those dark zones, as you'll take a substantial amount of damage. But it kind of didn't play very well with quaking at the same time. So a bit of damage spike. Nothing Ab can't handle though. Just Howless now finally re-engaged for Battle for Champion. And here comes another round of explosive burst. Overseer Korgus now 25% health as one of the rogues dips quite low, and Ab is frantically trying to get him back to health.
Yeah, thankfully it was only a single here at this point, and those explosive bursts actually favor range, but because there's only one range, it's going to be Ab who takes every single explosive burst, but the rest of the group will rotate an explosive burst. So even if you get a double, you can be lucky and only have a double on the healer, while the other explosive rounds just rotate from 2 players to other 2 players, so you can get a little bit lucky there because you just run with this full melee lineup.
Important to note that part of the positioning here is not only so that members have something behind them that they could get punted into during those explosive bursts and not incur too much movement damage.
I think he's gonna die.
No, don't say that, Nukura. Don't say that.
Overseer,
the only person that's gonna die here is Overseer Korgus at 3% as Ab struggles to heal the rest of the group. But this positioning also important to avoid the cannons on the side. Speaking of cannons, the group has finished off Korgus without any sweat at all. Of course, even though they're all sub 12%, and they will be run over to the final cannon corner here to clean up the remaining 8% worth of trash.
Yeah, so this 8% is going to die very quickly with the cannon. As we can see, one of the rogues is jumping in there, finishing off the last trash. As long as he doesn't kill his own group here with the cannon, they should be very easily just winning this last round here of the grand final. Well, Battle for Champion still on Howless, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you want to get that Tricks of the Trade on top of them, but Team D with a dominant performance here, albeit sloppy. Battle for Champ just cannot handle Team D, and they come out indeed, as predicted by Sours and several of us, except for Nagura, with the reverse sweep to take MDI East Cup 1 and crown themselves.
Where Battle for Champion had a little bit of a shakier start in some of their dungeons, though they were 2-0ing some teams, but Team D was the essence of consistency going through there, only dropping down to that lower bracket from Battle for Champion and then taking them down in that grand finals here. So very strong performance that they had to be able to take them down. Now we're finally able to see. So Team D is going to be taking home that 140 points for winning first place here. And looking at the full standings for the Eastern region, because we had Full Send and Sun Sky forfeit their matches, they of course forfeited any points that they would be able to redeem there as well. So unfortunately 0 points for them, but we hope to start seeing them more in the future.